What's up, y'all? What is up? What is up? What is up? Saturday morning, early. I mean, not too early, but I was up late last night. So apologies. I was supposed to be getting to work early this morning, but I had to sleep in. I was up till about 3 in the morning working. Working on some stuff for I just like to do some random graphic stuff, but you know, Scott Fishbowl is a thing I'm really all about. If anybody doesn't know what Scott Fishbowl is, it's a huge charity fantasy football event that's pretty much worldwide, and the creator is here in Minnesota. I actually am one of the people who hosts one of the events here live in Minnesota. So I was just up making graphics for my team, which I'll be drafting live in Chicago. There's a live draft in Chicago, so I'll be drafting there, and I'm drafting in the. So it's this year is video game themed, so like video game characters, video games. So I'm in the Spyro division, so I basically made a pretty cool graphic with Spyro as it's got the whole like logo is like a fish in a bowl. So I had Spyro like as a fish dragon in a bowl coming out of a bowl with the whole cool. I don't know if anybody's ever played Spyro, but it's pretty sick. But anyways, you know, we got the draft coming up, day 3. What's up, James? First, he was here. He's probably last night or when I created it. But I'm gonna do first. I've got some card stuff to finish from last night. We'll see if a couple people will jump in here real quick. I'm gonna tell them I'm live right now. I know the draft is gonna be starting here soon, but you know, we're gonna get this out of the way first. We got some giveaways to do, a bunch actually. we hit 3 multiverse cards last night. Yeah, I'm definitely exhausted. But anyways, we got to get through today. Today's going to be a long day. We probably got about 6 to 7 hours of coverage today. So we're going to get through it. Let me get my card stuff set up so we can just get this out of the way. I'm going to be dropping the next break, which is tops. I'll post the picture up here soon. We're finally going to do our first actual tops break. It'll be pretty sick. It's going to be 6 blasters and 2 hangers. And then obviously we always do our mini 10 break giveaway and mystery cards and yada, yada. It'll be fun. Let's see. Let me get my camera set up. And just so y'all know, if you ever see me get distracted, I have ADHD really bad. So like little things will divert me to different areas, and it's just a different way of being productive, I guess. I don't know. All right, let me get my camera set up. Let me get this muted. Mute. All right, let's get in here, baby. Yes. All right, so let's do this right away. I got this on wide. That's crazy. Maybe it'll be better. I've just been having focus issues with my camera. I don't know why. It's a brand new phone. Where is my? Here it is. All right. Yeah, I got this on wide angle setting. I don't want it on that. Back dual. Not just back camera. See how just oh, there we go. That's a little better. What's up, Andrew? I'll see you in Chicago, brother. Yeah, dude. Big Citrus is gonna be dope. I might have to make a t-shirt about that. That's sick. So we got a couple of these to give away to some of our people that were in the break. Teams that shared, I mean, people that had different teams. Obviously, there's 2 teams on these cards, so every single person, there's nobody that had the same team, so we have to do a giveaway for all 3 of these. And then we have our Joe Burrow card to give away to people that were in the break. This is a sweet checkerboard select blue Joe Burrow to 199. Yeah, dude, I can't wait to drive out to Chicago. It's crazy though. Like the week right after that, I'll be turning around again. After I drive back to Minnesota, I'll be turning around and driving all the way back. Probably gonna be picking up Pete and on my way, but that's on my way to Canton, Ohio, dude. It's gonna be crazy. That's what's up, man. It's way to volunteer. You know, I run the Minneapolis one. It's gonna be nuts. It's already been kind of tough trying to get people. This year has been weird for trying to get signups for live events. We changed from last year. We did it at the beginning of the year or at the end of the season. So like right before. I mean, shoot, we did it like one of the last weekends. We were in August, I think, and this year we're in June. So it's been different. We're trying to get 132 people, but right now we're at like 86. The event is coming up soon. We got like a month and a half, but we're giving away some sweet stuff, man. I give away every single year. I give away 4 or 2 to 4. Usually I have 4, but 3M Open tickets, so PGA Tour. It's just one day. You can go on Saturday, but giving away 4 tickets. It's like $400 right there. Then I think we got some Vikings Packers tickets we're giving away. I know we got some Minnesota Frost tickets we're giving away. So there's some pretty cool prizes, some bigger ones. I know we got a ton of jerseys. I'm probably going to be donating something too there to Chicago. Probably from Rockstar Ripping from the breaks that we do. It probably won't be football though. I'm going to do I ripped some Disney neons and I'm kind of obsessed with them. We didn't do great, but some of the cards that I've been seeing people pull is just I don't know, it's kind of got me a little obsessed. But so I might get a hobby box to just donate to Chicago. And then I'm probably gonna do one for Minnesota too. But anyways, let's do our giveaways here real quick for people that were in the break. Let me pull some stuff up so I can do this. I'm just very unprepared today. Like I said, I literally got out of bed maybe an hour and a half ago. I was really tired. I stayed up too late. 3 a.m. was too late. Like I said, I was working on. I don't know, Andrew, did you see my my Scott Fish design I made for Spyro? I'll pull it up later. Oops, let's see. Share screen. Yeah, Andrew, there's just unfortunately these are just for people that were in last night's break. I was trying to finish last night. We did a break during the break, but it got to be too rowdy because we had a couple people on talking and we were talking about the draft while I'm trying to do cards. It was pretty tough, but we got through it. I just wanted to finish out with the rest of the giveaways, but oh, you're good, Andrew. It's good to see you, man. Like I said, it's gonna be dope when I'm coming to Chicago. I was hoping that like last year I wanted to come, but it was the same weekend as Minnesota, and I was like, I can't go. It sucks. I have to host. So I went to Madison last year instead. All right, let me get these names in here. The NFL draft this morning probably won't start for another, I don't know, while. It says it starts at noon, but we'll see. All right, let's see here. Our first giveaway here is between the Giants and the Dolphins. And who had the Giants? Henry, my guy Henry, had the Giants, so we'll get him in there. And then who had the Dolphins? Dolphins was AJ. So let's do this first. Race first. And then we will do 45 seconds just because it's the fastest. So we always usually do between 45 and 85. So we'll just do 45. We're just going to run through these quick because I want to get to talking draft stuff. We are going to do some drafters today. So if anybody does not have drafters yet, Look below. You can use our promo code TSABETS to get signed up for drafters. We're doing some best ball today. We're going to see how the market has kind of moved with some of the players with the draft. I wanted to wait till day 3 because I drafted before the draft like 2 weeks ago, and I just want to see how much the market has moved since the draft has, got to day 3. So we'll see. There's still a lot of good players out there, for fantasy. So let's see what happens. All right, let me get this duck race up. Bang. We love it. And a new thing, I've been 2-2. I gotta go get some from the truck. I'll go get them once some of the other guys show up to the show. But I got 2 ducks in the truck. I got a dragon duck, and I got this like a balloon animal duck. But we're giving away one on every for every break now. We might start doing them for when we do a watch party. We might give away a duck during the watch parties too. So at the bowling alley, I go to they have a dollar machine where you win every time. So I'm just gonna start giving them to give away in our shows. We do duck races all the time, so why not give away some ducks? All right, set it. Let's do, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know. There we go. First race. Yeah, dude. Jeep owners are rejoicing. All right, so this one's for the multiverse Darren Waller card. It's the Giants and Dolphins. So we're just going to do a giveaway for that. The next one's going to be Najee Harris, Chargers, Steelers. So who are the names for that? "13 seconds. AJ. He's going to like that. All right, so AJ took that one. All right, where the heck are my sticky notes? All right, AJ, I got you. That one's yours, bud. I got you for that. All right, so Chargers. This one was for the Najee Harris. Najee Harris, Steelers, Chargers card, multiverse. All right, so Chargers were, let's see, AJ. Steelers were Matt. What? Plus, they're ultra lightweight and feature Goodyear rubber. Go fast in Skechers Aeroburst. Like football, cancer is a game of inches. Small gains, daily work. When you add up all those inches, AJ. Steelers is, what did I say, Matt? Yeah, the ones I got here, the ducks I have here from Pete. Pete sent me these in the mail. I got two. I can't give away those. And I got an owl one here I got from my lady. So those are the ones that have to stay. And like I said, I got the dragon and I got the balloon duck one. I tried to get one last night, but I ran out of dollars. All right. What did I say? 45. Set it. Randomize again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't even know. I'm not even counting. All right. Here we go. Oh, they're both naked ducks, too. It's a fair race. Naked ducks are fast. All right. Like I said, this one's for the Najee Harris card between Chargers and Steelers. Take it easy, brother. I'll see you in Chicago. Come back later if you want to do some drafters. Oh, who's it going to be? 10 seconds. Matt, you don't want to get ahead like that. AJ's going to win them all. Watch this. I don't know, Matt. Can you hold on? Let's go. All right, so Matt's taking home that Najee. Sweet. There you go. I got that for you, Matt. And then we got Bobby Wagner, Seahawks and Commanders. I know my guy AJ's got like a bunch of the teams. So what I said Seahawks, Commanders. So Commanders is John. Seahawks is no, it's not AJ. Donnie. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Hop on over to YouTube's. Come on over to YouTube's. I'll probably do some card giveaways today. I know I know if Pete pops on, he'll give some stuff away. He always does. I know Coach Craig will be here a little later too. All right, Commanders, Seahawks, 45 seconds. Set it. Shuffle. We got a strawberry duck. Oh, all right. So then we got, after that, we got three more to do. We got the Joe Burrow card to give away. We got our downtown hunt, and then we got the mini tin. Dun, 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 dun. Couple of minutes away from being on the clock. Donnie, are you going to hold on? Donnie. We hear you, Duck. All right. Now we got to make this list a lot bigger. Let's do our downtown card for hunt first, because that'll be easier for me. All right, Donnie. I like that we got different winners for everybody. Love seeing that. Put those aside. We got to organize these tonight. Get stuff ready for shipping on Monday. We're going to have another break drop today during the show. I got to work on that. So when we got somebody else come through, I'm going to start working on that, getting that break ready. How late are you? Already started, Anthony, but I haven't gotten anything that you're a part of yet. So you're just getting to it. We're going to do the downtown hunt, which you are also not a part of. I think it's just... What's up, TJ? Soccer was chilly, he said. We got rain here this morning in Minneapolis. All right. La 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 la. So Anthony and John. AJ, you want a multiverse card. You want a multiverse card. All right, let's see. Ba-bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Hell yeah, he said. Storm Duck. All right, so this is for the downtown hunt. All right, downtown hunt. Only thing that I did so far is talk a whole bunch. And then I did the races for the multiverse cards. Let's see. So the multiverse cards, Donnie won one because that was between him and who did I say? Him and John Ashton, and then Matt Slota won the Chargers and Steelers won. That was between him and probably AJ because AJ had a bunch of the teams, and then AJ won the Darren Waller one. That was between him and Henry. Yeah, you missed all three. I told you I was going live. Oh, I'm going to drop the draft probably around 2 p.m. I have to still create the prices sheet yet, so I'll probably be doing that, during the draft. Just really depends on when somebody comes on and is here to talk while I'm doing that. He's like, hell yeah, I was there, but then I wasn't. All right, so this is for our downtown hunt. We just been doing 45 seconds just because it's quick. And I've just been doing this for randomization. All right, here we go. Old man duck. Bear down, bear duck. Bear naked duck. We got three naked ducks. We got green man. 24 seconds. Like I said, this is for the downtown hunt. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Oh, John Ashton. Anthony, what's going on? No. So Anthony, second, third, fourth. Shit. He's like, no. All right, let's rip this for our guy, John. No. All right, the draft is about to commence here. They're all booing the commissioner. They're all booing the commissioner right now. All right. So our downtown hunt. Let me get some glovey gloves on. Oh, I gotta get some more gloves soon. I gotta go buy some more gloves soon. Oh, coach is here. Coach, I see you. Oh, there he is. I see him. I see him. Hold on, coach. Let me add you. I got to figure out a way to add you. This is a different layout. I can hear you talking. Let me just add another screen. Add item. Add camera slot. Ah. Save. Update. There. He's here.
Yeah. No, I went on my laptop to like join and everything, right? And then my laptop's like, do you want to update Microsoft 365, right? And I'm like, no, I don't want to update it. And then it just got stuck in this loop for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I'm like, you literally didn't want this yesterday, so just get out of the way. All the packs.
Yeah, these are nicer. I like these cards. Jameer Gibbs,
Don Russ,
Brock Bowers, and nice Omari on rookie recruits. That's pretty sweet. No downtown though.
No downtown.
Looking for the downtown card, buddy.
What's the downtown chase card right now?
Oh, they're probably Jackson Dart. Probably like a couple grand. All right, that was for John. Now we have 2 more giveaways, and then we got trade already.
Do we have any picks yet or no?
No, there was a trade though. Raiders are on the clock.
And who's supposed to
trade? I didn't see what it was. A full trade.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get stuff up on my phone too.
Oh, you're good. I'm just gonna try to finish this real quick. I got 2 more giveaways to do.
I'm gonna read your comments in here that I wasn't here for. So a big citrus pick for the Vikings was good. Yeah, it was. If him and Banks are good, you have him, Banks, and Redmond. That could be fun. You just gotta hope they stay healthy. So Andrew said he was going to the expo.
He did? I missed that.
Running backs are of abundance today. Well, there's 3 running backs taken in the first 3 rounds, which is the lowest number since the merger.
But one of the highest running backs ever drafted, right?
Yeah. I mean, we've had running backs go number 1 before. Kajana Carter. We've had Saquon Barkley go number 2. We've had Zeke went 2, I think, too, as well.
I thought he went 4.
Oh.
Zeke.
Maybe did. I don't know.
I thought it was 4.
We've had guys go high. You know, obviously Ashton Denny went high last year, but it's just like we typically don't have guys go number 3 overall to a team that kind of already has a crowded running back room and an abundance of holes elsewhere, though. Let's see. If there's any other things for draft in here, I'm just looking real quick. I thought I'd seen something else, but maybe I missed it now. I don't know. We'll see. So it was the Raiders.
DJ wants to know if you are going to.
I'm going to Madison on the 19th. I don't know, when's the Minnesota one?
It's the 13th of June.
So it's
the weekend. June? Yeah, the weekend before Father's Day.
Oh yeah. So your guys is in June and mine's in July this year.
Yeah. When's the July? When's Madison?
July 19th.
I'm trying to remember when Chicago is.
I think the week before. I think it's the 12th.
Yeah, you're right, I think. Maybe
I'll try it. Like, since it's in June, maybe I'll try to go to Minnesota too. But we'll see. It's the whole thing when they're like back-to-back weekends that I don't like being out of town like too many weekends in a row.
Dude, you're telling me. I'm driving to Chicago on the 12th, and then I got to turn around like 2 weeks later and drive to Canton, Ohio.
Yeah. Well, I know last year you were trying to get me to go to Minnesota, but it was like I was gone for the 4th of July weekend, then Madison.
I just thought you would have liked that one because it was at a Mexican place. Like they had Mexican food. Like it was awesome.
Yeah. but I was gone for the 4th of July. Then I was because I was out in Idaho. And now this year they got a Scott Fishbowl live draft in Boise. I'm like, well, if I would have known that, maybe I would have signed out. And then like my best friend lives out there, so it's just like I could have flied out and had an excuse to go there.
Or you can always do next year, you can always do next year and then try to get him in too,
Yeah. Still could try to get him in, but
they're trying to grow these and make these live events as big as possible. They want these to be like their driver for the charity,
There's
I know right now Minneapolis is already over. We're already over $10,000 raised.
Yeah.
Like I mean the amount that we've raised is crazy.
Well, he finally went.
Who?
Jerron McCoy.
There he is. I mean, they traded up.
He's a Raider. You know what? Good for the Raiders for trading up for the pick and just making it right away today. Like, this should not have happened. Like, I'll say this too. So, I don't know. There's a lot of rumors going around right now that he needs like another surgery or something. Like, but it's just all these Facebook people. So it's like, is it true? Is it not? But the guy still ran a 4.38 at a 30-inch vertical and a 10.7 broad jump. Even if that's him hurt, that's pretty dang good.
Yeah, Anthony says it's steal. Definitely steal.
Yep.
You're taking
It was
risks.
just like,
Who cares? You're not. Why not take a little bit of a risk? What is this, 4th round? Yeah,
fourth
take that
round,
risk.
there's nothing. Like,
It's not a risk anymore.
if you get a top 15 player in the 4th round, you're doing
Yeah.
like I don't know, the hokey pokey every day.
All right.
Us. And then Buffalo already picked now too. So Buffalo had the 2nd pick in the 4th round. They took Jude Bowery, offensive tackle out of Boston College. He's just kind of a depth piece. I'll have to see where I had him mocked as well. But I had the Bills mocked for an offensive tackle at some point in the draft. It's just kind of a depth piece.
Just want to make sure I got everyone's name on there. I'm pretty sure I did.
I need to find my mock draft.
All right, we're going to run this. We're going to do short again. I'm going to keep them short. 45. 45. And we're just going to randomize the shit out of it. Randomizing. All right. Ooh, mermaid. There's a mermaid duck. That's an advantage.
Yeah. I saw.
So what?
No, I was just thinking. So I think I had Bowery at 172 to the Saints. He goes here at 102. So it's a little bit earlier, but I mean, a day 3 guy's a day 3 guy.
Day 3 guy is a day 3 guy, like a day 2 guy is a day 2 guy.
Pretty much. I mean, like, there's a difference between like the first 10 to 15 guys picked in day 2 because they're like, late 1st round, early 2nd round guys. But after that, it's all pretty much like the only difference between round 2 and round 3 now is that all these round 2 guys were pushing for guaranteed.
I thought the mermaid duck was going to come back at the end. I saw that speed.
I don't know. That number 3 really took it away at the end there.
I'll do 2 duck races. I mean, I don't think Robbie's here, so we'll just send him the Burrow card. I don't know, unless you guys want the Burrow card more. The people who didn't win, you tell me. I know Robbie's not here, so you tell me. If there's 2 people in here that say that's for the tin, not for the Burrow, you tell me.
Let's see. So I'm just looking back here too on the mock too, real quick. So the Bills ended up with 102 here, right? And they took Jude Bowery, who had gone a little bit later, but in the 4th round, I had them taking an offensive lineman and Diego Pons out of Ole Miss. So, same type of position, same round.
Jet's already drafted too, right?
Let me
Darrell Jackson, defensive.
That's a good pick. Especially with them switching to kind of like the 3-8-4-ish defense now. So he's the big boy, 6'6", 320 pounds on a good day. He dominated the Shrine Bowl, and then on a short week, he went over from the Shrine Bowl to the Senior Bowl. Not many people did that. There's a few more this year, though.
You got a coin?
Coin?
Yeah, flip a coin.
For what?
What do you think? We're going to flip the coin. Anthony says to just give him the tin. So the tin could be anything. The tin has 2 cards in it. What if the tin has 2 Joe Burrows?
But what's heads and what's tails?
Let's do heads, tin, tails, Burrow. Because Burrow's always on his ass.
Well, it's tails.
Tails? All right. The Burrow card is going to Robbie.
It wasn't much of a flip, but it worked.
It's
at least rotated.
Pick is in for Cardinals.
Yeah, now that we're at day 3, everything's going to move a little bit quicker.
All right, let's do it for the 10 now.
Let me see if I can find the Raiders trade details too. We will scour the Twitter universe.
First off the bus, rare length developmental project.
Who?
That's Darrell Jackson.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go day 2. Like, honestly, of all the defensive tackles left, he probably should have gone day 2.
All right.
He's kind of like your Caleb Banks, but not as bursty. But he doesn't have as long an injury history either.
Here we go again.
So, it's been a decent draft for the Raiders, minus the fact that they haven't taken a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Quack.
I thought I turned the volume down. What the hell?
Who's the duck on the bottom supposed to be? Is that Rudy Giuliani?
I don't know.
He's got to get some oil leaking out of his ear, though.
You see the little hook up here for the pirate hand.
Yeah. Boy, this number 9 was really running away for a second there. Number 8's going to come.
Uh-oh.
Number 8's coming.
AJ.
Donnie's taking away.
Hold
Donnie's
on.
taking away.
Donnie, hold on.
Pink Duck did
Donnie,
it.
hold on. Anthony, you never had a chance, buddy.
Well, at least he called the winner, right?
All right. Let's rip this tin. Donnie. He's going to be happy about that. He just jumped back in.
I love the Twitter comments for the McCoy pick, right? Thank God the Raiders drafted no knees McCoy.
No knees, McCoy. All right, Caleb Proctor, Arizona Cardinals, defensive tackle.
Hey, that's a good one. So he played at Southeast Louisiana. Had a really good shine ball week, tested really good at the combine. He is a good athlete, a little bit undersized as a D tackle, but he's going to Cardinals, who are going to probably play 3-4-ish D still. So if you have him and Darius Robinson, he's kind of a similar player to Darius Robinson, but a little smaller school.
Let's see.
Why won't they give me the trade details for this?
On on NFL Network, they don't give you shit.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to just scour Twitter to see.
So this trade, this was the Chargers was Giants, Cleveland, LA Chargers. It was traded between.
Yeah. So the Raiders secondary looks better now. They got him and Tre'Don Stukes. If you told me they were going to get him, Tre'Don Stukes, Mendoza, Trey Zune, all these other people, pretty good day.
All right, so there's 3 packs in this tin. So this was a kind of a nice tin. We'll get to what's inside afterwards, but we got a 2022 absolute pack. All right, the pick is in for the Chargers, but it's not said yet. Chronicles draft pick 2023 and a 2023 Prism. It'd be so sweet to hit a kaboom.
Kaboom!
Yeah, they're sweet looking cards. I pulled one of the best quarterbacks of all time, Trey Lance.
I don't know how I feel about these ones.
These cards, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they're
kind of bummy.
They kind of look plain Janey.
They're super plain Janey. So Absolute's one of the more the bottom tier, but
they look like
the
kabooms early 2000s cards, and that's not a good thing.
The kabooms are sweet. So if you can find one of those, you're pretty happy.
It's just the cards kind of remind me of the early 2000, the early 2000 green border tops cards. That's kind of what they remind me of.
All right, these are college cards.
Ooh,
Paul Williams.
I can't read that.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my light down.
Who?
Here. Jamal Williams.
Oh, he's a nerd.
Yale. CJ Stroud.
That's a cool card.
Charles Woodson.
That's a cool card.
Michigan. What about this cool card? Dan Marino.
Oh,
A Pitt. It's a Sparkle Revolution.
We gotta get the Charles Woodson card to Melvado. That's one of his favorite players ever. So.
Is it?
Yep.
I might have some sitting around. Doesn't he have like a wine or something?
Who? What's in? I don't know.
He has some kind of liquor or something. It ain't no Heisman, I tell you that.
Heisman?
Yeah, Heisman. That's the weed that Ricky Williams has. That's his brand. Heisman. It's H-I-G-H. Hyman.
What was the thing that Jake Plummer was? Jake Plummer just doing
no way, bro. We just pulled a nice card out here. Sick.
Shaq Thompson, rest in peace.
Devin Singletary, Ryan Tannehill, prismatic, nice little prismatic.
Yeah, the rest of the pack wasn't so great, but
oh, that's sick. Prismatic Pat
Mahomes.
So sick. They're fun little cards.
Let's see if we get this Chargers pick yet. Just are they on commercial on TV?
It just says pick is in.
They're on commercial on TV?
Yep.
That's why it's taking forever. So we'll probably get the Chargers pick and then the Texans pick real quick right after that.
What's in the tin? You ready? You ready for the first one? You're going to like this.
Kittle.
Vernon Davis rookie card.
Your light messed me up. I thought it was Kittle at first.
What? Kittle's white.
I know, but you had the light. The way your light reflected off of it, you couldn't see the face. And the rest of it was so far away that he looked white.
Vernon
Oh,
Davis.
God. Oh, God, the Chargers did it.
Brenson Thompson, wide receiver.
Brennan Thompson. He's he's a short little fast wide receiver. They already had one of those in Darius Davis. That hasn't worked out too well either. So why not go back to the well again?
Not a bad little box here. Damn.
It's not like it's a bad pick in the fourth round. It's just like, hey, you just drafted the same guy that you already got. So maybe this one works out better than the last one. I don't know. I think Davis was a better returner anyway. So seems a little redundant.
Let's get out of here. All right, I'm gonna drop the break here in like another hour and a half. I gotta work on it. I'll be working on that while we're doing this. So let me get off of this. Go away.
Go away. Hey, you see that guy in the background? He's probably gonna get drafted today. And if you're in rookie drafts, you probably should draft him late.
Draft him late.
Tanner Kozil. He was really good at Houston last year. And he tested decent too. And it's just like, he's kind of one of those guys, he's not going to be big, like he's not high up there. He's not like super flashy or anything, but he's just going to be good. Like think your Schultz, like your Dalton Schultz's of the world, guys like that. He's never going to be like, oh my God, he's a top 5 tight end, but he's a guy that you're going to probably be able to roll out at some point. I'd rather have him than frickin' Marlon Klein.
Pick is in for your Texans.
Yeah.
It's not out yet.
Frickin' Marlon Klein.
That's who it is?
No, that's who they drafted the last round. And it's not just because he's German. Hey, we got this is a little early for this guy too. Yeah,
is he the one that's from Nigeria?
Not the guy that tested freakishly.
Oh, okay.
That guy's a defensive lineman. This guy, he played guard and center at Oklahoma. I thought he was going to be a later pick, but apparently the Texans like him enough. But like, if you're thinking like a guard center guy, like I think there's better interior guys you could take here instead. But if you like him as a scheme fit, maybe. It's also it'd be interesting to see if they announced him as a guard or a center though too, like with the actual pick, as opposed to NFL.com, because he played both positions in college.
I wish they would like. What is the whole point of this terrible sidebar? Like, it takes up too much room. It doesn't even allow me to have all this. Like,
Yeah.
didn't I have ESPN up yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Then why is it on this? I didn't change anything.
There you go.
No, this is okay, now we're good.
That's right. I'm trying to think where. So ESPN had him ranked 253, which is probably pretty close to like where I had. You know, he's a big physical guy, but he's not a great athlete. He's got a lot of experience. Let's see what ESPN said about him. Displays good power and strength when squared up with defensive linemen. Makes good contact. Has some trouble latching on and sustaining blocks, though.
There was some Latino woman beating up the Texans mascot.
Good.
His championship belt.
Let's see where I had him mocked, though.
They said he's athletic and plays with a lot of leverage.
He's strong. I wouldn't call him super athletic, though, honestly. I had him mocked 205 to the Lions, which was another team that probably would have liked him. But it's earlier. It's earlier than I expected. I will say, though, since Nick Caserio has been the GM, he's often taken interior offensive linemen higher than I have expected him to take. The guys that they've taken, at least. Let's put it that way. It hasn't always worked out either. And then they literally just gave up on Juice Scruggs because they changed offensive coordinators. It's like, hey, this guy actually played all right. He was a second-round pick, and yeah, we're not going to play him anymore. It was weird. And now the Lions got him for free. Or a throw into the David Montgomery trade, however you want to call it.
Montgomery. See, I wish I wish this one would be like the pick is in. We're waiting for the next one. Like
it says it way at the top.
It's stupid.
Hey, you gotta pick and choose your battles, man.
NFL is just wants you to look at their ads. Well, they're all they care about. That's all they care about is money. They don't care about the consumer.
You know, the crazy part is with NFL.com, like
it's like the worst app.
Don't come after this for me saying this though. As much money as the NFL has, and some of that money goes towards the website, right? That website has not been updated in like 15 years.
Their app too. Their app
is terrible.
Like even to like watch it on TV and stuff, dude, it crashes all the time. It's so bad. It takes like 5 minutes to load up. You're like, what is going on?
You're like a $3 billion industry, and you can't even afford to have things work right.
Yeah. It's like, how is your app crashing?
Because they didn't put any money into developing any of this.
That's so bad.
Like any real money, let's put it that way. Obviously, they put some money into it, but not like, hey, let's make sure we actually put a good product out there. This 49ers pick's taking a while. Did they go to freaking commercial again?
No, I'm not a commercial.
What the heck?
It says pick is in.
Unless
they're taking a receiver, dude. They're gonna take a receiver. Watch them.
They already took a wide receiver.
And
do you see all these rumors? Right? There's all these rumors that they were supposed to take Jeremy Bernard, and then they were saying they took Stribling last minute because like some guy said it as a joke or something. There's a rumor going around about that, but it's like they were on the pick. They were on the clock for like 18 hours. There's no way they did that. We were on the clock for almost 20 hours, and last minute we fucked up.
Maybe
that would be insane,
bro. You don't even know.
Supposedly they really they tried to trade out of that pick, but nobody was coming up to pay the price they wanted. Because they probably thought they could get Stribling a little bit later, you know?
Tops. New Tops football.
So we got a long ways to go today, fellers.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long.
We're at 107 and we go to 257. So there's 150 more picks, or 151 technically, once this one gets announced. And for me, when I was doing my mock, you get to like 150 this year, and you're just kind of like, I don't really want to draft like almost any of these guys for half these teams. So then you're just like, well, is this guy draftable in this year's class? Yes or no? And does he fit this team's scheme fit? Yes or no, pretty much. So like anything on day 3 can happen. Grayson Holton, that's a decent pick for the 49ers. So he's a penetrating 3-gap guy out of Oklahoma, a little bit undersized. I had him mocked, I believe, in the 3rd round of the Eagles because I thought he'd be a good scheme fit there. He had a decent Senior Bowl week, I think it was. And he probably fits what the 49ers want to do at the very least. You know, he could be a guy that play on 3rd downs at least. So you'll take that for the 4th round. Back-to-back Oklahoma picks. Can we keep the trend going? Pick another Oklahoma guy?
Please.
Robert Spears-Jennings, safety out of Oklahoma, maybe? That would be something the Broncos might actually be interested in. Let's see who else would be out of Oklahoma that would interest them there. You don't got a quarterback. The only running back really is Jay Knott, and he shouldn't go till probably like the very end of the day if he even goes. Wide receivers. I can't even remember their wide receivers right now. There's probably somebody I'm forgetting. Their tight end, Jaron Kaepernick, probably shouldn't go yet. Although the Broncos could like him. I wouldn't be surprised if they like him. But this is a little early for him. He's a converted linebacker to tight end. You know, it's kind of a down year Oklahoma-wise for their prospects. They got Marvin Jones Jr. at defensive end. He'll probably go later day 3. They got
Junior.
Yes. Not the wide receiver. Not his kid. Marvin Jones Sr. was a defensive end that played like back in the 90s.
How many Marvin Joneses are there?
A lot.
Too many to name, he said.
Oh, God, Jonah Coleman. Jonah Coleman to the Broncos. So now you might see a lightning and thunder punch with him and RJ Harvey. They brought Dobbins back, though, right?
Yeah, they brought Dobbins back. That means RJ Harvey is done, dude. I don't know if Sean Payton likes him, man. I don't know if he does. And you know what Sean Payton does when he doesn't like people. He's like, all right, I'm going to figure out a way to get you out of here.
I mean, I think with this being said, Dobbins obviously has a long injury history. Dobbins is a really good player when he plays, but that dude gets hurt more than like anybody pretty much.
Yeah, I know.
Harvey kind of underwhelmed last year, if we're being honest. Like there was a couple flash games here and there, but it's important to remember RJ Harvey was the quarterback turned running back too. So it's not like he's played running back that long. Jonah Coleman, obviously a little bit bigger body guy. He's like, 5'8". We'll call him 210-ish to 215, 220. Kind of depends on where his weight ends up during the season.
That definitely affects, though. Fantasy owners are not going to be happy about that landing spot.
Probably not. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that did like Jonah Coleman too. Prior, like pre-draft and everything like that.
Yeah, they had him as the 2. They had him as the number 2.
Yeah, that was crazy. I would never have done that, but he goes number 4 running back here. Ahead of Mike Washington, ahead of Evan Johnson, ahead of some of those other guys too. Nick Singleton.
I really hope I hope Washington falls to the Vikings in the 5th round. Maybe, probably not.
Kennedy. So I think with Coleman though, like he could be the short yardage guy.
I'm telling you, man. I think you're going to see RJ Harvey get phased out.
Maybe. I think they wanted to have 3 running backs that they can kind of rely on, especially with Dobbins. And like, look at last year. Like, once Dobbins went down, they didn't have it wasn't pretty.
Who was the other cat that they had 2 years ago that like all of a sudden he came out and did really good?
You're talking about your boy Jaleel McLaughlin?
Yeah, McLaughlin.
He's not good though.
He had some good games, like maybe one. You're like, yeah, this guy.
He had like one good run, and he had like
he had like one awesome game, and at that point,
he had one awesome run, and JC's like, he's the greatest guy ever. He had a good preseason. Awesome. more or less, he had a good preseason and everybody freaked out. And then he had like one good game like 2 years ago, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, he's the guy now." No, that's not how
He
it works.
wasn't even close.
Like, was he better than Audric Estime? Yes, but Audric Estime was terrible. So
yeah, it wasn't hard.
Jaden Kennedy, the safety, you can call him defensive back out of Oregon too. So the Chiefs like to use their safeties in a lot of different ways. Sometimes they'll put 3 safeties on the field. Sometimes they'll put them down in the nickel. Sometimes they'll be like, your sub package linebacker. He's a guy that has some experience in nickel. He has some experience at safety. So it's a good scheme fit. It's probably earlier than I would have taken him. He did look really good in the positional or in like the combine drills, like especially when he ran the gauntlet. He would look pretty smooth there. So he's a guy I like, but I think he's more of a depth piece than anything, honestly. Let's see where ESPN had him. ESPN was a little bit more bullish on him. They had him 127. Let me see here.
This one's gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun.
ESPN had him going 127. I had him going 137 to the Steelers. So, but like I said, day 3 guys are day 3 guys now at this point in time. So you're trying to find guys that fit your team, that fit your scheme. He's a guy that fits their scheme. Whether or not he's anything more than a backup and a special teams player will be kind of up to how things play out. We got the Jets, the New York Football Jets. They need some defensive back help too. You could see it. It'd be kind of interesting to see where this round goes to, because we got a couple defensive tackles to start. We got a corner, we got a safety, we got one offensive lineman so far. It's kind of a good mix here. We've seen three defensive tackles so far in this 4th round. Wouldn't be surprised if we go on a little D tackle run. We haven't seen too much in terms of like edge movement in a while though, in between the end of yesterday and early today. Wouldn't be surprised if that starts changing probably middle to the end of this round. Probably could see a couple more linebackers go too, especially like considering it's a decent linebacker class.
Jadon, we're still waiting on Jets. The Jets trade in?
I don't think so. I think this is an old trade. Then we go back to the Broncos again. So maybe the
commercial break.
I feel like when we get to the Broncos again, they should probably go linebacker or safety. I still think they would like Robert Spears-Jennings. Anthony Scott's still out there too. That'd be a good player to get for somebody here relatively soon. Wouldn't be a bad fit for the Jets either. And the Jets already took Omar Cooper Jr., so they don't really need another wide receiver. Skylar Bell's still out there. Elijah Surratt's still out there too. Sam Hecht at center's still out there. That's kind of a surprise. Garrett Nussmeier's still floating out there. If the Jets really – it sounded like the Jets were going to take a quarterback. They were actually pretty linked to Carson Beck. But then the Cardinals took him on him. Not saying that Carson Beck was a hot commodity or anything, but I think there's a handful of teams that were interested in him. But we're talking about a down quarterback class, so keep in mind, people that are out there that are listening, anybody that goes 3rd round or later, like it's more like, hey, we're going to draft this quarterback. We're going to bring him into the building. Maybe he starts some games. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he never even plays for us ever. But let's get him into the building, see what he's like, see how he could see how he could be in our offense, see if we can develop him a little bit. These guys are just dart throws, honestly. Anybody that's not going 1st round pretty much is a dart throw at this point in the NFL. And yes, there are guys like that pan out. Dak Prescott's or Kirk Cousins of the world. Dak Prescott was supposed to be a 2nd round pick, but then he got the DUI right before the combine or the draft that year, which knocked him down about 2 rounds. And Jerry really wanted Paxton Lynch that year too. Don't forget that. And that would not have worked out very well at all, but that's a story for a different day. See, guys, for every people only remember the good hits, though, like in the mid-round quarterback, right? They remember the Dak Prescott's, the Kirk Cousins, the what?
Jets take a quarterback.
Oh, they took Cade Klubnik. That's a little bit of a surprise.
Boo, Clemson.
I think people must really be worried about the health of Nussmeier then. Because like Nussmeier would have been my quarterback 3, just because like I know I could go out there and throw him on the field and it's not going to go completely wrong.
It's not going to go terrible.
You know what I mean? Like you want a backup quarterback that's not going to lose you the game. Let's put it that way. That's what, when you throw a backup out there, obviously you're always going to get worse. I can't say always, but in theory, you're always going to get worse. Depends on who your starter is and how bad they were playing or whatnot. But starter goes down with injury, you throw a backup out there, you're just hoping they don't lose you the game, because more likely than not, they're not going to have the chance to win you the game. So with that, I think Nussmeier is a guy that would be at least a competent backup. I think this past year wasn't good for him, obviously, but he was also playing through like 2 or 3 different injuries. You go back a year, he played really well. It was in a conversation, you know, I have another good year. I'm probably a first-round pick. It's the son of a coach. Who is the Saints offensive coordinator now, I believe. And, you know, he's just a guy that come in and like he's not going to blow up your team, you know. Klubnik had a terrible final season. He made a giant jump as a junior, though, where he looked really good. And if he would stayed on that trajectory, he would have been a first-round pick this year. But, you know, he's like Baker Mayfield's size. So he's not huge. There's similarities to Baker, but he's not as good as Baker, obviously. So he's another one of these guys. You bring in the building, you see if you got anything in him, and you probably throw him out there. He'll probably get thrown out there for a couple games just because he's on the Jets, you know, because it's Geno Smith, it's Tyrod Taylor, it's Brady Cook. Like, all he's got to do is beat out Brady Cook for the 3rd spot. I think Brady Cook had some upside, but if I was Brady Cook, I'd probably go play in the CFL or UFL and just kind of let my talent show and try to develop a little bit better. But, you know, you got to chase money sometimes too.
Yeah.
Cage Casey goes out of Boise State. He mainly played tackle there. He probably could slide in size too as well. You know, the Broncos could definitely use more depth on the offensive line. If I was them, I'd probably go a little bit more towards the linebacker or the safety position, but, you know, building up offensive line depth at this point in the draft is never a bad thing. The Dallas Cowboys. I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys drafted a running back this year too. Like, obviously Javonte was good last year. Remember everybody freaking out about Jaden Blue for fantasy last year?
Oh gosh, don't get me started with the Jaden Blue truthers.
But it's like the guy was fat. His best trait was he was fast. He was fast. He fumbled all the time, and he wasn't that great at catching. He was okay at catching the ball, but he was terrible in pass protection. And then he was inactive like the first 8 weeks of the year, and everybody's like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "He's not that good." He's a guy he's the textbook definition of a guy who should have stayed in school. But he didn't want to go back to Texas because he knew he was going to lose his job if he went to Texas. So it's like, go back to school, go in the transfer portal, take $1 million NIL somewhere, and just go play for a year.
Drew Shelton, Penn State.
Man, Drew Shelton, I think he primarily played right tackle for – was he right tackle or left tackle for them? I got to look at this again. I think he played a couple different positions for them just because over the years they've had other guys on the line too, you know. Let me read here. 2-year starter at left tackle now. I think he probably would project better as a right tackle at the pros, but ESPN had him 116. He goes 112 here. I think I had him a little bit later because I just wasn't quite as high on him, honestly.
Malvado's pissed.
Drew Shelton. I had Drew Shelton going 214 to the Colts, so I think the Colts definitely would have been interested in him because I think he'd be a good scheme fit for them. Their offensive line needs some help bad now. The Colts, who happen to be up right now, very good transition there. So maybe the Colts even got sniped here. Yeah, so Malvado, like I said, he lives out in Idaho, so follows Boise State out there. He's like, no, Green Bay would have been awesome with him. So obviously there's a little bit of bias being a Packers fan and then being out by Boise State and whatnot, and being familiar with those guys. I think there's definitely a lot of guys. There's a lot of offensive linemen here that I'd be like, hey, I'm interested in bringing them in, having them be a backup. They could play a little bit of tackle. They could play a little bit of guard, kind of in a pinch both ways. But I don't really want them starting. I don't know if there's anybody left that I would want to start. Maybe Sam Hecht out of Kansas State at center. But other than that, like offensive linemen, like these are all like developmental guys. You hope they don't play early on. If they do, it's probably not going to be pretty. But anytime it's kind of like the quarterback. Anytime you throw a backup offensive lineman in, it's usually not very pretty. But if they can be okay and not blow up the game, then that's a positive.
That's a super positive.
Let's see. Let me look at who's left on offense. Offense attack. Oh, say Demetrius Cronover out of Texas A&M. He might be an exception to that, just because I think, based on the reps that I've seen out of him, in the All-Star game circuit, I think he's a guy that if you throw him in there, he's definitely not gonna lose you the game. Let's put it that way. After him, we get down to Isaiah World, who was supposed to be a first-round pick, but never took that step forward at Oregon. Travis Burke, who tested terrible. Diego Pons, I'd be interested in as kind of probably a guy that played tackle in college, profiles better at guard. Carver Willis actually had some good reps, I believe, at the Senior Bowl, but I like him probably better as a guard than a tackle. Emil Wagner out of Notre Dame. He could be an interesting one, too. He primarily played right tackle there, though. J.C. Davis is another one. He's a tackle out of Illinois that probably converts to guard at the pro level, just because he played a really good tackle, but he's just not that big for a tackle. Brian Parker, the second still out there, too, out of Duke. A lot of teams were looking at him as a center. He primarily played tackle at Duke. ESPN's got him listed as a guard. Jalen Farmer could be an interesting guard as well. Logan Taylor out of Boston College, the other Boston College offensive lineman. I really like him. He's got experience at both guard and tackle. Let's get over to center. Center is Sam Hecht still there out of Kansas State. Some people thought he would be the best center in the draft. Connor Lewis still out there out of Auburn too. He was coming in here being looked at like a late first, early second round pick, but he's coming off injuries, so he probably consider like his first year probably like a redshirt year. And then the legend himself, Pat Coogan's still out there, the center out of Indiana. I know he's got a big cult following. Let's see. Colts still haven't picked it. Are they on commercial on TV?
Yeah, they're on a commercial.
You can really tell on day 3 when there's commercials and when they're not, because it takes like forever.
It definitely takes forever.
Start your free trial today at shipstation.com.
Football is a game of inches, but in the fight against cancer, just like any fight, it starts with showing up. Small games, one moment at a time. And when you add up all those inches,
Checklist.
between winning and losing.
I show up early. You should do.
What the hell?
Jalen Farmer. There we go. He was one of the guys I listed too. Very powerful offensive guard from Kentucky. Goes to the Colts. The Colts need a lot of help on that offensive line right now. It's not pretty. They just lost so many guys over the last 2 years, and they have a lot of younger players playing now that are really unproven. So adding more younger players that could potentially battle for starting spots definitely does make some sense. And he held his own. He held his own, I think, at the Senior Bowl too in the reps. So
Dude, this commercial break is so long.
it's okay. We got the pick on the screen. Because, like, I'm going to bring up our lads for the Colts right now because they're offensive line.
Jalen Farmer.
Yeah.
Kentucky.
You don't listen.
I'm trying to do this at the same time. Trying to make a list for the break.
Yeah, because so the Colts offensive line right now, Bernard Raymond, who's been pretty decent at left tackle. Quentin Nelson's obviously a great guard, all pro guard pretty much since he's been drafted. And then you got Tanner Bortolini at center, who was the first year starter last year. He had flashes. Matt Goncleves, I can't remember how to say his name. Probably a first year starter at guard. Jalen Farmer could battle with him for the starting spot like right away. You also have Dalton Tucker that they signed as undrafted free agent a couple of years ago. And then Jalen Travis is projected to start at right tackle now, who was their 4th round draft pick last year. So, like, there's at least 2 starting spots open for the Colts. So Devin Moore, the corner out of Florida, goes to the Cowboys. I know some people really like him. He didn't really test that great, so I was a little bit lower on him just in general. Cowboys obviously could use more corner depth, but I figured they would take a more athletic player.
You know, Jerry.
Yeah, you think they take a more athletic player because of Jerry. So he goes 114 here. I had him marked 137 to the Eagles, which is probably a better scheme fit, honestly. I can't. Who's the new Cowboys defensive coordinator? I can't even remember. Let me see. Cowboys defensive coordinator is Christian Parker. Replaces Matty Eberflus. They could change their scheme up a little bit, so maybe that benefits him. Maybe they play more zone now. That would make some sense, I guess, with the players that they do have. Hey, Elijah Surratt goes to the Ravens. Didn't they take Jacoby Lane earlier?
Let's see.
I think this is a good pick for the Ravens, but I think they took Jacoby Lane earlier too. So they get 2 big body wide receivers that can do a lot of interesting things for them. So if you get Elijah Surratt, Jacoby Lane, Bateman's still floating around for some reason. Zay Flowers is there. You still got Mark Andrews. I think at some point they'll probably draft another blocking tight end to replace Charlie Kohler. And they did lose Isaiah Likely too. So they don't really have much at tight end right now. He signed somebody. I don't remember who it was though. But they took Jacoby Lane earlier, right?
Is that what you said? I'm trying to find the. Yeah, I think they took another receiver.
Pretty sure they took Jacoby Lane earlier.
The one thing I wish that they would allow you to do is just click on teams, and then it would just like.
There's a teams tab at the top where you can kind of look. But so the Ravens took Jacoby Lane in the 3rd, and they took Elijah Surratt in the 4th. But it might be one of those things. So you click on Baltimore over there. So they got Vega Nwane, Sohar, Zion Young, Jacoby Lane, and Elijah Surratt. I think if you flip Surratt and Lane around, I feel a little bit better about it. But like at the same time, you got those guys like they're both on a team either way. I'm surprised Surratt fell this far, and I think he's going to be a really good value for them. Lane's more of the question mark. Like maybe he pans out, maybe he doesn't. But if you got those two, like if both those guys pan out and you have them and Zay Flowers, then you can move on from Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, get rid of Rashad Bateman. Nobody gives a shit about him. He haunts me.
Yeah, he's not good.
No. There's like there's like an outlier for Gopher wide receivers that they're receivers that come out of the Minnesota Gophers that are relevant, and it's one person. His name was Eric Decker.
Yeah, but he was almost different because he was good.
Dude, I went to high school with him. He was definitely different. He played every single sport, sport.
But
he was good at all of them.
So here's the thing: when you draft wide receivers, right? This applies to college fantasy football, and then it applies to like fantasy football in the NFL, right? So Minnesota, what they have traditionally done with their best wide receiver is they put them in the slot in college, and then they just like force feed. It happened with Tyler Johnson. It happened with Rashad Bateman. There's somebody else in there that it also happened with too. And then they go to the NFL, and you got these guys that were bigger wide receivers that just played in the slot, and they got advantageous matchups all the time in college. And then they go to the NFL, and they go against guys that are as good as them, and they just flop. Arkansas does the same crap too. Like, remember, Treylon Burks was hyped up because of it.
Oh,
Who's the other guy they had? They had somebody
Good old-
else.
Good old Treylon.
Yep. Then somebody else. There was somebody else after him, and then after that, last year we saw Andrew Armstrong, who was kind of like a tweener. He's probably better. Like, he probably would have been better off bulking up and playing tight end than wide receiver, which he didn't do. And then Tesla kind of became like the physical freak, but then it's like, where was the production in Arkansas? Well, the production got force fed to Andrew Armstrong because he played the slot there. So we got Keontae Scott out of Miami going to Tampa Bay. So Tampa Bay's got their second Miami player now, I believe, because they took Ruben Bain earlier. Keontae Scott's a very interesting guy, very productive guy, a little bit older at corner. He can play slot. He can probably – there's been some teams that talked about playing him at safety even. Tampa Bay is a great place for him to land, though. At the very least, he's very good depth. You can say whatever you want as Todd Bowles as a head coach. Not the greatest. But in terms of developing defensive backs, there's nobody better currently.
Oh, no. Guess who's back out there?
Who?
Who do you think's out there for the Colts?
Pat McAfee.
Nope. That's not even.
What?
It's not even the Colts out there. It sounded like him though, dude. Some other random guy. It sounded just like Pat McAfee. He came up and was like, had that obnoxious tone in his voice.
Yeah, so we got 16 picks in the fourth round now. So I think fourth round's been very interesting. There's been a lot of good values, I think, in the fourth round. There's been a lot of like, hey, we're just grabbing the guy we really like. Like, obviously McCoy was good value. Darrell Jackson was good value. Proctor, I would say, is pretty good value too as well. Grayson Holmes, decent value. Jalen Farmer is all right value. Elijah Surratt and Keontae Scott are both very good values. So it's like you're getting some pretty good value picks here. I think especially because, like, as we got in round 3 yesterday, teams were more like, hey, we're going to go get our guy type of thing. And I know there's a lot of Bears fans with some question marks right now. Especially after that Xavier Thomas pick. A lot of people were questioning that pick because he's like in the 200s on ESPN. I think I had him, 6th, 7th round? I think 6th round. Just under 200. It's a very fast wide receiver. I get exactly what Ben Johnson wants to do with him, but so for the Bears fans out there or anybody listening for the Xavier Thomas pick, they're trying to make him their Khalif Raymond role, your vertical deep threat. Smaller guy, quick, and all that. But, a guy that's playing like 30-40% of the snaps just to stretch the field. Do you really want to draft that guy in the 3rd round, though?
No.
And maybe you get him to return some kicks, too. Like, maybe you get some value out of it there. But it's just like, if it doesn't pan out, that's kind of a lot to spend on it.
You're kind of shit out of luck, huh?
And I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like Khalif Raymond has panned out well for what he was. He was an undrafted free agent, so there's a difference between that and drafting a guy in the 3rd round to play the same type of role. But I think they need a guy to play that role this year, mainly because last year they tried to use Luther Burden in that role when they had both DJ Moore and Rome Odunze next to him. So now Luther Burden transitions more over to the DJ Moore role, and then you need the guy to be the vertical threat.
100 years ago, no one would insure cars.
They took Travis Burke.
Soldiers backed each other.
Tackle.
I don't even think I had him getting drafted just because was it Travis Burke or Chris Adams? There was one of the Memphis tackles that their testing was so bad. I'm like, I cannot draft them. Because like one of them ran like a 6.40 time. Let me see here real quick. So I always mix those two guys up because they had 2 big, tall offensive. So ESPN
6'9". Here you go.
Yeah. So here's the. Hold on, I gotta go back to my sheet. So I have the Combine and Pro Day sheet where I put together pretty much every year. And that's available on my Patreon page, a small monthly donation over there. I probably should just make that sheet to where if you just want to pay like one time to get the sheet, that's fine too. That'll probably be something to do in future years.
Future.
Yep. So now I'm just trying to. So it was his teammate Chris Adams was the one that ever had the really bad 40 time at least. So his teammate Chris Adams ran a 6:04 40-yard dash.
A century ago, our founders made a promise to always
Travis Burke. So Travis Burke, 6'9", 325, 34 and 34 and a quarter inch arms. So good size there. He ran a 5:17 40-yard dash, 179, 10-yard split was pretty decent. Numbers are decent there. He was both of the Memphis guys were combine invites. So I mean, he's just so. I gotta figure this out. Like, are you drafting him to be the swing tackle? He's just so much different than Rashawn Slater at left tackle if they keep him there. Don't get me wrong, Joe Alt's like almost, he's 6'7", 6'8", so similar size to Joe Alt. But Rashawn Slater being that smaller left tackle, it's like, they obviously need more offensive line depth after last year, though, because last year they were starting like guys like Austin Deculus and Bobby Hart at offensive tackle. That was like one of the worst offensive tackle pairings that you've seen probably in the last 10 years or so. Neither one of those guys should ever start games at the NFL level. And they ran those guys out there together for like 4 games. But I cannot for the life of me remember if I had Burke getting drafted or not. So I will look.
Jimmy Rolder.
I personally did not have Travis Burke and drafted him on mock.
Another Michigan guy going here.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think I'm going to look, but I don't think I had Roller getting drafted either.
Rolder is an inactive linebacker who is quick.
Instinctive, not inactive.
Sorry.
So who do you go to? Lions?
Yeah, Lions.
Okay, that at least makes some sense because
Glasses.
you're talking about a guy that's not a great athlete that relies on instincts. He'll probably just be like the backup to I can't think of the guy's first name. I wanted to say Dan Campbell, but Dan Campbell's their head coach. Who's their linebacker? Jack Campbell. So he's like your traditional thumper linebacker that's not super athletic. I think he tested maybe a little bit better, but
yeah, he doesn't look like he tackles very well.
He's a special teams only guy to me. He's a guy that I thought was just going to be an undrafted free agent, so I would not draft him whatsoever in the 4th round, but you do you.
Dan Campbell loved it.
He did.
He clapped his hands and took a drink of his coffee.
Yep. And then we got the next pick already, too. Wesley Williams out of Duke going to the Jaguars. I didn't think Wesley Williams was going to get drafted. And ESPN has him at 240. So I would say that's a pretty big reach. He did not test very well either. So he's a complete project at this point in time. Obviously, they have Trayvon Walker and Josh Hines Allen already there. So maybe he learned something from Josh Hines Allen and ends up being like an okay backup over time. But I'm not drafting a guy to be an okay backup over time in the 4th round. I'd rather have somebody I know that's all right. I'd rather give me Nadeem Tucker out of Western Michigan, who's a little bit older, but I know if I throw him out there, he's not going to be bad.
Have you ever done franchise mode or like build your own team mode in Madden where you have to like go through and scout players?
Yes, a long time ago.
Did you do pretty good at it?
Usually. I mean, like, there's so much randomness to that too,
For sure, dude. It's crazy.
I mean, you got some of that in real life too. Like, you're like, oh, this guy should be really good or this guy should be really, really bad. But we have to remember as we talk about players, like anybody that gets drafted is one of the best, they're the best, if not one of the best players that ever played at their high school. They were one of the better players on their college team. They're not bad football players, but that doesn't mean they're going to be good NFL players or even a decent backup. So a lot of times we get a little bit too quick to call somebody trash or a bust or something like that too.
That's
It's
right.
either, so a lot of times it's like, hey, they're going to be a great NFL player, they're going to be a good NFL player, they're going to be an average starter, they're going to be an average backup. They're not going to be a good football player, or they're not going to be a good NFL player. Let's put it that way. Like Wesley Williams, I don't think he's going to be a good NFL player. Maybe he's in the league for 3 years and Jaguars say you're not it. He gets cut and then he goes down to the UFL. He goes over to the CFL and maybe he has a decent career there. That's possible, but deny Dennis Sutton for the Packers. I'd rather have denied Dennis Sutton than Wesley Williams 10 times out of 10. I denied Dennis Sutton going to the Patriots, I think, at 63 in my mock. He is going to be at least good against the run early on. He tested really well, had a sub 7 second 3-cone for a pretty decent sized edge rusher. The Packers are probably going to that 3-4-ish defense. They definitely need help on that edge unit because right now they got Michael Parsons coming off ACL. They got Lucas Van Ness. They got like Brenton Cox, some of these other guys. They lost Kingsley Ignabare. Probably mispronouncing his name. Your South Carolina boy. He left there. They definitely need help on that edge. I think this is a good pick. I say, like, when I would look through my mock who I gave the Packers, I said Packers fans probably aren't going to be too happy with it, but it was guys that their team would like. This is another guy that the Packers typically draft in that type of mold. I think it's a good pick in the 4th round. I had him, going into 2nd round, so I thought he was a day 2 guy. Get him early day 3. That's going to be good value. And he's a guy, round 4. Round 4, he's coming in. He's going to play at least a role for you, and he's not going to be bad. I don't think he's ever going to – I'm not sure he's going to be as good as, like some of these other Penn State rushers. You got your Micah Parsons. You got your Abdul Carters that have come out in recent years. You got Odafe Oye. Like, those guys all turned out being pretty good. I don't think he's going to be them because they have that extra oomph of athleticism. He's a good athlete, but not a great athlete like them. Where's Pete when you need him? The Bears are screwing up picks, and the Packers are actually making good picks.
Who is this guy who made the pick for him?
Who?
I don't know. Some rando. Prize OT's shoulder.
What?
That was one of his traits. He prize OT's shoulder.
Oh, prize.
Yeah, prize.
Not like you won a prize.
Not like he won a prize.
So, like, he gets into their shoulder well. Like, he's quick to get into the guy's pad so they can't get his arms, so they can't get their hands on him. Dennis Sutton's a very interesting prospect. It's just
they got Caden, so we got a receiver off the board now here for the Steelers again.
We got a return specialist here in Caden Wetjen. So Caden Wetjen out of Iowa, he was a very, very good kick and punt returner at Iowa. I was surprised his 40 time was a little bit lower at the combine. So they got 4.47 there. I thought he'd be a 4.43 or better guy. He sees lanes very well. Didn't really do too much as a wide receiver. Like here, it's just like gadget player, wide receiver, and return specialist in college. Dang. I don't know if there's a good comp for him. Like, obviously, if you want to do like the whole guy that went to Iowa, played wide receiver, and was a really good return specialist, you talk about Tim Dwight for the older folk out there,
So he had 6 touchdowns over 2 seasons just off of returns.
Yes, he's a very good returner.
Damn good.
He's not much of a wide receiver though.
Nothing. I mean, that's fine.
But keep in mind, right? They don't need him to actually play wide receiver. Because they got DK Metcalf, they got Michael Pittman Jr., and they drafted Jeremy Bernard in the 2nd round. So he can be their 4th wide receiver, a little bit of a gadget player, maybe a little bit of a deep shot guy, because those other 3 guys aren't really deep shot guys. Obviously, you can run a go route with DK Metcalf and throw the ball up to him because it's DK Metcalf. He's a physical freak. You're not going to do that with Michael Pittman Jr. You're not going to do that with Jeremy Bernard. But you lost Kelvin Austin, right? Who I call Modest Mouse all the time.
Honest
But
enough.
that can be your Calvin Austin replacement as a vertical deep threat, as a returner. Your wide receiver unit's already better. And at the very least, if he's just a really good returner in the 4th round, that's fine.
I mean, what was your thoughts on Devin Hester as a receiver?
Well, he got drafted as a corner, so.
That's true.
And then they converted him to wide receiver. I mean, like, he did both at Miami, but.
And then he was just returning.
I think he probably would have been better off in staying as a corner, honestly, though.
And now he's a Hall of Famer as a returner.
Yeah. But, I mean, if he would, I think he probably would have been better off staying as a corner, but I think they wanted to use him as kind of like a decoy on offense, more or less. But, you know, if Wetjen has that Tim Dwight type of career, that's a good career for a 4th round pick.
Oh, we got Raiders, Texans, Bears, then back-to-back Bills. That's our next, 5 picks? Who is this guy?
Who?
This Packers guy. There's a bunch of people playing the there's like 6 women behind him playing the harp.
Interesting. Are they making a sad song for Denied Innocent? It's a little weird since he went to Penn State in the draft in Pittsburgh.
Oh, we're not even through round 4 yet, friends. We're an hour and a half in. All right, I'm gonna get this break made. I'm close to getting it done. Break 12. I think I got a pretty good price list. I used AI to make my list for teams based off of the rookies, based off of the tops on their website actually give you downloadable like checklists, and then like I think they're called like just like an odds list of like what teams have the most cards, so on and so forth.
We're still waiting on a picker in it. They're trying to catch up announcing picks, aren't they?
Dude, we're on another commercial. I don't think you understand how many commercials we've had. It's insane.
A lot. So, like, either when there's a delay, it's like there's a commercial, or they're catching up on announcing picks.
So I did this before, trying to make team prices off of AI, but before it was a little bit harder because they didn't give you like a really, I mean, Panini has checklists, but they don't really have, they're not great.
So people can buy into certain teams, like they pay different prices and whatnot.
Yeah, each team is a different price based off of like, obviously, you know, like the Steelers wouldn't be the same price as the Giants, right? Because the Giants have Jackson Dart, Cam Scadaboo. You're like looking for like, so Jackson Dart cards. Like if we were pulling an autograph tops Jackson Dart card, it probably would sell for hundreds of dollars. Like we pulled a select it's called a zebra card.
Hey,
and that
Mike
card
Washington Jr. goes to the Raiders.
No. Why?
Here's Mike Washington. Here's Mike Washington Jr.'s value going down.
Dude, all the running backs' values are gone now. There wasn't even enough running backs this year, and they're all gone now.
But like, now you're stuck behind Genty.
I should have treated all my draft picks.
Too
late now. Now it's too late.
I mean, you have a competent backup behind Genty. Like, in a way, it makes sense. Like, if you're a team, you're like proofing. You're like, if
just go out and get Amir Abdullah again. Like, I'm good with him.
No. He's like 30. He's like 35 now.
I loved Amir.
He's as old as me.
He even played for the Vikings.
Yeah, no. Played for like everybody, but okay, so like let's just put it this way. like it's a weird pick because you already have Genty, right? It's a good running back to have, though. So, like, you have a good, competent backup behind Genty. And let's just say, if you're the Raiders, you're trying to make your strength running the ball, right? Like, so if your game plan is centered around running the ball and dominating the line of scrimmage, and you have a top shelf running back, and that running back gets hurt, you don't want your offense to just fall off the map, right?
I wish the Vikings would do something like this, but they just
they're focused on throwing. The Vikings are a team that wants to throw the ball more than anything.
They want to win they're focused on trying to win every year, and it's not gonna happen.
Yeah. So
Clemson, boo.
Wade Woodaz. He went earlier than I thought, but
Woodass.
he tested really good. I think there's other linebackers on the board that I'd rather have. I think he's going to be a great special teamer.
No,
I don't know if he's ever going to be a good linebacker, though.
Dude, this guy tested really good, too.
Who?
Mike Washington.
I know.
That's what sucks. I said the Vikings should have just took him. Now they're stuck with what they've got.
So I had Wade Woodaz going 200 to the Panthers. Mike Washington, obviously, I was going a little bit earlier anyways. But like I was saying, I think if you're the Raiders, you want to make a strength a strength. And if you're going to center your offense around running the ball, you want to make sure that you're going to be able to run the ball, whether or not Genty's healthy or not. And maybe they just want to take a little bit of pressure off Genty just in general, which I know people aren't going to love for fantasy. But from an NFL perspective, it makes sense. Do we want to give Genty 300-plus carries, 350-plus carries a year? Or do we want to give him 250, make sure the offense is efficient, make sure he's healthy? If we actually are good, it is a little interesting that they really haven't drafted a pass catcher, though. I mean, like, obviously Brock Bowers is your number one target. But they don't really have a number two behind him.
I don't really understand. I mean, you might understand the pick, but I don't.
What, Washington?
Yeah. I
think from a football perspective, if you want your offense, the center of your offense being focused on ground and pound, you need to make sure that you have a competent running back behind your starter. If you don't want to, mainly it's just like, hey, if Ashton Genty goes down, we don't want our offense to fall flat on its face.
Well, then draft another receiver. I mean, shit.
But, I mean, like, they want to take as much pressure off of Mendoza early on as they can.
Well, they've got Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins can throw the ball.
We'll see how long it is before Mendoza starts. Let's put it that way. So,
yeah, I'm pretty sure in the contract, Kirk Cousins' contract probably has. We only want Kirk Cousins to start 8 games, and we want him to get the max contract. Also throw in, I don't know, a lot of deals. Any local stores that are around here, let's get him a lot of TV deals too.
Coles. You get $500 worth of Coles cash.
He is a corporate man. He is for sure. Like when he got to Minnesota, he was like, Minnesota's the best place I've ever lived in my entire life. There's this local donut shop. We'll never, ever eat donuts anywhere else. Then he goes to Atlanta and he says the same thing about another fucking donut shop.
Maybe it was better. Maybe it was better.
You can't do that. That's fucking crazy to me. Skylar Bell, there he goes.
Okay. So the Bears took Malik Muhammad out of Texas. I know a lot of people like Malik Muhammad. I'm not as big on him. Guy that could play inside, he could play outside. If he challenges Tyreek Stevenson year one, cool. If he doesn't, he's just depth at corner. Obviously, they return the same 3 corners, and Stevenson, Gordon, and Johnson. Obviously, Gordon and Johnson both have had a lot of injury history throughout their time in the NFL. Both are very good when they're healthy, but unfortunately, they're not always healthy. Skylar Bell to the Bills, though. Let's see. If you're dynasty rookie draft now, people might start sleeping on Skylar Bell, right? Because he went 4th round. And, 25th pick in the 4th round.
Yeah, I like him to the Bills, too.
He's a very similar player to Khalil Shakir. I think on paper, like coming out of college. Not saying right now, but coming out of college, I think he's a better prospect than Khalil Shakir was. Khalil Shakir went 5th round. But it'll be interesting to see. I mean, maybe they rode Skylar Bell as the Z, maybe Shakir in the slot, maybe they flip flop those guys a lot. I think he's a piece that could definitely help this team. I like Skylar Bell back when he was at Wisconsin. You know,
I think I got my team.
I like Skylar Bell when he was at Wisconsin, and he left Wisconsin because they didn't throw the ball at all, pretty much.
Yeah, the Badgers don't throw the ball; they run it.
Yep, exactly.
It's always been that way.
That's why he left.
It's always been that way. I don't even know why you'd ever sign there if you know
money.
I guess, but I like the money. But don't you want to have more highlights, reels? More video for future teams to see you that are going to pay you money. Temporary money is nothing. Oh, yeah, they're comparing him to Shakir right now on TV.
He's very similar. He's got more juice than Shakir, though. Ooh, the Bills picked twice in a row, right? The Bills made back-to-back.
I might be chasing this Skylar Bell kid.
I'm telling you, if people are sleeping on rookie drafts, like if you can get him around 3 rookie drafts just because people are sleeping all of a sudden, it's a good value.
I don't know, man. I think rookie drafts are going to be really weird this year now with a lot of these players kind of sharing going into these sharing roles.
Yeah, but there's going to be like some random running back that lands in like a good spot, like you're in the 4th or 5th round, and then people are going to like freak out over him, and he's going to do nothing.
Yeah, that's true. But Cam Scatterboot dropped to a team, and he ended up going in a lot of rookie drafts in like the 3rd round. He allowed him to start moving up. And I'm telling you, best of all, he wasn't moving up until later.
Yeah, but then like when people got on Scatterboot, they really got on Scatterboot in rookie drafts. Like he's going like early 2nd round because they're like, oh, he's only got to be out Tyrone Tracy or whatever. I'm like, Tracy's pretty good actually.
Yeah, Tracy's good.
Scatterboot's good too, though. But
yeah, he's good, but he's a Neanderthal.
The CTO brothers.
Yeah. He reminds me of Blake Griffin. Like he's just all whatever sport he's playing. He's like that. That's all he is. He doesn't think about anything else but that.
Oh, but the Bills made back-to-back good picks. So they picked Caleb Earlham's-Orr out of TCU, linebacker. He's one of my – I've said it for a while. He's one of my favorite day 3 picks. Good player in college. I think he was at Cal before TCU. Very good player. At the very least, he's going to be a really good special teams player early on. And I think he could be a starter. And this is a great landing spot for him. So if you're playing an IDP, pick him up. He might not start year 1. But year 2, year 3, he could be a starter for the Bills.
First team All Big 12, 130 tackles in 2025, 9th in FBS.
He's good. He's really good. He's quick. He's instinctive.
Oh, yeah, he's really fast.
Like the question mark about like the thing like people were questioning about him going in the combine was like how fast was he? And then he tested really well. And it's like, okay, like why wouldn't he?
Does he play middle linebacker? That's what a majority of his highlights have been from that spot. He comes up every time he's coming up the middle. It's every single time, and you see him.
I think last year he was the Mike, and I think Nadim Adobazar. I think he was off ball. I had to think though which was which, because both were college all-star game guys. So it's like
a lot of the highlights they just showed of him was him literally coming up the middle or him dropping back to the center and kind of
he's good
in that watch.
He's good. He
looks fast. I mean,
I had him going to the Broncos at 108, so this is a little bit of a value, but like same round. But I also had him in both these in both situations. He was going to a team where he could eventually compete for their starting spot.
You said you have Roller Coaster Tycoon. That's the division you picked?
Yes. So, for the Madison one, there were the two that were available were Roller Coaster Tycoon, where I could get the pick that I wanted. Otherwise, it was Kingdom Hearts. I know a lot of people like Kingdom Hearts, but I never like really played it. So like I don't really have that attachment to it. I played Roller Coaster Tycoon a bunch as a kid.
Oh yeah, that's a good game.
I know the other one. I know the other one for Madison was the Pokemon Division, but that one got snatched up like super quick. So like by the time I bought my ticket, it was already snatched up.
Yeah, there was a Pokemon Division 2. Andrew Lupo, he's in that division, but I was like, nah, dude, I'm a Spyro guy. I like Pokemon. That was fun, but I remember back in the day as a kid playing Spyro like every single day on PlayStation 1, baby.
Yeah, that Roller Coaster Tycoon, it was like one of the first games that I had on PlayStation 2.
Oh, you had I think when I had Roller Coaster Tycoon, we had it on computer.
Yeah, there's a PC one too, but I think mine was on PlayStation 2. It was fun. You got to like mess around with rides, and then you got to play like the arcades. And I remember there was like you could play like the mini games too. Like you could like get the whack-a-mole thing and then go through and try to whack the duck or whatever it was, or the mole.
I just liked setting up the roller coaster that would go up and then come back, and I would just launch them fuckers off of it.
And you got to charge like the prices for everything too, and then you got to see like how many, like if your prices were too much, like nobody would come to the park, and then like if your prices were too cheap, there was like a line out the wazoo. Hey, Carver Willis goes to the 49ers here.
People barfing all over your park.
Yeah, so Carver Willis goes to 49ers here. He played tackle in college mainly. I think he's a guard at the pro level, but he was one of those guys when we were talking about the offensive lineman that I really liked. I liked the film that he had on the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. I think he definitely held his own there. I think he looks really good if you play him at guard. And the 49ers are a team that do have a little bit of a hole at guard. So would I be shocked if he comes in and competes for that spot year one? No. But I also wouldn't be shocked if he's, their sixth offensive lineman year one either. So should we be like Family Feud? Good answer. Good pick. I will see. So Carver Willis, I go 175 to the Raiders. Goes a little bit earlier than I thought, but another team that could definitely use the offensive line depth.
Dun, 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 dun.
So the Bengals are up now. The Bengals could go a lot of different directions still. They could go more offensive line, which has kind of been something that's happened a little bit here. They could go with another linebacker. I think they already picked a safety, right?
Who are we talking about? The Bengals? Bengals.
Teams. Just click teams at the top. Bengals. So they pick Cassius Howell as the edge rusher. Takari. So they picked the corner, and they picked the center. Oh, no. That was the pick right now. Connor lose the pick right here. That's the pick that just happened. Connor Lou.
Yeah, you need a center. What do you think about him? Because they got to keep Joe Burrow up, dude.
So Connor Lou was a guy that was projected to be a late first, early second round pick. Obviously, he got injured, so it's a redshirt year for him. They say what you want about the Bengals. Say what you want about the Bengals offensive line. They were decent last year. The play that Joe Burrow actually got hurt on, right?
He was running outside.
It was kind of on him, and it was also the defensive end bent his ankle backwards, like pretty dirtily, like on the play. It wasn't really the offensive tackle that blew the assignment there. They got Ted Karras at center. Ted Karras has been an above average center for them. He is a great guy to learn from at center too. I don't think he's a little bit older in age now at this point in time, obviously. So you get the replacement center of the future in Connor Lou. He could also maybe play guard. Karras could play guard too as well. He's played guard and center when he was with the Patriots. So he gives you a little bit of flexibility there. I think Connor Lou coming off injury, it's probably just a redshirt rookie year for him anyways. But you're getting the value in the fourth round where he probably would have gone like second round if he was healthy. Yeah. So with all that being said, you get a guy that's a value. He gets to learn behind Ted Karras, who is a really good veteran to learn from, not because he's a really good center, but because he's experienced a lot of things. He's a really smart player, and he's going to help you learn the NFL game at a decent level and maximize kind of what you have. Connor Liu, based on his physical traits, should be an upgraded center in time over Ted Karras.
Yeah, they definitely gotta keep Burrow healthy. Whatever they can do to keep him healthy, man, because you don't want him to basically be Andrew Luck. Dude is getting rocked. And he's so talented, it's crazy. Like last year, if you even watch Joe Burrow, like after coming back from injury, if he would have put his pace for what he was, after he came back, starting the year, dude, he would have probably broke. What did they had him at? 40 touchdowns, I think they had him at.
Yeah, well, like
30. Yeah, I was like that. He would have smashed that.
So the Panthers taking cornerback Will Lee, the third out of Texas A&M. I liked him quite a bit. He's a bigger physical corner. He's more of that traditional big physical corner mold where he didn't test very well, though. So that's kind of like the concern there. Is Evero still the defensive coordinator in Carolina? I can't remember. I wouldn't be Evero, Elijah Evero. I think he is. But Will Lee here is going to be a depth piece. The Panthers obviously have J.C. Horn and they have Michael Jackson at corner.
Michael Jackson.
Or Mike Jackson, however you want to call him. But those guys have been decent. Obviously, J.C. Horn does have the long injury history, so having a guy, J.C. Horn is a bigger physical corner. Having a guy that's a big physical corner behind him for when he goes down makes some sense. The difference there, obviously, is J.C. Horn is a physical specimen. Will Lee is, you're more of your average to below average big corner in terms of testing measurables. But he's a guy he's battle tested. He's playing the SEC for years now. So he's a guy, if he goes out there, he's probably not going to blow up your defense completely. But I wanted him to test better than he did, and he just didn't. So let's put it that way. So we're at pick 129 is where we were, where Will Lee got picked. I had him going 118 to the Lions because the Lions like those bigger physical corners, so that made some sense to me. So it's in the same range, though.
They say he's inconsistent on the 50-50 ball, Will Lee.
I mean, every corner is inconsistent on 50-50 balls. That's why they're 50-50 balls. The wide receiver should win those most of the time anyway, so it's not like a big deal there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why you're not a wide receiver.
Like he's a big physical corner. Like I said, he's not the greatest athlete, but he's also played at a high level. Played at a decently high level in one of the top conferences in college football. So
it looks like he makes a lot of disruptive plays, though, from what they were showing.
Yeah, I mean, all you need him to be right now is a backup, and just insurance for one of those guys get hurt. If he turns into more, great. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
What?
Dolphins pick Trey Moore, the edge rusher out of Texas. He's kind of a wild card, honestly. I can't remember exactly how he tested, though. We're kind of in that edge rusher tested territory where, like, a lot of these guys I'm not super excited about, but if Trey Moore develops into something, obviously there's going to be opportunities there with the Dolphins because the Dolphins, they have holes everywhere. So if you can show a little bit of something, you can get on the field. Genesis Smith out of Arizona going to the Chargers. He's a decent safety. They obviously needed a safety. I had them mocked Emmanuel McNeil-Warren in the first round. Obviously that didn't happen. They need some help at safety. I don't know that I would want to throw Genesis Smith out there on the field year one, though.
Genesis. Was there just a trade? Did the Saints just make a trade?
Yeah. I think the Dolphins traded up too, and then there's been a couple trades here. We're missing our unpaid intern.
Yeah. All right, so we got Saints, San Francisco 49ers. We got Falcons, Colts, and Saints. So that's our next 5 picks.
Yeah, so Saints obviously still have some holes. They could patch up the offensive line a little bit more. They could definitely use a corner still. They could maybe use a safety. You could get a younger linebacker in there to go with that. They kind of have, if you really want to draft another wide receiver, you could definitely do that because their wide receiver room headed into the draft. It was Chris Olave. It was Mason Tipton. It was, God, what the heck's that guy's name? Devon Bailey, the big 6'5" slot guy.
Bailey who came from Broncos.
He came from the Broncos. They overpaid for him, and
they've Bailey.
Yeah, he's almost 27 already. He played at Utah. He had his Mormon mission. He had like an extra year too. So it's like by the time he was drafted, he was already 25. But he's the guy that he didn't do a lot at Utah, mainly because Utah runs the ball a lot too, But he tested really well. But Saints have I feel like this happens every year where these Saints have kind of like one of these odd drafts. You look at it like afterwards and you're like, I don't really like their draft.
Oh. Mike the Water Boy was hanging out in the locker room there for the Chargers.
And then we get back to the 49ers. The 49ers have already taken running back, wide receiver, offensive line. Did they take a linebacker?
Who?
Otherwise, I think they could probably take another linebacker, especially trading D Winters. They traded D Winters away. They brought Dre Greenlaw, my boy, back though. So
they've got a tight end, defensive tackle, and
that's the Saints. Yeah. So the Saints obviously went Jordan Tyson. They got Oscar Delp as a kind of replacement plan for Jawan Johnson if need be. And then Christian Miller was a good pick. So honestly, the Saints usually draft a little weird, but this is actually probably one of their better drafts. It really just depends on what you feel about Oscar Delp. I'm not like crazy about him. I think those guys I'd rather have later, but he had the pedigree coming out of high school. Didn't really live up to the hype at Georgia. Jeremiah Wright, I can't even say the other Auburn guard because Connor Lewin, who was a center. They also have another guy named Dylan Wade that has a potential to go probably later day 3. And Dylan Wade tested better, I think, too. Jeremiah Wright, a little bit more physical offensive guard. I don't think I had him getting drafted, if I'm being honest. The Saints obviously have a type for offensive linemen. Their type is usually traditionally a little bit different than some of the traditional teams, especially in terms of interior offensive linemen. They usually have had a decent rate of finding guys later, so I can't really. What?
You just took a guard.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking about. So they've had a decent rate of hitting on most of those guys, but not like where they become really good players, but like decent players.
Did we just get another trade? Did the Ravens just trade up?
I think so. Yeah, because the 49ers were on the clock before.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of little trades here and there because it's like, go get your guy.
Yeah. Go get your guy. Doblotsky.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think. Like football, cancer is a game of inches. Small gains, daily work. And when you add up all those inches, 100 years ago, no one would insure cars for military members. So a group of soldiers backed each other. Today, we're still serving the military and their families with those same values.
What do you got going on tonight?
Probably got to go through and do MLB DFS stuff for the week, map out and whatnot. Probably, laundry and stuff and get caught up too, because this obviously takes up a big chunk of the weekend too. So the Ravens did trade in here. Obviously, when we're talking day 3, picks are usually a bit quicker, but sometimes like when the trades happen, things get a little bit delayed a little bit because they have to announce the trade. Hey,
Yep.
Matthew. Okay, this is
There.
I like Matthew Hibner quite a bit. I believe no, that was the other SMU tight end, RJ Maryland. His dad played in the NFL. But Matthew Hibner out of SMU, he's a very interesting prospect because he's a guy that can get open in the field. He's a little bit athletic. He can block. He can do a little bit of everything, you know. So talking to a guy that's going to come in behind Mark Andrews. They lost Isaiah Likely. They lost Charlie Collar. So there's opportunities to be had there because they are a team that likes to use, you know, those multiple tight end sets. Ravens draft is very interesting. They're going a lot heavy on offense, though. They got the two big
guys. A bunch of guys, you know, they let go of. I mean, and their head coach. I mean, they did. Might as well just rebuild what you want, right?
Yeah, but it's interesting because it was Jesse Mentor that came over as the head coach now, who is a defensive guy, and then they're adding all the offense, which is you don't always see that. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't though, because like sometimes when your head coach is defense, then they're like, well, we'll get a bunch of good offensive players because I know I can get the most out of whatever defensive guys I bring in. And then you got kind of the opposite, which is like, I'm a defensive guy. I want to get my defensive guys in here first. But when you look at the Ravens too, you know, they had a down year on defense, but they brought in Trey Hendrickson. Their defensive line that had a lot of injuries last year should be healthier. You get year 2 of Mike Green. You got Zion Young in the draft. So maybe you're feeling a little bit better there. Obviously, the secondary is going to be good because you got Nate Wiggins, you got Marlon Humphrey, you got Kyle Hamilton, you got all those guys. Malachi Starks they took last year too. So maybe you feel confident in that. You kind of feel confident in what you got. Roquan Smith in the middle. And then you just get the new look with Jesse Minter. Maybe the defense looks a little bit better again because they have the talent on defense. They just didn't produce last year. So maybe you're getting your more firepower on offense. You're hoping that just Jesse Minter coming in changes the way the defense looks enough that it's a little bit more productive again, and then you have a good season. I think Hibner's a good pick, though. I really like Hibner. I liked what he showed in the Collegiate All-Star Games circuit. I believe he was in 2 of them, I believe. I can't remember which ones exactly off the top of my head, but I definitely liked what he showed in the game that he played in that I watched. Like, once again, I can't remember if that was the Hula Bowl, the American Bowl. I think it was the American Bowl. But definitely an interesting prospect. And they traded up for him, too, so that says a little bit of something.
There's so many different bowls now. It's crazy.
Well, there is, because there's always been the Hula Bowl, the Shrine Bowl, and kind of the Senior Bowl. Those were the 3 main ones. This year they had the American Bowl, which is kind of like – it's almost like a second Hula Bowl in a way, which is interesting. And it's between the Hula Bowl and the Shrine Bowl. There is the Collegiate All-Star Game Showcase, which a lot of those guys go out and they just kind of – it's like a dummy practice, like showcase type thing. Most of those guys probably aren't getting drafted. It's just guys trying to get a shot for a tryout pretty much. And then there's the Dream Bowl, which is like worse. It's like a step between the showcase and the Hula Bowl. Most of those guys aren't getting drafted. Most of them are trying to get, you know, either a tryout for the NFL teams or, you know, get into the CFL, UFL, something like that, or even one of the European leagues. There's so many football leagues out there now. Like if you're a football player and you want to keep playing, there's so many opportunities because you got the CFL, you got the UFL, you got the NFL, obviously. You got all these leagues in Europe now. Australian football, we're not really going to count that one because there's super different rules there. And then all the arena leagues that are currently.
Oh, yeah.
The indoor football league and then the regular like arena league.
Women's football now too in Minnesota is about to start.
Yeah, so the Falcons took Kendall Daniels out of Oklahoma here, linebacker. He's kind of, I think initially at one point he was listed as a safety. Now he's kind of like linebacker, edge rusher. He's an interesting developmental project is what he is. I don't know if the Falcons need him to be much of anything early on. But, you know, if you can go out there and throw him out on special teams, develop him for a little while, and he turns into something, great. If he doesn't, you know, it's a 4th-round pick. And we're at pick 34 of the 4th-round picks. So we're past the regular 4th-round picks. We're into the comp pick range anyways. So this is between the 4th and 5th round anyways. So like these guys, like if they don't really turn into anything, it's not the end of the world either.
Seven and a half sacks, 31.5. What's TFL?
Tackle for loss.
Okay, tackle for loss. 5 intercept. Damn it.
However, the very next pick, though,
Wow.
very next pick, I hate the Colts. I hate the Colts, man. So they took CJ Allen earlier, right? And now they're like pretty much gifted Bryce Bodicher here, or Bordicher. I can't remember how to say his name. He's a linebacker out of Oregon. Very interesting kid. He played baseball and football at Oregon, right? He was actually drafted into the MLB, but then gave up. He essentially gave up football or baseball now. He focused primarily on football last year. He is pretty good. You know, he's got good athleticism. You know, a guy that played like pitcher and outfield for the baseball team, playing linebacker. So like, imagine an outfielder playing linebacker. Obviously, he kind of bulked up. He's still working on some of his football instincts and everything too. But you're talking about a guy that maybe 2-3 years from now could be a really good football player.
Maybe.
But, you know, if you get him and CJ Allen next to each other and that works out, that's going to look really good for, 5 years or so. They definitely need help at linebacker, though. Especially, they lost Zaire Franklin. They got rid of to the Falcons.
Heck yeah, dude, that was awesome. They had a fan come out for the Colts and he's from Germany, international fan. And he announced it. He announced the pick in German. It's awesome. Well, it was in Dutch, I guess I should say. Their language is so aggressive. It's awesome.
9.
It's just so aggressive. It could be like the nicest stuff too, and it just sounds like you're just so hateful.
Yeah, so we're back to the Saints now, and the Saints just took Jeremiah Wright. I feel like though the Saints kind of go back and forth every year. It's like they make some good picks, and then they make some picks that you're like, why? So the last pick was kind of one of those why picks. So now I feel like this should be a good one. I will say too, like for anybody that did check out my 7-round mock draft, obviously greatly appreciated. But when I do 7-round mock drafts, I don't put kickers, punters, and long snappers in there. I just don't put special teams guys in there because it's so difficult to figure out where those guys get mocked.
Yeah,
like where they'll actually go, and even then, like they're going to competitions, and it's like I'd rather just get more names of players that are playing regular positions, at least into the mock. Not saying there's anything wrong with kickers or punters or long snappers getting drafted. It obviously happens every year, but it's also very hard to predict where they're going to get picked every year too as well. Like a lot of years, they go late. Some years they go 4th round. Sometimes you get Sebastian Janikowski going in the 1st round. Some years you get some years you get God, what was that guy's name? Roberto Aguayo getting drafted in the 2nd round for the Buccaneers, and then he was terrible for 2 years. Like it's just simpler for me to not include those positions. Not that they're not valuable positions. But obviously there'll be I'd probably say 2 or 3 kickers drafted, probably 3 to 4 punters drafted, maybe 1 or 2 long snappers, if I had to guess. At some point between now and the end of the day. It's also like the same thing. Like I don't put fullbacks in my draft because it's like, are they going to get drafted?
Are they going to get drafted? What's up, Pete?
Pete!
I'm making the list right now as we speak for the tops break.
What do you think about the Bears picking Malik Mohammed? You missed my whole little spiel about Xavier Thomas too.
And how the Packers are making better picks than the Bears.
Yeah, unfortunately.
In the NFC North, who's got the worst picks right now? And who isn't the Vikings? I actually went back and looked some of the players that the Vikings picked, and I am actually not mad at it. The corner that they took or the safety that they took, that dude looks like a legit dog. Like he looks like he is going to attack the football.
He's interesting. He's interesting for sure. He's kind of big and fast, but he doesn't always know where he's going.
I think it was him. No, there was another cat. I think it was our second pick, our second linebacker that we got.
They took Golday. Did they take it? They took 2 linebackers?
I thought so.
At this point, I don't know what the Bears are doing anymore. Well, Pete, Xavier Thomas, obviously, a lot of Bears fans are like, why did they take him? Obviously, he went super early. I think he's supposed to play the Khalif Royman role in the offense. So for anybody that's kind of listening to this again, I'm trying not to go too far down it.
I think it was Galday, Jake Galday.
Yeah, he's good. But he was the only linebacker they took.
I think it was him who was like, he already had gear. He had a Minnesota Viking shirt already on. Like he knew where he was going. Like he knew he was going there. Like he was ready.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of times you have like a feeling like there's 3 to 4 teams that are super interested in you. So like maybe like, hey, maybe you put out a Viking shirt. I don't know.
He did a little Twitter interview on there, and a lot of people are excited about him. He seems like he's ready to come here and play.
He's a good dude. I don't know if he'll start day one next to Cashman because they still got Eric Wilson. Eric Wilson's a very capable veteran. But at the very least, I think he's going to learn a lot. Eric Wilson's a great guy to teach younger linebackers too, because he's been around. He's been with multiple teams. He knows the game very well. Like people overrate like, hey, you should learn from somebody that's a great player. Sometimes you learn more from the guy that's struggled. They stuck around for a long time and they maximize the most out of what they've had. Hey, Bryce Lance goes
another receiver for the Saints.
Hopefully he ends up better than his brother, Trey Lance. Bryce Lance's crazy story, though. Well, I can't.
They went to the same college too.
Yep, he's really good. He's really fast. He's like in the 4th round. This like the comp pick of the 4th round. This is a really good pick, honestly. I had him mocked to the Browns, but obviously the Browns took 2 other wide receivers earlier on, so they don't need him at this point. They got. So let's see. They got Jordan Tyson. They got Bryce Lance. They got Chris Olave. That's a wide receiver core now. You know.
Yeah, I know. I that's why last night when they drafted another receiver, I'm like, all right, I'm now with what they did, ETN, and now them bringing in Bryce Lance. I think Tyler Shook, man, he could be a fun guy that you can kind of get later in drafts.
It'll be interesting to see what they do. Obviously, Bryce Lance will be their deep threat option. That's what he did really well at North Dakota State. Obviously, you hate to helmet scout, but he played a similar type of role at Ohio or at North Dakota State as Christian Watson did. Similar body type, similar type of testing. Not saying he's Christian Watson because I think Christian Watson's better. But, a guy that can do similar things. And I think he's a guy that can still develop a little bit more too. So if you have him, if you have Tyson, if you have Olave, you got a wide receiver trio now. I think I think all this probably hurts Olave though, but I've never been a big Olave guy though.
I like Olave. I still think he's going to do good. I think this kind of keeps him. I think this is better for him because it'll keep him healthy. That's what I like it for.
They might not need him to do as much, but obviously he was valuable last year because he drew a crap ton of targets. And he's not going to have as many targets now, so he's going to have to learn to be more efficient in those targets. And I think, Bryce Lance with his size, Jordan Tyson being able to do the things that he can do, it's probably going to eat into the touchdown production as well.
Tyler Shook. There's been a run on Bryce's. The Bryce's are.
That's true.
Run on Bryce's.
So next up, we got the Cowboys. The Cowboys, they can do anything. I wouldn't be surprised if they go offensive line here, though. I don't think they've attacked offensive line at all in this draft, and like their line's not bad, but it also would be nice to have a little bit better depth. Then we get back to the Dolphins. Maybe the Dolphins will take another wide receiver or tight end. I love it. No, they did take the blocking tight end out of Ohio State.
Yep, they did.
Why? I don't know. That's like the equivalent of taking a fullback. Maybe he will play fullback for them. They did lose Al Kingold. That's true.
Midway, I'm gonna have to pop a pizza in.
Papa Pizza, Papa Murphy's.
Yesterday I had tacos. That shit was so good. Oh. Tripa. The place I get tacos from is literally in the same parking lot as where I bowl. I love it. So like as soon as I'm done bowling, I've had a couple beers, get me some tacos, come home, and I'm happy.
Give me them tacos.
No, the tacos at this place are their corn tortillas are so fresh. Everything's so good. They make their own salsa or like their own hot sauce. You can either get the green sauce, which is pretty fucking hot, or you can get this like orange red sauce, which is it's hot, but it's got like the flavor is just so good. It's so perfect. Oh yeah. And I like too when they ask you, they don't ask you what type of meat you like. They say what type of protein.
Protein.
Let me get that tripa. I tried tongue the other day. It actually is pretty good, but it looks really weird.
Yeah.
It looks like muscle, you know, it looks like a muscle.
Yeah.
All sorts of membranes and shit in there. It's like it just looks really weird, but it tastes good. If you don't look at it, it tastes real good.
If you don't look at it, it's great. Okay, now that we had that discussion, we need a player in the draft like that. As long as you don't watch him play, he's great.
He's great as long as you don't look at him. Just don't look at it.
Is that Taylon Green, the quarterback out of Arkansas? Just don't watch him play on a down-to-down basis. He's great otherwise.
He'll make some stops.
No, the quarterback.
Oh, quarterback. He said
Like
corner.
the guy that ran like a 4.36.
Oh yeah.
Hey, look, there's a Cowboys pick if I've ever seen one. LT Overtone out of Alabama. So he's an edge rusher for them. He's a bigger edge rusher. I don't know what he's doing, honestly, because I think he bulked up prior to the combine. Let me see the official measurements on LT Overtone again, though, before I talk. Because I think the ESPN one might even have like his college size, you know? So at the combine, right, LT Overtone came in at 287 pounds as an edge rusher, a defensive end. He played at Alabama at 274, which is a little bit bigger for an edge rusher already. And then he said, hey, I'm going to gain 13 pounds.
No, you can't be doing that.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets converted to defensive tackle. I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, okay, so I think the Cowboys just moved on from Osa Odighizuwa, right? He was kind of a similar guy too. He was a little bit of a tweener between the end and defensive tackle, but he was probably like 5-6 pounds heavier at least. So I wouldn't be shocked if they try to use him in a similar type of role. Well, let's see what the Cowboys have so far, though. So the Cowboys so far, they took Caleb Downs at 11, which was a good pick. They took Malachi Lawrence, edge rusher. So they've taken 3 edge rushers now, the Cowboys have. They took Malachi Lawrence, Jashawn Barham, and LT Overtone. So I think based on that, either Barham's going to get moved back to linebacker or Overtone's getting moved to D-end. Or not D-end, D-tackle, excuse me. I don't really love this Cowboys draft, honestly.
The crazy thing is yes, from yesterday they said if they were to stop right now, the Cowboys won the draft.
I mean, I like Malachi Lawrence. I like Caleb Downs quite a bit. I have question marks about Jason Barham. I don't know about this LT Overton pick. Like, I think you have to move him to D tackle if you're taking him with what you already taken. And
LT Ovaltine.
Overton.
I know.
I believe the Dolphins traded up for this pick too. So they took Kyle Lewis, the linebacker, out of Pitt. And I really like Kyle Lewis a bit. He is a guy, he's undersized as a linebacker, though. He played like a lot in the slot for Pitt too. It's kind of like a big safety, undersized linebacker. I thought he was going to test better at the combine than he did. So, like, especially the 40-yard dash. So we didn't quite get that. He stayed like one-on-ones in coverage versus the running backs at the Senior Bowl. Running backs always dominate that drill. He got pass breakups. He got interceptions on that drill. Linebackers almost never do that. At the very least, he's a good sub-package linebacker who's going to be good on special teams. If he develops into more than that, you're talking a very good fourth-round pick. Now we get the 49ers who traded out of their last pick, I think. Right?
Got a lot of the international fans coming out, which is pretty cool.
Okay, so now we get the San Francisco 49ers taking Ephesians Pricesock, who is the other Washington corner, another kind of big physical guy. He's not as athletically gifted as Takario Davis was. I know some people like him better than Takario Davis, at least last year for the Washington tape. He's a little bit different than I think what the 49ers have in their current cornerback room. So, like, you get a bigger guy. They have DeAndre Lamore. They have, who's the other guy? The Florida State guy. I can't think of his name right now. And then Upton Stop played the side. So, kind of a depth.
Pricesock.
Yes. He's a bigger guy.
Ephesians, like from the Bible?
Yes, like from the Bible.
What the hell's wrong with these parents nowadays? Just name your child something normal. Like Bryce.
Nah.
I even like Kendall. Like, that's a cool name. That's a girl's name, though.
But, yeah, he's going to be kind of their fourth corner, probably.
I even like Jeremiah. That's sick. That's from the Bible, isn't it?
But he is going to be the depth corner for them. He's a little bit different than what they got already, though. So I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, because I kind of like obviously it's good to have something different than you already have. But, like, let's just say he's your backup outside boundary corner. Do you want him being, like, way different than Lamore or Florida State guy whose name escapes me right now? Renardo Green. I guess he's probably closer to Renardo Green if he has to play that spot, but
so this guy, at least the one good thing is he doesn't have injury problems.
Yeah.
He started every single game for Washington. What the hell was that quarterback thinking? Was that Rutgers? That dude threw it right to him. He was looking at him. He's like, "Here, you want it?"
Was it this year?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good quarterback too.
He literally looked at him. It was a corner. You got your wide receiver in the back right corner waiting there, and then the safety was literally just sitting right in front of corner, sitting right in front of him, just like this.
Yeah,
the quarterback throws it right to him.
Yeah, you probably don't like their quarterback though, Rutgers quarterback.
Why?
He used to be the Gophers quarterback. Ethan Kelly at Manis.
He's no Brosman.
Brosman.
Yeah.
Well, Brosman replaced him, so because he transferred to Rutgers. And then Brosman came over. Colby Young is the final pick of the fourth round out of Georgia. I think he's the bigger wide receiver out of the Georgia wide receivers. I guess he's something different. He's something kind of different than what the Bengals have, but I don't think he's the pick that I would make here. I don't think I had him getting drafted. A seventh round guy, priority free agent is probably where I would have been on him, but If they like him, they like him. Maybe they try to convert him to tight end. I don't know. He got to gain a lot of weight, though, if he did that. Let me just double check that that's the big wide receiver. Texans are up first in the 5th round. Yeah, Colby Young's the 6'5", 218 one.
Colby Young, a wide receiver.
You know what I would say? Put on 25 pounds and go play tight end. That's what I would tell him to do.
Go put on how much weight?
25.
He's 218 pounds.
Yeah, so he's got to get to at least 243. Go play tight end.
He played
I would not
at
draft. What?
He played at Lackawanna.
I don't know.
He looks it's so hard to tell. He looks slow, but then he looks I can't tell if that was
I don't know. He's a guy that's like, I think he'd be 7th round priority free agent. So taking him here is kind of a little bit of a reach. But like I said, once you get kind of like 150 in this draft, like or close to the 150 range, it's kind of like anybody's.
How is he beating corners? I'm watching him and he's so slow. He's just nonchalantly running and he like shift out, dude. He looks like he's just there to be there. I'll catch the ball if you throw it my way.
It's kind of like you remember JJ Arcega-Whiteside?
Yeah.
He's kind of like him, but he's not, but he doesn't win all the 50-50 balls. Like that was the only thing JJ was good at. Like he won so many 50-50 balls. And that's when he had KJ Castillo as his quarterback, and KJ Castillo made him look really good. And then unfortunately, KJ Castillo had a long list of injury history after that. And it was never the same. Never. I love that guy as a quarterback. Like the 1 year at Stanford, and it's just like dude got hurt so much and then just never was the same.
Yeah, you'll have that.
Get over to the 5th round, buddy.
I'm going.
You already missed the Texans pick.
It's on the clock right here. You got
No, it's not. We got Kamari Ramsey. We got Kamari Ramsey in the 5th round. Suckers.
Here you go.
Which is kind of cool because we already had Kalen Bullock out of USC. So now we got another corner, or we got another safety. And technically, the Texans don't need him to play like right away or anything, you know. Good depth safety because they got Reed Blankenship already and Kalen Bullock and Jalen Petrie in the slot. Make a strength the strength. And Titans picked Fernando Carmona, the guard out of Arkansas. I don't have anything like really insightful to say about Carmona. He was okay-ish in one drills at the Senior Bowl. This is pretty much where I would have him get drafted, similar to this range, I think, you know. Titans obviously could use more offensive line help. You're still watching freaking Colby Young, aren't you?
Yeah, it took so long for them to Kamari Ramsey one. Took forever.
Yeah. We're up to Carmona for the Titans, which they need help on the offensive line.
Fernando.
I had him as a borderline draftable guy, but I don't think he's anything great.
Kalen Bullock, they hit it big. Little polar opposite player. He's an unbelievable tackler, not that center fielder. A Sierra Canyon guy who didn't play basketball, Kamari Ramsey. He was the Titans' latest pick. So Pittsburgh, with the 142nd.
What's next?
Cardinals are next. I feel like the Cardinals haven't drafted in a long time, though. Is their last pick person back?
3 foot or 316 pounds, 6'4".
For Fernando Carmona?
Yeah.
Like I said, he's the borderline draftable guy to me. I think technically I didn't have him get drafted in my mock.
I didn't like that. I don't like how he guards.
He tries to play with power, but he loses his speed a lot.
Yeah, like dude, it looks like when you have to like when someone's pushing you and you have to like put your weight forward and your legs stretch out like this so you can like try to get as much grasp on the ground as you can. and you just look stiff and you're falling forward till you put your weight on the guy. That's what he looks like. He does.
I think he's a guy that needs to be coached up.
Boom.
So let's see. Oh, they did take Caleb Proctor. So far the Cardinals are up, right? So
Yep.
they've taken Jeremiah Love, Chase Basantes, Carson Beck, and Caleb Proctor. They could still address offensive line more. They could add defensive back if they wanted to. They still could use a linebacker, honestly.
Have you seen the footballers' reaction to the draft this year?
Who?
The fantasy footballers?
Nope.
Oh, they are not happy.
The Cardinals fans, man.
They are not happy with the draft. They hate the Carson Beck pick. They hated the Jeremiah Love pick.
I mean, if you're a Cardinals fan, I think you should hate the Jeremiah Love pick. I also think you should hate the who you brought in as your coaches too. So if I was a Cardinals fan, I probably would just wouldn't watch football the next 3 years.
So Utah got a hockey team now? I saw the Mammoth.
Yeah. What?
The Mammoth?
Yeah, I think that was this year.
I saw a video of a bunch of people that were like trading in their Vegas jerseys for Mammoth jerseys. I do like that hockey's expanding. It's a fun sport. But we got to keep the trophy in America, not Canada.
America.
Which
Land that I love.
It's really dumb to say because Canada is also in America. If
North
you want to
America.
get technical. I know. If you want to get technical.
We need a Mexican hockey team.
That would be interesting. I mean, if Florida can have two very successful ones,
Mexico City.
Mexico should be able to have one.
I don't think they'd like hockey though. Down there. Be a good way to launder money though.
Oh, come on. These commercial breaks are terrible.
Yeah, they're making this Cardinals pick take 5 years.
Yeah.
I almost want to go to Twitter to see if I can find it now.
We don't care about the Cardinals pick. Dude,
Maybe
the Browns have what? The Browns have 4 picks here, the next like 8 picks.
Yeah, they've been collecting picks because they suck.
All right, Vikings got 1, 2 in this round. We'll see what your Texans got. The 1. I think that's it, bub. I think you're done this round for the round unless they trade in. The Texans are done this round unless they trade in.
Yep. I don't see anything for the Cardinals pick yet. Everybody on Twitter, it's just them making fun of the Carson Beck pick stuff. I've never seen a guy so hated. Like honestly, though, like,
the memes I see going around right now are pictures of John Belushi or not Belushi, Steve Buscemi as Carson Beck because his face looks similar.
I've just never. I don't remember like somebody getting drafted that like everybody hated so much for like, and it's not like.
I don't know. Wasn't Stetson Bennett kind of hated by a lot of people just because of how he acted in college?
Yeah, but Stetson Bennett at least was like a drunk. Like
yeah,
he get DUIs and shit all the time. But Stetson Bennett was like more like they made fun of him because he was like 25 already. They're like, oh, he went to college for like 8 years, type thing, you know, like that he was dumb type thing. Oh, Reggie Virgil. Well, that was a borderline draftable guy that didn't test super well. So, yeah. Good luck with that. We waited that long for that. Like, okay, here's the thing, right? The Cardinals should get like a slot wide receiver because you got Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr. And what do you draft? Another big wide receiver. Like, draft a freaking Deion Burks or something like that at least. You know what I mean? Draft a guy that can play in the slot. Draft somebody that's quick. Draft somebody that can change the dynamic of your offense. What do you draft? A big wide receiver that you hope blocks for you, probably. Well, let's just say this Cardinal staff's going to lose their jobs pretty quickly. They got a plan. Their plan sucks. Like, I thought the hires sucked to begin with, and then it's also like the hires suck to begin with, and then their plan also sucks. They're like, how can we make this worse?
How can we make this worth?
Everybody has, we come in and everybody has super low expectations for us. How can we make it worse? Why do you, like, you might as well just keep Jonathan Gannon at that point in time. Like, honestly, like, he was a great head coach. Obviously, he got into it with, who was that, Deer Mercado or whatever? He put his hands on him or whatever, and everybody freaked out about it. It's like, it's really not that big of a deal, honestly.
Where
It's
did
not like-
DiMercado go again?
I don't know.
I
maybe?
liked no, he went to the Chiefs, and I liked his landing spot.
Okay. Well, yeah, KW3 now.
Well, I know, but he has
Yeah.
injury issues.
So the Panthers drafted Sam Heck, the Kansas State center. This is a really good pick. They lost Cade Mays, who played really well for them last year, to the Lions. I can't remember what their plan at center was. He could start for them, though. You get a potential starting center in the 5th round. That's really good value. You know?
Yeah, I mean, and you got, especially with I mean, I like Bryce Young. I like Bryce Young. He's short, but I still think that he's got the ability to be a great quarterback. He does make good decisions.
So right now, their plan at center is Luke Fortner, who played decent for the Saints last year after some of their other interior offense linemen went down. I was hit or miss on Fortner when it was that draft year, honestly. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sam Heck beats him out over time this year. But, maybe by year 2, he could be the starter, if nothing else. So they've addressed the offensive line pretty well. I would say the Panthers have. They got Brazel at wide receiver. I think if I'm the Panthers now, you need to start taking some shots on defense, though.
Nick Barrett, South Carolina, defensive tackle.
Did I have him get drafted or not? That's a good question. I always mess up his name if it's Barrett or Barnett, though, for some reason.
Barrett.
Yep. So I had him going 2-11 to the Ravens. So he's a draftable guy, day 3 guy.
You inspire us to chase a higher standard because the greatest measure of an automobile is how it makes you feel.
Oh, I wonder what time we'll be done today. Probably by 5, you think?
Yeah, probably around 5 or so.
I'm going bowling again today. I'm starting to figure out my ball, dude. I spent a lot of money on that shit, but I thought of it this way too, and I'm like, it's actually cheaper than golf though, because golf could buy a brand new driver. What's that? $300 to $500.
400-ish.
Yeah, my bowling ball. I got a bowling ball and I got it drilled and plugged, and it cost me like $320 or something like that. But the last time I bought a brand new bowling ball, and I never bought it. It was my mom. When I was like 13 as a bowler. I've just had hand-me-downs, and none of them fit my hands properly.
Did you get a specific one?
Yeah, I got it's called a Radical. That's the brand, Radical, and it's called an Evil Eye. And the thing I like about it is it has a little R on it, and it's a dark purple ball, and the R is like red, so it looks like Team Rocket. No joke.
Team Rocket.
It does. I'll have to take a picture of it when it's sitting there, because the R, like my fingers are like this. The R is like right here, and it's like hell yeah.
Do you have a regular ball and a straight ball, or just
no? I throw a pretty decent hook, but this ball has a lot of control, which I like. The other one that I had before, so this one is a flat ball, so it's matte like ball, so it doesn't have that shiny coat on it.
Yeah.
And my other one was like the pearlescent shiny coat, so it doesn't, when you have a lot of oil in the lanes, it does not want to react. Well, this one will react with the oil, so you got to be careful with it.
Yeah, you gotta watch where you
when it gets dry. when it gets dry, you gotta read real careful because that thing's gonna go boom like real quick.
Yeah, I don't really bowl too much nowadays, but back in the day, I did more like in college and stuff like that too. And then I think it was like the weekend of my 21st birthday, we went out bowling someplace, and it was like really the lanes were like super oily. So it was just going like freaking everywhere.
Like I can throw a ball and it'll just sit there and spin and just won't go. It'll just goes.
So let's
And
see.
then-
We got Parker. We got the Alabama center, Parker Brailsford, going to the Cleveland Browns. Obviously, the Browns have been trying to address the offensive line. I'm not like the biggest Parker Brailsford guy. I think maybe it turns into like an average center in time. If not, maybe he's just a decent backup. They obviously do have postage at center. They have, I think they still have postage at center. They have the Ohio State kid too, I think. Whippler. So they got some options at center. I think Brailsford could probably play guard in a pinch if need be. Just another guy, like you said, the Browns have so many picks this round, so they're like, let's get. I think the Browns' plan this year is like, let's get guys that we know can play, or guys that went to decent schools that should have like a track history of being something, you know. So it's like, let's add as many of those guys to the team and get as much talent on this roster as possible, and then figure out, you know, quarterback and some of the other stuff after that in next year's class.
Parker. I mean, you gotta just do what you can. Throw as many darts as you can at that board and see what sticks and what fits.
Yeah,
in
especially
your-
like offensive line. You never know. Like you have a certain theory about an offensive lineman, and then you get them in camp and they don't even look good at all. So why not take as many dart throws at offensive linemen as you can, especially after what their lines look like the last couple of years.
Is one of their quarterbacks going to pan out though? Right, that's the real question.
But let's just put it this way: like if Concepcion works out, if some of these other guys they drafted work out, if you're only a quarterback away, then that's the time when you go get a quarterback. Whether it's via trade, whether it's trade up in the draft.
They tried that one time. How did that work out?
But they weren't actually a quarter. They weren't really a quarter. They
Why
weren't a
would you
quarterback
just-
away.
Let's go put guaranteed money on a guy.
Yeah. But they thought he was that much. Like it looks terrible in hindsight, honestly, because they didn't think Baker was the guy. They didn't believe in Baker, and they thought that Deshaun was a big upgrade over Baker, which he wasn't. And the problem with Deshaun Watson is, well, there's a lot of problems. We're not getting into, don't get into the off the field stuff, right? So Bill O'Brien's talked about this though, like when they talked about him being on the Houston Texans, right? They said they tried to run a regular offense with him, and he just couldn't do it. So they tried to mimic the offense as closely to what he was comfortable running at Clemson, and that's when he had success. And then he goes over to the Browns, and you know how Stefanski is. Stefanski is, we're running my offense no matter what. No matter what.
Yep.
So he was put in this regular, traditional, pro-style Shanahan-y offense that he was not comfortable in at all, and it didn't work. I wouldn't be shocked if Watson starts this. Let's just say Watson starts this year. Let's say Greg Roman actually builds an offense that works around him. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a bounce back, and then maybe the Browns are a lot better than we expect. But I'm also not banking on Deshaun Watson being anything. But I wouldn't be shocked if it happened either. But I'm not going to say he's going to be the Deshaun Watson, peak Deshaun Watson that he ever was. But could he be a competent quarterback? That's possible. Could the same thing be said about Shadur? I'm not big on Shadur. But if you build an offense, if you build an offensive line, you get weapons there, maybe it works out.
I think to me, it's just for me, for Shadur, I think it's his decision making. I think he has the potential to throw the ball well. I think he does have the arm. He does have the special traits like running. He has these little things that he does, but he makes some really. There are sometimes he makes some really, really like very questionable decisions, and you're like, that's some stuff like that.
So
that is like a in your head kind of thing. Like,
so his biggest problem is his footwork. His biggest problem is his footwork. If you go back to college and watch it, when he sets his feet and throws the ball and makes the decision, it works out. He can throw the ball. But what happened way too often when he was at Colorado, he was so used to playing out of the shotgun, right? Yep. Instead of taking a traditional drop back or 3-step drop, 5-step drop or whatever, like you got to do at the NFL level for a majority of the time, he was so used to playing out of shotgun, right? seeing the field from the shotgun, and then just kind of, you know, I don't even know the best word to use it, but like almost like running backwards pretty much.
Yeah.
And then just making the play from there. And it worked at Colorado a decent amount of the time. So he's formed these bad habits, and they don't work at the NFL level. You get pressure on you. And he also invites a lot of pressure too, because he thinks he can get out of pressure. He thinks he's a lot more athletic than he is because he's Deion's kid, but he's not as athletic as, you know, people want to make him out to be. He's not a bad athlete, but he's not a good athlete either.
Who's the best Sanders?
Deion.
Out of the kids, I mean, out of the kids.
Well, it's got to be Shedeur because everybody else didn't do anything, you know.
Well, his other kid, where did he go to? Miami, right? Or Tampa?
Well, he got cut. He got cut in the preseason because he missed so many freaking tackles. He's on the negotiation list for the CFL, but he probably will never go up there. He signed one of the worst deals with an agent ever.
Oof.
Where he owes them like money.
What the hell? Where's your dad at?
I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong. Like Deion's a great personality, but like in terms of as a coach and in terms of his agent, he's just a joke.
Is he kind of like LeVar?
Not that bad, but that's a whole different story for a different day and everything too. But I think, like I said, what was it yesterday? Shedeur, like the reason he fell, a lot of it was the back injury, and a lot of teams were out because of that. And then a lot of teams probably just didn't want to rework his footwork. But like you see, like you could go back to the college film, and when he has the good footwork, when he sets his feet, he can do it. But a lot of the problems that he has is because he's done it for so long. Like he's been a quarterback since he was probably 8 years old, right? And he's been playing out of shotgun since he's probably 8 years old. He's been probably doing all the same bad habits since then. It takes a long time to fix that, if you ever fix it. Can he fix it? Sure. Can he be a difference maker starter at quarterback? I don't know that quote. Nobody knows the answer to that question.
I agree.
Like to me, coming out of the draft, he was like Teddy Bridgewater-ish. You know,
who's the best option between the two rookies from last year? Between the two sophomores, then, who do you think is the best?
I mean, I said last year. I think that was hard because they were like I think they were my quarterback 2 and 3 or something like that last year, 2 and 4 or something like that. Dart was close with them too. Like I had some question marks about Dart. Like it turned out better, but I'm not sure exactly how good it's going to be long term too. Because Dart, I liked at USC. At Ole Miss, it was the same old Lane Kiffin bullshit that doesn't translate to the NFL. So you're like, okay, is he always first read guys just because of Lane Kiffin, or is it because you saw a lot of just locking on first reads in the Senior Bowl? And that was my big question mark with him. So we'll see what it looks like long term with Jackson Dart. I hope it pans out because I like him as a kid. But there's still a little bit of concerns there. I think last year's draft class at quarterback, like everybody had concerns though. And Dylan Gabriel, I think, was more ready to go for the NFL level just based on everything he had experienced in college, playing at 3 different colleges, a couple different systems, yada, yada. He's just 5'10". Like,
yeah, I like Gabriel. You're right. He's small.
He's small. Like, my comp for Dylan Gabriel was Doug Flutie. They're literally the same size. Dylan Gabriel's a lot more mobile than people give him credit for, though, too. And like people remember Doug Flutie as being like,
Justin Jefferson.
People but people remember Doug Flutie as being kind of like this, a lot more mobile than he really was, you know, in hindsight, because he was kind of a slippery guy. So I think there was a lot of similarities between him and Doug Flutie. So it's like, Justin Jefferson, linebacker, You know, this is the range where he gets drafted. I think there's other guys I'd rather have than him. I don't think he didn't test as well as I thought either.
Damn, Justin Jefferson played for Alabama and LSU.
Yes. Now he's a linebacker. He's actually a 223-pound linebacker that's undersized.
Put on a lot of weight.
Not really. I mean, probably like 18 pounds or something. I don't know.
I don't know. Jefferson he just seems so lean. He's like a
Yeah.
Randy Moss.
Randy Moss really wasn't that lean though. He was just 6'4", so he looked skinny.
You look so skinny, dude, with those pads on. Back in the day when the pads were like 10 times bigger than you.
Yeah, I mean Randy Moss like probably was like 208 most of the time. He's just like 6'4", 6'4.5".
Those pads look so massive on. He looked like he had fucking defensive lineman pads on, just massive.
Because back in the day where they were the big pads and then the defensive linemen try to wear like the smallest pads possible.
Now, dude, when you see receivers when they have like those like no pads on at all, I'm like, dude, you're gonna get killed. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
rugby. And
Hey,
they
you
don't
want
have
to go up on the board a little bit too, because we had a couple of
Yeah.
picks come there. So the last pick we talked about was right before Joshua Josephs. So Joshua Josephs, the edge rusher out of Tennessee, I think he had another year of eligibility. I'm kind of surprised he didn't go back. Obviously, Tennessee rotates their defensive linemen, and that's something they've been doing. I like his potential upside. I like him going to the Commanders a lot, honestly. Like Dan Quinn defense could be really good for him. Probably a situational pass rusher to start off. I know our boy Ronnie really likes Joshua Josephs. Didn't quite have the season that I think he would have that he probably would have wanted out of Joshua Josephs, because like there was some talk early on in the season. Maybe he's a first round, second round pick type guy. Didn't really quite get there, but I think he's a guy that does have some decent upside in the draft with guys that don't have a lot of upside, honestly. The Seahawks taking a guard and Bo Stevens out of Iowa. He's a pretty big guy. He's like 6'4", 6'5", decent weight too, good power. I mean, he's probably just going to be a backup at the NFL level, but you know, if he comes in a pinch, he's probably not going to hurt your team. Obviously, we had Justin Jefferson out of Alabama there. I wish he would have tested better. He was a little bit skinnier than we thought, so I don't know if he's ever going to amount to anything, honestly. And then we get Dalton Johnson out of Arizona. I think he was a guy that tested really well, though, for the Raiders, which makes sense because the Raiders love drafting guys that test well, you know, going back to Al Davis. I really like what the Raiders are doing, beefing up their secondary, though, whether it's him, Traydon Stukes. And actually, Traydon Stukes and Dalton Johnson both played together at Arizona, so there's some chemistry there, obviously. And then we get another safety coming off the board, and Zakay Wheatley out of Penn State here. He's a guy that I know a lot of people were pretty high on early on. The testing wasn't there, though. The testing was not as good as we expected. So, you know, he goes 5th round now. He goes to the Panthers. The Panthers could definitely use a couple, you know, they could use another body at safety. They drafted Ransom last year. He probably plays like a box safety type of role here, though. Whitley, if he gets on the field, I don't think he's the guy that's going to get on the field for a couple of years, though, if he does. So maybe a guy that's a core special teamer, at least early on.
Oh, some moisture in the air, they said. It's going to start raining a little bit at the draft in Pittsburgh. God forbid it rains in Pittsburgh.
Could be Seattle.
Seattle.
Yeah, it rains every day in Seattle, you know.
Not true.
I know. That's the same, though.
I lived there. It does. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, it is pretty moist there. Definitely gets pretty moist there.
I'll tell you what. Yesterday it wasn't supposed to rain here like all day and whatnot, and then like in the morning it was super dark, super cloudy, and all of a sudden it was just like misting like crazy, and then we got a couple of raindrops. I'm like, this ain't even on the radar, guys.
Well, we got some too today and a little yesterday too.
Yeah, we mainly got yesterday.
I got a little bit what we got from yesterday. Justin
Jolie.
I like Jolly better. I know
So
it's
does
too
everybody. So he's think Isaiah Likely-ish, you know.
Hey, I like that.
I mean, he's a similar type of, but you know, when Isaiah Likely came out, he went 4th, 5th round too. So, you know, a guy that's not going to do too much for you blocking, a guy that, you know, on the field, he looks pretty athletic. He's pretty good, like after the catch, stuff like that too. You know, Isaiah Likely didn't test the greatest. I think Jolie tested a little bit better than Likely too. So he's a guy, you know, when you're talking Denver offense, right? You talk Sean Payton offenses, they've always kind of had a tight end that's pretty athletic, maybe a little bit undersized, not the greatest blocker in the world. Think Jimmy Graham, think, you know, whoever else.
They need somebody though.
What?
They need someone though. They need a tight end.
Yes and no. They
Who
still
do they
have
have
Evan,
right now?
they still have Evan Ingram,
Yeah. Okay.
but he didn't play a lot of snaps for them. Like this is your Evan Ingram replacement. Like
He's
you got,
Butterfinger, dude. Evan Ingram has
yeah,
the
no,
biggest.
but like you have Evan Ingram for another year, and then you go to Jolie after that, probably. The Packers finally took a center in Jager Burton out of Kentucky. I know a decent amount of people like him. I think obviously they would have loved to have Sam Heck, who got picked by the Panthers not too long ago. So this is kind of like the contingency plan. He is probably the best center that was left at this point in time, I would say. We'll see whether or not he has a chance to compete for the starting spot, though. Otherwise, maybe he's the center of the future, maybe he's not. Because right now they got Sean Ryan transitioning over to center. They got Jacob Monk. Maybe Aaron Banks could play center. Like pretty much they're like going into camp. They're like, who can snap the ball the best? That's pretty much who's going to play center for them.
As long as it's the worst one, I'm good with that.
They're all not great, so
Yes.
at least this year. Like maybe maybe Jager Burton turns into something better down the road.
Are
Well,
the Packers number 4 in the division this year?
It's definitely possible. Vikings were last year, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think I picked the Packers to be 4th in the division last year.
Oh, it's not. It was so hard to watch. Going from winning 14 games to that,
Okay.
pretty bad. Letting Sam Darnold walk. Like a lot of bad decisions were made last year. But that's why our GM was let go.
Nate said Burton, really? I'm like, well, he was the best center left. You guys needed a center. I had Burton going 231 to the Bengals, which the Bengals did ultimately end up taking a center and Connor Lewis, so they got good value out of it. You know what we haven't seen much of? Still?
Kickers.
We still haven't seen much of? Nope. Not kickers. I don't care about the kickers right now. Running backs. We still haven't seen much running backs.
Oh, you're right. We've had like 4 or 5, 4 total.
I think so. I think there's only been Jonah Coleman go today, right?
Yeah. No, Washington went today too.
Oh yeah, Mike Washington. I forgot about that. So there's 5 that have been drafted total. One of which being Kalen Black for some reason. I don't know why yet. Well, that should be awesome now.
Mace liked it. Mace liked it a lot. He's a Niners fan.
Yeah, but you drafted a 7th round guy in the 3rd round. And the 49ers always draft like 3rd round running back, and they usually like 90% of the time they don't do anything.
Well, they also drafted Trey Lance, who should have not been drafted in the 1st round. And then also they drafted Brock Purdy in the same draft in the last pick overall, and they ended up basically flipping spots.
Oh, Jaden Duggar actually went here. So I think he tested really well, but he wasn't the guy that I thought was going to get drafted. Obviously, you always have a linebacker every year that's kind of like this. So, like last year, the Bears drafted Ruben Hyperlite the second. So Duggar's kind of that guy this year. Tests decent at linebacker. The 49ers typically like the pretty athletic linebackers, though, too.
One of my guys that he buys into the breaks. He said he was at his kid's soccer game and he just got put in handcuffs because he got into a fight with another one of the parents. And he said he ended up getting let go because there was a lot of witnesses saying that the other guy threw fist punches first.
Well, usually it's the second guy that gets caught. Okay, so Jaden
witnesses. I love that. Justice.
Jaden Duggar that I couldn't remember off the top of my head, so I just pulled up this stuff. Now I lost my spot. Jaden Duggar, 6'5", 242 pounds, so good, big linebacker. He ran a 4.6 140, which is decent. 1.61 10-yard splits, not great. 34.5-inch vertical, 10.6 broad, 7 second 3 cone. He's kind of, I thought he was a guy that tested well, but those aren't like super great testing numbers. He's just a big linebacker. So maybe the 49ers like his instincts. DeMonte Capehart.
What's up, Rich?
You know what you see now? Another Clemson guy.
Boo! Boo, Clemson.
Capehart's really interesting because he was like a highly regarded recruit out of high school, but he's always kind of been the rotational guy at Clemson for defensive tackle. So he's a guy that does have some pretty decent upside, but he really hasn't gotten enough playing time. Oh, there we go. George Gums Jr.
George Gums. That guy's got the best name ever, besides Storm Duck, because that's the best name ever.
Yeah.
George Gums.
There's a guy in this class. His name is there's a Native American guy that's in this class. He's not getting drafted or anything like that, but he's like, his name is like something White Bear.
Dude, the name is so good. His dad decided to name his son after him.
Yeah, I think George Gums Jr. is kind of interesting as a prospect. I think there is traits there that could potentially develop into something over time. 6'4", 245. See what they got. Sanja, edge rusher, speed, but could improve his ability to loop towards passer. Blah 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 blah. Also takes poor rush angles. He's a developmental pass rusher. Is what he is.
Gums allows blockers to get into his chest and move him off his marks.
He's better in drop coverage, patrolling in the flats, and chasing down backs in pursuit.
It's because his name is Gums, not Teeth. That's why.
No, but I think he's an interesting developmental edge rusher. We got Keith Abney the second here. A lot of people like Keith Abney. I am not one of them. And like here, it's like lacks a deal length for the NFL quarterback. He has muscle on his frame, blah, blah, blah. Quick at this. Like, he's a guy that's probably going to have to play in the slot. He's a guy that's better off on the outside. Like, I don't know. I just don't like him. Supposedly, when I was looking through like all the stuff when I was putting in my charts, I use DraftScout.com as kind of a resource at like tracking the pro day numbers and all that stuff. In his notes, it said he technically declared for the 2024 NFL draft and then returned to school. Oops. So 2 years ago, he declared for the draft, and now he's in the draft.
5'10", kind of small.
Hey, 5'10", 187. He's guy that's probably better. Well, he's a Lions guy, though. He's kind of feisty. He's undersized.
Boy, what's his name from the Lions last year? What's that dude's name? Really good cornerback, but he definitely gets in a lot of trouble.
Tyrion Arnold?
No. The hell is his name? Maybe he's a safety.
Oh, Brian Branch?
Yeah, Branch. He's fun to watch, but that dude, he jaw jabs.
He's dirty as crap.
Yeah, he's definitely dirty. I like having him in fantasy, but does he get when he gets suspended? It hurts because he's somebody you kind of draft to be one of your just set it and forget it guys.
Yep.
Ugh,
he's a really talented player. He's a really talented player, but he's a massive hothead and a really dirty player.
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey. That's why I love those styles of players, the ones that just get into your head, but you can't be hurting other players like intentionally or doing stupid shit.
Or throwing punches after the game.
That's not good either. I do approve of the Jalen Ramsey AJ Green fight because that was awesome to watch. I
do approve of the Golden Tate punching Jalen Ramsey.
Oh,
after the game.
Was that something about his wife or something like that?
No, Golden Tate's Ramsey knocked up Golden Tate's sister and then left her for like a stripper.
Ramsey's such a dog.
A moron. He's gonna have no money left by the time he's done playing, but
yeah, he's an interesting guy.
So
he doesn't wear he wears his emotions on it. Like he tells you like it is. He don't care. That's why I like what happened with AJ Brown or AJ Green. Like he just
we got 100 more picks, and we got the Dolphins up right now.
100 more picks.
I think there's 257 total this year.
We're on hour number 3.
Yeah, but you did start early with the card break too.
Yeah, but only like 15 minutes.
Let's see. So we are 2 hours and 45 minutes in. Michael Toppy, safety out of Texas. So he's the guy that's kind of interesting. He's kind of athletic. The Dolphins definitely need help at safety. Could he start year 1? Maybe. I don't know. Dolphins suck. I like him. I like this Dolphins draft for the most part, outside of the blocking tight end. They took him right before your Vikings. You got sniped.
I don't know, dude. It doesn't matter. Vikings are they just pick anything you think they're going to pick. They just do the opposite. Like they might take a punter here. You never know.
Chris Cluey Jr.
I mean, I think we have a pretty decent punter. I don't know his name, but he works. He's got a pretty good job. He works a lot. He works a lot. And the one thing I do like is our kicker, dude. I love our kicker. And the only two kicks that he missed last year, Reichard, was off of the freaking stupid camera line. The one during the one game they didn't call back, and you see it like deliberately go wing.
Oh, Johnny Hecker's your punter.
I think we've got our special teams is fun, dude. We got fun special teams.
I don't think Hecker was the punter last year, though.
I can't remember who it was.
Johnny Hecker's an awesome punter, though. He's the Rams old punter that would do the fake punt pass all the time.
Oh, love that.
He was really good at it.
I like our special teams. Who's our special teams coach? You probably would know before me.
Good question, I think.
I just think that they do some fun stuff on special teams, except I'm also trying to remember our returner last year. It wasn't who? Yeah.
He's good.
But he had an issue with dropping the ball.
Yeah. They need to let him play a little bit of wide receiver, too.
That's right. He was a receiver. Because I remember making some content on him and just be like, hey, if you're a guy if you get points for return yards, this was a fun guy because there was some times where he was averaging like 200 return yards a game. It was insane.
Oh, they took a fullback.
Tight end.
He's a fullback.
Max Bredesen.
So
we have to. CJ Ham is done. So it's kind of a good pick.
And so tight end fullback, whatever you want to call him. He did not test with the Pro Bay because I think he had a foot injury, I think it was.
Why do we keep drafting players with foot injuries?
Because they think they have a special orthopedic doctor, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. We do. His lack of length should lead to him being a fullback, it says.
Yep.
Natural lead blocker, doing a good job of cleaning up running lanes.
Bredesen was not primarily used as a receiver, 12 career receptions, but showed good ball skills and limited action. He didn't drop one of the 12 passes, guys.
He's a big guy, 252.
Yeah, so his older brother, Ben Bredesen, is an offensive lineman in the NFL.
Yeah, he's going to have to drop maybe a little bit of weight.
Maybe. I think he bulked up to try to be like tight end. But
Billy Croft, Notre Dame.
But he's going to play fullback probably. This guy, he's another guy that's kind of injured right now, though. So he was a good high school recruit coming into Notre Dame. I'm not going to say like he fully lived up to the hype, but, if he played a little bit better, he probably would have been a second-round pick. Definitely has some talent. Definitely good depth for the Buccaneers, though. Which your Max Bredesen, his older brother, plays on the Buccaneers.
Bucks.
This guy could be coming to take his older brother's job.
No.
Bredesen is kind of an interesting guy too because I think he's a former walk-on at Michigan.
I'm gonna have to get a jersey for old Greg, a Vikings jersey.
A Max Bredesen?
Yeah.
Or JJ McCarthy one.
Yeah, JJ McCarthy too.
Wait till JJ McCarthy's not on the Vikings first, so that at least the jersey's cheaper.
Oh, you know my thoughts on him.
Yeah, CJ Ham is gone. So
Yeah, he's gone, dude. It's so sad. The ham sandwich, dude. I love CJ Ham. He was so fun to watch. He was a great blocker, and dude, when he got opportunities to run it or catch the ball and run it, dude, he had that. What play was that? He had one big play, big pass outside to the left side, and ran it for a touchdown. You're like, oh, who the was that? And you're like, CJ. How are you doing that? It's like when use check gets loose.
the Vikings still. I don't feel good about this Vikings secondary though. Like Isaiah Rodgers played well for them last year. Byron Murphy's been decent. Like
How could you? They were
Like
terrible.
Metellus is good when he plays not as a linebacker. So
Yeah.
but they're having right now they have him penciled in just to play strong safety instead of nickel. So it's kind of like, and then right now Jay Ward's expected to be their starting free safety. That's not good. No offense to Jay Ward. And then they signed James Pierre to start their other outside corner. And James Pierre has been like a career special teamer.
Yeah, I think you're just hoping that Flores can at least bring a little bit of life. He did when he did bring some players in, like a Van Ginkel who was banged
I
up.
know, but it's just like
brought players back to life. You're hoping he's kind of like Jay's back.
Van Ginkel was at least good in Miami.
He's so fun to watch.
He's good in Miami though, at least. So, but
I like players that get their hands up, man. And we have a lot of those on our team, which is nice.
There's a lot of question marks on that Vikings defense right now. You got the young defensive lineman at this point in time. You trade away Grenard, so now you got now you're hoping Dallas Turner and Van Ginkel are good off the edge. Like Turner could be like, I'm just not a big Dallas Turner guy. Honestly.
I like him, dude. I like him a lot.
I think he's very overrated.
That's all right. I think
I didn't like him as a prospect either, and he really hasn't done much yet.
Year one, he didn't do much. Is just because of where he was behind players. I think this last year he got a little bit more opportunity, and when he played, I feel like
he wasn't great.
He did well. He did well for what they asked him to do. This year, I think he could step up. I like him. I think he's good.
Yeah, it's just like there's so many question marks. Like the secondary is a question mark. The defensive
secondary is
line
always a question mark.
No, like their secondary is a big question mark this year. The defensive line super young. Can Cashman stay healthy? Can Van Ginkel stay healthy? It's just like
that's always a question.
They've had a lot of turnover on defense, and they're not as good talent wise. So like Brian Flores is a really good defensive coordinator, but it's like how much worse can the group get and him still get similar results out of?
Did you see where Grenard was when he found out he was traded?
No.
He was at a Phillies game. Or he was at a 76ers game.
Cool.
So he was literally in Philly.
Probably signing the contract extension.
Dude, he got paid.
Good for him.
Yeah, he deserves it. He's a good player. Vikings just let go their good guys. Daniil, they just like, see ya.
He was like the 1 year like the Texans had like one of the worst drafts ever. Jonathan Grenard was the only good player in that draft. Like everybody else they drafted that year was like out of the NFL in 2 years.
Yeah, I missed Daniil, man. He was so you guys got lucky on getting that. Who was the guy you sent us? Because I'm sure it wasn't helpful.
Nobody.
I thought there was a linebacker
trade.
We signed. I thought it was a trade.
We signed Daniil Hunter, and you guys signed Grenard.
What was the trade that we got? I thought there was a. Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, they flip-flop spots essentially.
Yeah, it was a player that you released. That's what it was.
No, they were both free agents. And they just signed with the opposite team.
Yeah, dumb.
You guys just got the younger guy, and we got the older guy.
I'd rather have Grenard, or sorry, I'd rather have Daniil Hunter.
Oh shit!
All right, waiting on Chiefs. Chiefs are up. We got Chiefs, Ravens, Vikings, Jags, Titans. Man, Bills got that one again. Who has the most picks left in this round? Probably Ravens. That's 3. They've got 3.
So far.
Bills 2, yeah.
So far, the Chiefs have picked Mansur Delane that they traded up for. They got Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas, and Jaden Kennedy. So all their picks so far have been on the defensive side of the ball.
Emmett Johnson, Nebraska, running back. Here's your next running back off the board.
Hey, look, another guy that's not going to be
Never
great.
mind. There goes DeMercado's value.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. A lot of people liked Emmett Johnson, too. Now he's behind Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, I mean,
However, I will say this, right? Kenneth Walker's had a long injury history.
yeah, we know
Long
that.
injury history. Like,
Yeah,
and
he's Chris Carson 2.0. That's what I always thought. And he was perfect. For
no.
He's gonna run as hard as he can, and he's gonna hurt himself. Play probably
Kenneth
about.
Walker doesn't run hard, though.
I don't know. I feel like he does. He looks like
Carson was a freaking bowling ball that tried to run.
Yeah, he was a
everybody
bowling
over.
ball.
Kenneth Walker is not that.
Hurts his neck. Dang it.
Chris Carson was an idiot, though. He put his head down on half those plays when he hurt his neck.
Yeah. I like Kenneth Walker. Dude, the value where he's getting drafted in best ball like a month ago was insane. Like he was going I've seen him going at 10, between 15 and 10 he was going, which is it's too high for me. Over Derrick Henry. Like I know
but it's because he had the big playoff stretch. That's why. Like people remember.
I mean,
there's a recency bias, though. People are always recency bias.
What do you want? The playoffs don't matter for best ball.
No, they don't. But here's the thing. The guys never stayed healthy until they split his carries. They never stay healthy until he went 50-50.
He's going to get he'll have his carries. I think that's what they're thinking, probably same here too, is they're going to get him some help. Chandler Rivers here, Duke cornerback.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy too. He's probably a slot corner, played more on the outside, I think, at Duke.
Lacks size, but has the instincts, feet, and athleticism to stay in phase with receivers.
He's a good depth piece, though. Good depth piece for the Ravens. The Ravens had a good draft. The Ravens will find some way to use him, probably. Emmett Johnson's weird to me, though, because like his 40 time was so bad at the combine, but then like all of a sudden at the pro day it was way better. Like, you know what I mean?
How old is this Emmerich guy?
What? Emmett Johnson?
Oh, I was trying to listen here to. I thought they said 28. I was like, what?
No,
that can't be. Damn, 5.8 yards per carry. Which season was that? Last season? 15 touchdowns.
He's 22.
Dude, this kid would have been good somewhere as a starter.
What do you mean as a starter?
Running back.
15, his vision kind of crappy.
Oh, well, Nebraska's not too bad, I guess.
Yeah.
It says
not extremely.
15 touchdowns. I mean,
he was the offense though. They didn't do anything.
He's got big hands. Man. So he's gonna be. You think he could be like the Charbonnet?
No.
You don't think so?
I don't think he's as good as Charbonnet.
Yeah,
he reminds me a lot of Caleb Johnson last year out of Iowa.
Okay.
He didn't do shit as a rookie, so. But it's like, okay, so now the Chiefs have Kenneth Walker, they have Emmett Johnson, they have DeMercado, they have what the fuck was that guy's name that everybody was excited for last year? Rashard Smith.
Yeah, Rashard.
Remember when everybody's like, yeah, he's going to be the guy? I'm like,
I loved him, but I didn't think he was going to be the guy. I thought he was going to be fun to watch and get some opportunity, maybe catch the ball, maybe do some things.
Yeah, how they work out.
Pass block. He was in there. He had 2 pass blocking opportunities. That's it.
Yeah,
that's not good. That means you're not going to play. Yeah.
I told everybody last year. I told everybody he's a kick returner. He was an all-conference kick returner for Miami as a wide receiver. Then he went to TCU as a running back and had a good year. But he's terrible. He was bad. He couldn't pass block to save his life. and he's terrible between the tackles.
Charles Demings.
That's a good pick. That's
Where's
a good
Steve
pick.
Austin? What school is that?
Stephen F. Austin. That's the school.
I'm asking, where is it?
Texas.
Oh, is it a private school?
It's an FCS school. He's fat. He's super athletic. He's good. He'll
42
probably start for you guys.
Wow.
Like he'll have a
Whoa.
turn. He might start year one.
This guy's got, I mean, he's got a vertical and he's got a big broad jump, 11 feet,
And he's 6'1".
4'4". Like, yeah, that's pretty good.
He's good. He looked good at the Senior Bowl too. Like, and if his only competition to start is James Pierre,
Yeah, they're focusing really.
he's way more talented. He's way more talented than James Pierre if that's his only competition to start on the outside.
I would like them to be attacking more depth at offensive line. That would be really nice.
Well, you have no defensive backs right now, so he'll be a stud. Ryan Flores will make him a stud.
Download Arena Club now or visit arenaclub.com today.
100 years ago, no one
Demings did not play a major role in run support in college, and he will have a big jump in level of competition.
Yeah, but he was good at the Senior Bowl. I had him going 150. I had him going 150 to the Saints. So this is a couple picks later. You know,
All right, Vikings are done for this round.
Granted, James Pierre might be able to tackle better than him. But James,
All right, Houston, Jags can take. How do you say his name? Because
Tanner Kozil. That's the guy on the back. That's the guy in the background of this.
Oh, and he went to the Jags.
This sucks. This freaking sucks.
Yeah,
No, they have Brenton. They already have Brenton Strange, right?
strange. Yeah.
And they drafted Nate Borchester in the second round too, and now they drafted Kozil.
What is going on with teams, dude? Yeah,
No, but it's just
rookie
like
draft is gonna suck.
Kozil would be a great value for Dynasty, but they got Brenton Strange, and then they drafted a tight end in the second round. Now you draft him.
Mhm.
He's like 6'6", 6'7". He can
Damn.
block. He was so freaking good for Houston last year. He had a predictive college career, blah blah blah. All MAC team. Each of the first 3 seasons at Ball State, all
74
MAC.
catches, damn.
And they had 74 catches last year at Houston.
Yeah, 74 catches. That's pretty
He's
big.
good, and he looked great in the goal, Joe. But
It would have been fun for Vikings to take someone like that because I really think that Hawkinson's done.
He's
man.
so good.
After that injury, he's done.
I don't know why NFL teams weren't more in on Tanner Kozil. Like, I think he's that good.
It says he flashes ability to control defenders. I like that.
Like, he's not a bad blocker.
However, he could be aggressive in that area at the next level.
I think he's going to be really good. I don't know why people don't like him as much. Like, maybe I'm crazy, but it's just like, this kid could be really good. And you see that sometimes with tight ends where people are just like, oh, I don't think it was good. Like, that guy, he was all MAC for 3 years, right? Goes to Houston and has 74 catches as a tight end. That doesn't happen. You don't get guys this productive with this size that can also block. Like, it's rare. But unfortunately, he goes to freaking Jacksonville. I wonder if they're out on Brenton Strange. You know? They drafted him in the second round, but now they drafted a second-round tight end, now another guy in the 5th round. Maybe they're trying to move him, or maybe they plan on not re-signing him. Oh, boy. Nick Singleton to the Titans. There's our running back.
Well,
I like that better than all the other running backs so far.
who was there before? Pollard? Or,
They still have Howard and Spears.
yeah.
Like, Nick Singleton.
But they're like, that's like nothing. They're like
What?
nothing. I just don't feel like either of those guys are that.
They're
anything.
the same guy. They're a guy, like, if either one of them starts for the whole year, they'll get 1,000 yards. That's about it. You know
So
what I
what do you
mean?
think about Singleton? Can Singleton take over that role?
You have a there's a clarifying answer to that, right? Can Nick Singleton stay healthy?
Okay.
If he can stay healthy, if he was healthy and as productive as he should have been at Penn State, he would have been a second round draft pick. But he got hurt at the Senior Bowl again, and he's been hurt like 3 other times.
6'2", That's a good size for a running back.
And he's fast. He's fast. And he's fast, and he can catch the football. If he can stay healthy, like this is a guy you want in Dynasty if he stays healthy. And because we're talking about the draft, right? Who had him mocked to the Titans?
You did.
I did. 142 though. So later,
I mean, that's pretty close.
I mean, it's the same round, it's the same position. Where did I have Kozo going? Oh, I had Tanner Kozo going to the Dolphins. I would have loved that a lot more. Like if he was on the Dolphins.
What about Greg Dulcich?
He sucks.
The what? Don't hate on my guy.
He's not good.
Oh, I remember that one catch he had for Denver, and then he fell at the 1 yard line. It's like
he had a couple productive games for Miami last year when they had nobody. Like he shouldn't be a starting tight end. You know what I mean?
What do you think about Daniel Bellinger to the Titans? Don't say he sucks.
I love Daniel Bellinger, but
okay, good.
They got somebody else. They got Gunnar Helm ahead of him though.
I don't know why. I like Daniel Bellinger. I just never think I really got his opportunity.
You want to talk about a guy that's a sleeper right now?
Tell him.
That hasn't gotten any competition in the draft so far.
Well, it's him and Bellinger.
Yeah, no, that's not the sleeper. The sleeper is the guy that left the Titans. Who left the Titans at tight end?
Oh, to go to Washington.
Chig Okonkwo.
Yep. Yeah.
They have not drafted a tight end.
He's definitely a later tight end. People are kind of.
I think he's got a lot of value though.
He's got a lot of value. Yes, I agree.
And I know there's still the people that think Benson that's going to be the guy. I don't think he's going to be the guy. I think Chig. I don't know how much they paid him.
Zach Ertz still playing?
No, he's done.
Yeah, well, I hope so. Dude's been injured so many times. He's old.
He's a great guy though.
Yeah, and he plays, dude. That dude plays with heart. Is he still? Wasn't he dating a soccer player?
I don't remember.
Married to one, and they were just both very competitive, and I think that's what kept him driving so much. I know he was dating a soccer player or married to one.
Yeah, but Ertz is done. Bates is a blocker. Benson hasn't done anything yet. If you're in Dynasty right now, I don't think anybody's valuing Chig Okonkwo as anything. Why wouldn't you grab? What is it? What have the Commanders done in the draft? They haven't added a tight end. I guess they got Antonio Williams at wide receiver now, right? That's not stopping me from going to be aggressive and getting Chig Okonkwo. You know? He's the number 2 or 3 option on the offense.
I like Chig, man. You're right. I'm just saying he's probably going.
I'm just saying if you're out there in Dynasty right now, you should be trading
just
for him.
For tight end. You can fade. Yeah, you can fade tight end too if you want to fade tight end, like one of the bigger guys. Or
even redraft or like let's just say Scott Fishbowl this year. He could be a sleeper for Scott Fishbowl. Depending on what the settings are, but
yeah, I wonder what they're going to do this year.
So the Bears took Keyshawn Elliott, linebacker out of Arizona State. Some people like him. I'm pretty indifferent. I feel like I like him a lot less than other people. But he's a 5th-round linebacker, you know? You know what I mean? Like, day 3 guys are day 3 guys. I had Keyshawn Elliott going 140. He went 160.
Yeah, you're close. That's good too. I mean, I would say you're doing really well with your draft if you're getting guys within 20 spots of each other, or if you're landing guys, you know, on the right team too.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Because didn't you say you had a guy that went in like the 3rd round? You had marked to go in the 4th round. He just went earlier. The same team.
I've had a couple of them. Markel Bell was one of them. I'm going to go through this mock now just to see if there's like anybody, like who are the guys that I had going a little bit earlier that are still out there, you know. Let's see. I'm just going through second round. Second round, I think everybody is gone that I had here. Because Skylar Bell went, Sam Heck went. Sam Roush is gone. Connor Lou's gone. Brian Parker's still out there. I had Brian Parker going second round to the Rams. But I think the Rams traded that back, honestly. I had him going 61. He's still out there. But I think that was more of a me picking for the Rams than it was like I thought Brian Parker should go that high too. You know what I mean? Like he was more of a Rams guy than I think he needs to go this high type of thing. Xavier Harris is still out there, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss. Dude's a mammoth. 6'8". He's 6'8", 330 pounds.
Yeah, it's big.
And he's mobile. I had him mocked to the Falcons to be like their Rukaroro replacement, but he hasn't gone yet. He's also coming off injury though, so it's not a surprise to see him kind of quote unquote fall. Let's see. Garrett Nussmeier's still out there too, but he's another injury guy. So pretty much everybody that's like in my first 3-ish rounds that isn't drafted yet is either an injury guy or Brian Parker, apparently. Let's see. Cronover is still out there out of Texas A&M, the offensive tackle that I had going to the Rams. I think he'll be a decent depth piece for somebody. He's not for everybody, though. He's kind of big. He's kind of clunky, but he doesn't get beat easily, but he's just kind of big and clunky. Deion Burks is still out there out of Oklahoma, but he's another very big injury guy. Pat Coogan's still out there. Technically, I had the Vikings mock to draft him. That would have been a good pick. Jalen Kilgore finally went to the
Kilgore.
He's kind of a guy that he's another one of those slot slash safety guys. He tested really well.
Yeah, they had him up there pretty high, and he fell in the draft.
Yeah, but if you read like the little synopsis on him, it said he missed like a lot of tackles and stuff.
You don't like his tackles.
As a run stopper, Kilgore has all the tools needed is to be more active. He transitioned next level would be nice to see him more pop in his pads, trouble with missed tackles, figure out angles in pursuit. He's just an athlete, is what he is really. But he's one of those guys. Like he could end up being a good player, or he's going to be out of league in 3 years.
Yeah, I feel like Bills can kind of find players like that they can develop. Their defense has always got guys in the backfield that are really good.
I will say this. I will say this with the Bills, right? The Bills very highly value guys that can play special teams. And I think Kilgore could be a guy that at the very least is a gunner on special teams for you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The Lions take Kendrick Law, the wide receiver out of Kentucky. Bigger body guy. He actually tested pretty well too. He was all right at Kentucky. Just more wide receiver depth for the Lions. They don't necessarily need another guy, but it doesn't hurt to add a body. You know? Let's see. I had I got this one right too.
Kendrick Law, Kentucky, wide receiver.
I got it right too.
Lions.
Yeah, I had him mocked to the Lions at 213. So later he went. So are we in 6th round now or 5th round? I can't remember.
5th round.
5th round. So I had him mocked in the 6th round to the Lions. So got it right at least. Bigger physical wide receiver that tested pretty well. So Dan Campbell guy.
.5'11", 203. Led Kentucky in receiving yards with 540. Did Kentucky just not throw the ball at all last year or what?
Well, Zach Calzada was their quarterback for part of the year until he got hurt, and he wasn't very good.
So is it going to be him or Tesla?
Kendrick Law is just another guy to add, you know. So, like, if somebody goes down throughout the year.
Yeah, I get you. Depth.
Like, you have to have depth. Like, last year, the Lions didn't have the greatest depth, if I'm being honest. Lions are also a weird team. Like half the time they only carry 4 wide receivers. So he's a guy, like I said, he's just a guy. Like he's a Dan Campbell guy. He's bigger, he's physical, but he's also got some speed. He'll do what you need him to do. Yeah, Kentucky kind of sucked last year. But that's what happens when Zach Calzada is your quarterback. He's had one good year in his career, and that was at Incarnate Word. And he's been on like 4 different teams. So the Steelers got pick 169 here. The Steelers have had, I feel like Steelers have had a decent draft. You know what's kind of funny though?
Riley. There's another tight end off the board.
So originally the Chiefs had this pick at 169, right? And I had the Chiefs picking Caden Wetchen at 169 here. And I think the Steelers' last pick was Caden Wetchen. And now they took Riley. No, what? I can't remember how to pronounce his name.
Nowakowski.
So he's kind of a fullback too.
Nowakowski.
He was pretty good in the college football playoff though, but he didn't really do much during the regular season. But he's really a fullback.
Oh yeah, 6'2", too small to be a tight end.
Yeah. So it says he played all 15 games in Indiana for tight end, averaged 12 yards per catch, slacks ideal height and length for the positions, been utilized as the H-back / fullback role. But the Steelers have always kind of valued like having a guy like that. Not that they always use that type of guy, but they valued having one around, if that makes sense. They had Derek Watt for a while, and then after him, they had Connor Hayward, who both happen to be the younger brothers of their defensive line star players. You know, or I guess Derek Watt's older than Derek Watt was older than TJ. Technically, still is, but
Michael Keaton. He's out doing that for the Steelers.
I don't know if I love this pick because I don't think Riley was a guy that I expected to get drafted, if I'm being honest.
He was so funny.
I'm not surprised that he got drafted, but I wasn't expecting him to get drafted at the same time. He had a decent Shrine Bowl. Didn't test that great, though. Let's see what other guys I got out there.
Another tight end run.
Oh, you know, I was just looking through the guys that I still had out there. And Joe Royer was a name too. So I like him quite a bit out of Cincinnati. I think he was originally at Ohio State first, then he transferred over to Cincinnati. Obviously with the Browns, they do, you know, they're a team that historically likes having tight ends around, whether, you know, they had Njoku before, and now they got Harold Fannin Jr. Royer's kind of like, you know, your more do-it-all tight end as opposed to Fannin Jr., who's more of a receiving tight end. More weapons on offense. And
I played tight end in college.
What?
Is everybody else as small as in their conference or what? Oh, he played with Mendoza.
Who?
Riley Nowakowski.
Yeah, he played in Indiana. And then Joe Royer had Mach 141 to the Texans. He went 170 to the Browns here.
Oh, so you got a little
bit of a value. I know like in dynasty circles, there was a lot of people that were really high on Joe Royer. But going 170 to the Browns is probably not going to make them be high on him anymore. See some other guys that are still out there that I had, you know, so 4th round of my mock, Tim Keenan, the 3rd, still out there, defensive tackle, good against the run. He had the ankle injury this year that kind of stopped him from having more of a breakout, I guess. J.C. Davis still out there. Most of the 4th round guys are gone so far. Because Kilgore just went. Bo Stevens already went. Eric McAllister out of TCU. He's still out there too. biggish guy, thicker guy, however you want to describe him. Decent enough speed. Rashawn Benny's still out there, but I had him mocked to the Chargers, and it was more like a Chargers fit than it was. I think he should be in the 4th round fit.
Thicky.
Diego Pons is still out there. Seth McGowan's still out there, running back out of Kentucky. I had him going to the 49ers. I like that better than Caitlin Black, though. Cole Wisniewski's still out there, safety / linebacker at Texas Tech. He's an interesting guy. He's a guy I had mocked to the Lions because I think they would like him. Logan Taylor, my favorite late round offensive lineman, still out there at Boston College. Jack Kelly, the BYU linebacker, still out there. Kevin Coleman Jr. still out there out of Missouri. I like him too. Oh, you remember the 3 names I gave you for day 3, right? Remember the 3 names I gave you?
Oh, yeah, I have my phone. I'd have to look.
So the other one that's still out there is Eli Heidenreich, the Navy guy.
Oh, yeah. I think is he a running back?
Yeah, he played running back / wide receiver at Navy. He's primarily viewed as kind of like a slot wide receiver probably by most NFL teams.
I think John Law was talking about him. I think they were talking about him on the Thursday show.
Cyrus Allen's still out there.
If they think that Navy will let him play this year.
What?
They were wondering if they think that Navy will let him play.
They will. They let Reynolds do it, so why wouldn't they let him? Unless we go to war. If we go to war, then all bets are off.
I almost think too, like you got to do that because you want to get better recruits, right? You're trying to get some really good recruits to come to your school. You don't want people to think that they're not going to be able to, if they get an offer in the NFL, that they're going to have to further their time.
I think this year there's going to be 2 military guys drafted. It's going to be him and maybe Layden Robinson, who's a defensive lineman, but he's a little bit undersized because he's in the military.
It always made me giggle, dude, because you have to have, you have PT and you have to meet certain standards to be like in the military, waist size and all that. And you think about a lineman, how big they are. You're like, no, I don't think that would. They have waivers, they get waivers to play. Like,
yeah, but
you
remember Andre Villanueva, the Steelers left tackle?
Yeah. Didn't he play for? Was it Navy or?
I don't remember which one. Obviously, he served active duty after then, and then he came back to the NFL and he put on like 50 pounds and played left tackle.
Yeah, I think it was Army because I thought they had gold helmets.
Well, the Patriots took Karan Prunty out of Wake Forest here. He's a bigger corner. I don't think he tested as well as I wanted him to. I think. I'll have to double check that one. He had a good Shrine Bowl though, and the Patriots are one of the teams that have known to have been like they like Shrine Bowl guys more than most teams for whatever reason. The Mario Pop Douglas, they got him from the Shrine Bowl, but they value the Shrine Bowl a little bit more. They send a lot more guys there than a lot of teams.
The Shrine Bowl. All right, Lorenzo Styles Jr. out of Ohio State.
Yeah, give me 1 minute when I look up Prunty here quick.
Let's pull him up.
Prunty?
Yeah, they don't give any. What? Is this just messed up now? They don't got any write-ups on him.
Yeah, because they probably weren't expecting him to get drafted. Like, he was a Shrine Bowl guy at least, so it's not like he was a random guy.
No write-up.
Let me see. Find and replace. There we go. We can do that. Prunty.
Does he do anything? Can he return? Can he do any of that stuff? Maybe he's a special teams guy?
No. Or who? Prunty?
Yeah. No.
Prunty can't do any of that shit. So Prunty's 6'1", 190, almost 32-inch arms. He ran a 4.45, which is actually good. 1.54 splits, decent. 33-inch vertical, 10.3 broad jump. Short shuttle 4.2, so that's decent. 3 cone is sub 7 at 6.8, 2, and 11 on the bench reps, all at the pro day. So he had decent testing numbers. Was he a Shrine Bowl guy? Let me look here. Hula Bowl. He was a Hula Bowl guy.
Hula.
So he might have been the first Hula Bowl guy to go. Lorenzo Styles Jr., he had 4.27 40-yard dash at the combine.
Yeah.
He is the older brother. He's the older brother of Sonny Styles. He
Oh,
started.
okay.
He started off his career at Notre
They look
Dame.
alike. Yeah, they definitely look alike.
Their dad, Lorenzo Styles Sr., played linebacker in the NFL for the Falcons and the Rams back in like late 90s, early 2000s. He was a 3rd round pick, I think their dad was. Obviously, Sonny went 1st round. Lorenzo Styles is going 5th round here. He's an interesting case. He was a 4-star wide receiver, went to Notre Dame, excuse me, right? As a wide Styles went to Notre Dame as a 4-star wide receiver. He was a good kick returner at Notre Dame. Notre Dame didn't really use him the greatest on offense. His brother, Sonny Styles, obviously committed to Ohio State. When his brother committed to Ohio State, he transferred to Ohio State and then converted to defensive back. They have him listed as safety. He primarily played nickel last year for the Buckeyes. And now it's going to be interesting to see what he does at the NFL level. I think at the very least, you're getting a guy that's going to be a good kick returner for you. Project as a defensive back, but I wouldn't be shocked if NFL teams liked him to transition back to wide receiver either.
Oh, wow. His brother is definitely bigger than him, though.
Yeah, his brother's like 50 pounds heavier.
He's like almost a foot. Like they showed a picture of them with their dad, them in full pads and without their helmets on, and Sony is like 8 inches taller than him. This is huge.
He's 5 inches taller.
They don't look like it in the picture, and the dude's got it. And then Lorenzo's got his poofy hair.
Yeah, but
Sony is still massive.
They're both very good athletes, but like I would not be shocked. I think going to the Saints, though, he'll play defensive back. But
go ahead.
But if it was like a different team, I wouldn't be shocked if he would end up back at wide receiver like he played at Notre Dame. But I think at the very least, he's a good kick returner.
Yeah, they were saying that an elite special teams player. So
he's a very good kick returner and probably a gunner at least. So, but if he develops into something more, like you're talking 4.27 speed, right?
Yeah.
What if he becomes like elite center field safety, like free safety? He could, he's got the speed. He just hasn't played enough defense. But he's got defensive instincts that come down from his dad.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. Saints will figure it out.
Maybe. I like him a lot, but I almost like him better at wide receiver and kick returner, but that's me.
Josh Cuevas.
Oh, okay. So like I said, they lost Likely and they lost Charlie Collar, right?
Yep.
So Likely was your receiving tight end, which Hibner's the replacement for him. Hibner can block too. And then obviously Charlie Collar ended up being more of their blocking tight end, correct? So Josh Cuevas out of Alabama is a blocking tight end. So he will be the Charlie Collar replacement. I had Cuevas mocked late in day 3 to the Texans because of the Alabama connection with Nick Caserio.
What the hell? It says depth player on an NFL roster if he can improve as a blocker.
If he can improve, I think blocking's his best thing.
It says Cuevas needs to be more consistent with his hand placement and keeping his feet moving to push defenders back. He has the tools to be versatile depth player on an NFL roster if he can improve as a blocker.
Yeah, he's like your Charlie Collar replacement, hopefully. Like I said, I had him mocked to the Texans, I think 7th round, because I just thought with the Alabama connection there with Caserio, that he'd go there. But I'm not surprised at this either.
You inspire us to chase a higher standard, because a car that doesn't make you feel something is a car that stops short of amazing.
I also wouldn't have been surprised if Cleveland would have took him too, because of the Greg Roman connection to Alabama.
But in the fight against cancer, the inches matter even more. It starts with showing up. Small gains. One moment at a time. And when you add up all those inches, that's the difference between winning and losing.
I show up early. We should too.
As you can tell,
So who's up now? The Ravens again.
that arrow, it uses
I don't think the Ravens have taken offensive lineman yet, have they? So they're probably where they should go.
It's a horse. I look like a two-legged dog. A dog horse. I'm a horse.
More commercials. Ravens have another pick, back-to-back picks.
Man, no. I think they should take an offensive lineman.
They should have just took both their picks right there
They probably
Before they-
did.
before the commercial.
They
Damn it.
probably did.
Turn your words into a living, breathing website. That's entirely
I don't like the commercials. They're boring.
They are.
I see a picture. Someone pulled a downtown Eli Manning Jackson Dart card. They're looking for $1,300. What do you want? You want to buy it?
No. That'd be like my whole bonus.
It's got an apple with a worm coming out of it.
The Big Apple.
Yeah. And then
So-
the picture of the downtown in the background.
Hey, the Ravens might like Crown over here. They like big tackles. Granted, they got different guys running the organization now, kind of. So maybe not.
Dude, it's been from Prunty, it's been like 15 minutes. It's probably longer than that.
Yeah, they do that stuff on purpose.
Why would you drag out day 3? Like, I don't get that.
Money.
You would think people at these events would get, bored.
No, they get drunk.
Oh, they got a whole big event area out there, which is kind of cool, I guess. Yeah, inside where everybody's doing the pick set is like pretty much empty.
Adam
fans.
Randall.
Adam Clemson, boo.
Adam Randall's a weird one, right? So he started his career as a 4 or 5 star recruit. He played wide receiver, dealt with some injuries, ended up being a slot wide receiver, then transitioned to running back. Look at his size now. Or like, let's just put it this way: how big do you think a slot wide receiver was that transitioned to running back?
I don't know.
You like if you're thinking slot wide receiver, you're thinking somebody that's a little bit smaller, right?
Yeah.
And then transition to running back, so you're probably like, oh, they're like 5'10", like
Shit, yeah, he's tall.
200 pounds or something, right? He was heavier than that at the combine, by the way.
6'3", 232, dang.
Pretty sure he was heavier than that at the combine too. So he's interesting because he hasn't played very much running back. He's big, 6'3", and 230 plus pounds. Similar, you're thinking like Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry is a bigger guy.
You got to put in there though for like a pass catching, third down.
Yeah, I think he still has to work in his pass blocking though because he obviously was a wide receiver previously.
Oh, you got someone like Derrick Henry there to kind of show you a little bit.
Yeah, I don't really love Adam Randall. I had the Ravens drafting, like another running back. I think I had, one of them was going to be Kalen Black that went early, and then there's another one I picked too, just because I'm like, they need some more depth. But Adam Randall, I'm just saying. So you finding page, we're going to look for Adam Randall. So technically I did not have Adam Randall getting drafted just because I don't know what to think or do with this guy, honestly. He's not like he obviously was a wide receiver that transitioned to running back, so he's really not that good at running back either.
Adam Randall.
He's just kind of awkward. Like maybe he gets better over time as he transitions, like as he plays more running back, but it's just like at this point in time, it's like it wasn't really a guy that I was drafting, like if I was an NFL team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like I said, after 150, like anybody can get drafted pretty much. So if you really like him, you really like him. If you don't, you don't.
Oh, I mean, we got somebody on the board that didn't even have a write-up, so we talked about
Yeah,
that.
but at least he tested well.
Prunty.
At least he tested well. Patriots always do that like once a year, like draft somebody that doesn't even have a write up. Yeah. Oh boy, Hezekiah Mastis got drafted. I don't think I had him getting drafted either.
Hezekiah. Oh, he got to write up.
Yeah, I didn't have him getting drafted though.
Corner.
Athletic quarterback of speed. He's kind of tall and skinny though.
Lack of speed.
He led the nation in passes defended with 18. I didn't know that part. And 5 interceptions. I probably should have this guy getting drafted. You know, his write-up makes him sound a lot better than I remember him being. He's a Senior Bowl guy, but I just don't remember him like really standing out at all in the Senior Bowl reps. You know what I mean? But if you're like a guy that produced this much, you know. So the Raiders really adjusting that secondary though.
I think the Raiders are having a decent draft.
They're in a pretty solid draft. They just don't want to draft wide receivers though. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a drink.
Get something to drink. What are you getting to drink? Water?
No, energy drink.
You got plenty of energy.
Do I?
You're full of energy.
I don't feel it.
I don't feel it.
Well, the problem is, like, when you sit down for like hours, then your legs are kind of like, ugh, and then your whole body was like, eh.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm glad that my pinched nerve's a little bit better because, dude, when I was driving around with it, oh boy, woo, it was tough.
So we're back on the Chiefs. The Chiefs, their last pick was Emmett Johnson, who is their first offensive player of the draft. Wouldn't be surprised if they go offensive line, tight end, wide receiver here. You know, now that we're like almost done with round 5, right? I wonder if Garrett Nussmeier is going undrafted.
Almost round 6.
Yeah, but we're through round 5, so I wonder if Garrett Nussmeier goes undrafted now, just because of the health stuff. But that happens though. Like when guys have medical red flags, sometimes they just don't go drafted at all. And then remember the Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, Sam Howell draft?
Yep. Oh yeah.
I really like Carson Strong in that draft, but his knee was shot, so he didn't get drafted. Then right after the draft, he signed with the Eagles for like $200,000 guaranteed. Never played in the NFL.
Yeah, that's nice, dude. Free money.
And then, well, he played in the USFL with the Michigan Panthers. I think he played 1 or 2 games and then pretty much retired. So Cyrus Allen going to the Chiefs. Cyrus Allen is a good player. This is a good fit. This Chiefs Cyrus Allen could play slot. He could play on the outside. I think, think back to when the Chiefs were in the Super Bowl, like when they had Juju.
Yes.
Well, granted, they had Juju last year too, but Juju wasn't very good last year. But like when the Super Bowl team that had Juju, when Juju was effective out of the slot, they were a pretty good team overall. So he's interesting. He had a lot of touchdowns.
Cincinnati.
He had a lot of touchdowns last year, though. The year prior, he had more receiving yards, though, I think, if I remember correctly. He did really well, I think, at the Shrine and Senior Bowl. Something like that. Or American Bowl and Shrine Bowl or American Bowl and Senior Bowl. I can't remember which 2 he was at. Definitely impressed there.
Yeah.
He's a good player. He's kind of like one of those do-good players, too. Kind of like not to the level of Jeremy Bernard and Skylar Bell, but like the next tier down from that,
I mean, Chiefs they just have to do whatever they can to be successful, put weapons on that field,
Well,
so their receivers tend to do wild stuff.
Well, I mean, like, you never know what Rashid Rice is going to do if he gets in trouble off the field, if he's going to stay healthy. Xavier Worthy's he's stayed healthy so far, you know, but he's still tiny. I don't know. He's just like, this is just like, hey, we drafted a good player. He's going to do something for us at some point type guy. They started Tyquan Thornton at wide receiver some of the games last year. Cyrus Allen's at least better than Tyquan Thornton. Let's put it that way. Or should be at least.
So smart he doesn't need to dress smart. It's a classic power move.
Back to the Dolphins.
Uh-oh. Back to the Dolphins. They got 2 picks left in this 5th round. What do you think? Receiver?
Could be. I mean,
Corner?
they just need players. Like corner, safety, wide receiver, offensive line, defensive line.
Everyone. Water
They
boy.
did take left bench, right bench.
They did just get rid of McDaniels, so they definitely need a water boy.
Just McDaniel, not McDaniels.
I know.
That bugs me so much, so just because like they always call him McDaniels, and it's like, no, that was Josh McDaniels. This is just Mike McDaniel.
Yep. Now he's a Charger.
Yep.
That's the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah.
You've always been ahead of the game.
I gotta start looking at
It's your default.
some rookie draft stuff here. Probably starting tomorrow.
Here's a good pick,
Kevin Coleman.
Junior.
Dude, what did we just call that? Wide receiver?
I mean, they need everything, so it's not
Dude.
hard to.
Malik Willis time, baby.
I mean, if you look at their wide receiver room before the draft, Tutu Atwell, Malik Washington, Taj Washington.
Hey, Tosh had that sick catch when they were practicing together.
And then who's the other guy? Jalen Tolbert. So I like Malik Washington. I hate Jalen Tolbert. I hate Tutu Atwell.
Yeah, Tutu's not good.
Now they got Chris Bell, Kevin Coleman Jr. Well, I like Kevin Coleman Jr. quite a bit. He could be a very interesting slot. But I don't know if he can play on the outside. That's kind of their problem. They have all these guys, but no guys that can play on the outside besides Chris Bell.
You don't think that's a lot of money for to bring in just a bridge quarterback? $67 million.
Not nowadays. Not when guys are getting, like Caleb Williams is going to sign a contract extension probably either before the start of the year or at some point during the year or right after the year. He's going to get $58 million a year probably. So is $67 million a year or $67 million over like 2-3 years anything? No.
Yeah, I feel you.
Like he got Baker Mayfield money.
I'm just saying. I think Malik Willis is. I think he's a little bit more talented than other people think. I just think you might think he's dumb, but
he needs everything set up for him.
I really think that's what they're trying to do. I think they're definitely trying to do that. I mean, having one of the better running backs in the league right behind you, him with the rushing ability. I mean, they're bringing in some players. I think what you're kind of trying to see here is a coach, new. They're trying to build their own team, right? It's a new regime. You got to bring in players that you want to see. Maybe try to develop players that you have.
They've had a good draft.
Get rid of the Waddle's great, but has tendencies to be not on the field because of issues with his injuries and also
never plays more than 70 snaps a game or 70% of snaps a game.
Tyreek Hill, who is a psychopath and tends to get into off-field issues and gets hurt.
I mean, they went all in and it didn't work. That's the moral of the story is they went all in and they didn't even win a playoff game. So now you have to reset.
Pick, dude. He's gonna be a guy I'm gonna probably target here in the second
He's
round.
a good player. The major question mark here is he's a slot guy. Malik Washington also should be a slot guy. So if it comes down to like Chris Bell's going to start, Chris Bell's your X.
Yeah.
No questions asked. Tolbert, they gave Tolbert money, so he's probably your Z. And then Malik Washington's probably your slot. Kevin Coleman, can he just get into the picture enough to be the good enough slot to push Malik Washington into your Z?
Yeah, dude, I like this, man. Marshawn Lloyd, if he hits, I liked watching Tim for the Gamecocks, dude. He was a fun little running back. He did some crazy, I don't know. I like him, but you're right. He's been banged up, and there's an issue that he does have, a really, really bad issue that does not get you on the field. It's these things, letting the ball go. He has fumble issues.
So here's the thing, right?
He's fun to watch when he can hold the ball.
But he hasn't been healthy since he's been in Green Bay.
100%.
At all. Like he's had a recurring hamstring injury. He's had appendicitis is not really an injury, but it also kept him out for 4 weeks. But it keeps most people out for 2 weeks. So like
time off.
Here's the thing. The Packers don't draft guys that had an injury history before. The one time they broke their rule was Marshawn Lloyd, and he has played.
He's just been poisoned and played with injuries.
But here's the thing, like, okay, so it's like, okay, Packers not drafting a running back. Tell me more about Marshawn Lloyd's healthy. There's still running backs out there. Nobody's taking running backs right now, so they can still take. Cole Payton went to the Eagles here. He's the left-handed quarterback out of North Dakota State. Very interesting story though, because like Cam Miller, who got drafted by the Raiders last year, got signed by the Dolphins late.
Oh, they got a big write-up on him.
So here's the thing, right? He waited his turn at North Dakota State when most people would transfer. So it's kind of weird. So he was a one-year starter. Got invited to the Senior Bowl. Held his own there. He's kind of like Tebow, but without as bad of a throwing motion and without all the college success. Let's put it that way. Some people...
The write-up makes him sound decent.
He's Tebow-ish. But it's so hard to know what he's going to be because he's
rushing touchdowns last year.
The Tebow effect, you know?
He could be used like Taysom Hill in the Wildcat at the next level.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're going to do that with the Eagles?
Maybe.
They already have somebody who they do that with.
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, right? If you do it with Cole Payton, but here's the thing: if you do it with your third string quarterback instead of your starter, then if your third string gets hurt, nobody gives a shit.
Yep.
Which is what they do. That's what they do in the CFL.
Yeah.
In the CFL, there's a third quarterback, right? And the third quarterback's job is only to get short yardage QB sneaks. That's the only job. Because if they get hurt, nobody gives a shit. But the Eagles always draft and develop quarterbacks. Last year, they took my boy Kyle McCord and then just kept him on the practice squad. Tanner McKee, they did a couple years ago. He looked all right in the preseason. So they always, think like the old school Packers, when Brett Favre was there and then they drafted Aaron Brooks behind him, Mark Brunell. They had Kurt Warner at one point, all those guys. And then Matt Hasselbeck. That's what the Eagles try to do now, too.
I mean, it's not a terrible idea.
Good idea.
They have Carson Strong, right? You said
no.
Who's the backup?
Tanner McKee.
Didn't they have Carson Strong 2 years ago? Was it who?
No, that was like 2022.
Oh,
they gave him he never played for them.
I'm pretty sure that the 2023 cards for the rookies that came out that year had Carson Strong in there for the rookies.
Yeah, they did because he signed an undrafted free agent deal with there, and then they printed the cards, and then he got cut.
I'm pretty sure I pulled a Carson Strong auto.
So Cruz goes to the 49ers, which is a good scheme fit. I swear I had him in my mock, but maybe I didn't.
Enrique.
He was one of the very few Hula Bowl guys that got an invite to the combine.
Offensive tackle.
I like how it's like he had good testing numbers, but the athleticism doesn't show up on tape. He's a guy that could play guard. He could play tackle. He's a guy that like the 49ers typically like. So
We've been on here so long, my TV was asking me if I want to keep watching.
that happens to me all the time. Mainly because I just had something playing like in the background, you know. And I'm working on sports stuff, you know, like it's just something's on in the background, and they're like, "Do you want to keep watching?" Well, technically, I was never watching, but I'm just like having noise. I think Cruz is an interesting pick. He's definitely a 49ers guy, though. Like, they like those guys that are pretty athletic. They like guys that can be versatile. He's kind of a project at this point in time.
Mike Garafolo says a decade after the Roseman drafts North Dakota State quarterback, he goes back and gets another one.
Oh, because it's 10 years
Wentz.
since 10 years since Carson Wentz?
Yeah.
No, it's more than that.
I think 12.
2013, I think, right?
You sure?
I think. 2013 or 2014. Him and Jared Goff.
Goff just feels like he's been in the league forever.
Carson Wentz is too. He's just been hurt most of the time.
Yeah.
Let's see. That was the 2016 draft. It feels like longer ago than that.
The Vikings' future starter, Carson Wentz.
2016 draft, apparently. So 10 years exactly.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it was later than 13 or 14. Yeah, we're gonna get to like week 7 or 8, and they're gonna figure out if we made a mistake. Put Carson back in. He'll get killed. Then it'll be too late. We'll be at pick 18 again.
As you redefine what's possible, Lexus refines what you deserve.
That's what I hate about the Vikings. Like, they just don't give up. They figure out ways like, all right, we're just going to go win a game here. You know, even
We're going to
though
go 9-8 every year.
we're trying to prove, you know, I think it's just Kevin O'Connell trying to prove that he didn't make a mistake by drafting just J.J. McCarthy. Like, at some point, stop doubling down because it's just going to affect you more.
Yep. Well, that was kind of like their problem. So they had different problems. So like when Quessy was the guy, Quessy just did like all this weird shit that didn't work, and he didn't have any like contingency plans for when things went wrong.
Spending a lot of money.
What?
Spending a lot of money too.
He didn't really spend as much money. Spielman spent a lot of money.
I thought he was spending money on older players. That's why our team is like so old.
Kinda. Well, like here's the thing though. When Spielman was there, Spielman went out of his way to keep guys that were there in-house. So like he overpaid Harrison Smith, he overpaid Dalvin Cook, he overpaid Cousins, you could say too. Like, you know, like he overpaid a lot of those guys so they wouldn't leave.
Yeah.
Spielman, you have to give him credit. Spielman was really good at day 3 picks, drafting those guys, or under Spielman as the general manager, at least. You can't just say it's just the general manager because there's a whole scouting department. There's a whole lot that goes in. But like at the end of the day, you kind of have a little bit of final say there besides like the owner. But that was kind of his bread and butter, and he was really good in the scouting game. Quessy wasn't as much of a scout. He was more like he was supposed to be an analytics and like financial guy, and he didn't do very good with that either. And apparently he couldn't help with the scouting departments, and they just kind of flopped on their face. So there's a lot. He tried to do things a different way, and it fell flat on his face, honestly.
I was watching something this morning, and it was some people kind of talking about looking at their reaction on what they thought the Ty Simpson pick, what Sean McVay's like reaction was. It wasn't like it was kind of like his reaction was kind of almost like he didn't want that pick.
I think he was surprised. I don't know what the conversations were between him, Les Snead, like, and like all the factors in play. Obviously, if you don't have a quarterback, you can't win a Super Bowl at this point in time. That's just the reality of the NFL. But they said there was supposedly McVay and Ty Simpson never met together. So that, like, just imagine you're a coach and your team drafts a quarterback and you've never had a conversation with that guy.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
But there's also another rumor that Sean McVay might be out on his way out anyways.
Yeah, they were talking about that. They think that once Stafford goes, he's going.
Yeah. So that might be part of it too. So then they're like, well, but like still, if you're going to draft a quarterback, you might want to have a little bit of a conversation with him and the head coach at some point,
That's
just be like, hey, we're interested in Ty Simpson. Unless I don't know, maybe they tried to get too cute with it. You know what I mean? Like maybe the Rams didn't want other teams to know that they were in on Ty Simpson to try to jump them. So then they didn't schedule a top 30 visit with him. But you still think they would have met with him I'm assuming they at least met with him at the combine, but maybe McVay wasn't part of the team that met with him at the combine. I don't know.
Got a blocking tight end here. Seydou
Traore. I didn't think he was getting drafted. Let's put it that way.
Blocking tight end.
He's too small, man. Did he test well? I feel like he tested well.
Overall rank 333. It says grade 39.
Not good. Not good.
Bob. Say it's a very good test. 31 at the positional rank. How many tight ends are off the board now?
Not 31. I'll tell you that much. There's guys I like better than him for sure. Let me find him. I think he's a Hula Bowl guy. Where the frick is he? Unless I put it, no, you should be on this page. Hold on. He should be on this page. There he is. So I'm not going with the ESPN size and weight because pro day he was 6'4", 244 pounds, ran a 4.65, which is actually really good for a tight end. 1.65, 10-yard splits, good for a tight end. 40 inch vertical, 10.7 broad jump. Those are all good numbers. 4.38 short.
He's in the room. He's out in the back of the room.
Is he?
Yeah. Is he a local? No. He's coming out though. Is he always? He's from England or London?
Maybe. He's a Shrine Bowl guy.
He's got the flag on and everything. He's walking out, dude.
He tested well. I don't like. He wasn't the guy I expected to get drafted, but I don't mind the pick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's cool though. It's good.
He's an upside. You're swinging for upside with a guy that's super athletic. But if he's considered, but here's the thing, right?
Put his hat on and then he drank the tea.
Yeah, but if he's considered an international guy, right? If they cut him and he clears waivers, they can put him on the practice squad as an IPP guy, international player pool guy.
Yeah.
Because he's from a different country, so that could be part of it too. He tested really well.
That's pretty cool. That's good for him, man. That's awesome. See, 2025, 5 touchdowns. It was 35 receptions and 300-something yards. All Sun Belt at Arkansas. Part of the NFL's International Pathway Program, class of 2026.
The Traore?
Yeah.
He's super athletic.
Yeah, he's very athletic.
He just hasn't played football very long.
I don't know. He kind of reminds me a little bit. His style of play is light version of Mark Andrews. His style, they're showing him. He definitely has that.
He kind of Jonnu Smith size when Jonnu was coming out, but Jonnu went higher.
That's kind of an interesting pick, dude. If he's just going to be blocking, but I don't know. I feel like for him only playing.
No, he's a regular tight end.
I think he's going to play more than that. Yeah. But guess what?
What?
Another commercial.
They couldn't even wait till the last pick of the round before they went to commercial.
Heck no, you gotta stretch it out, bro. Stretch it out.
They'll come back for one pick and then go to commercial again, probably. Now entering the 6th round, commercial. Zane Durant. Zane Durant is the pick out of Penn State for the Buffalo Bills.
6'1", 290. Undersized defensive tackle with average length. Not much room to add more mass. Oof. It's not good. Performed well at the combine. 40-yard dash was 4.75. Struggles to hold his ground against double teams. Can be driven out of gap.
He's an undersized defensive tackle. The Bills are transitioning more to that 3-4-ish defense. So he could play, not nose tackle, but one of the other D-line spots, potentially be like, a guy that rotates in there at the very least.
Overall, his ability to play with gap integrity will be greatly tested when facing NFL veterans.
He's fast. He's an undersized defensive tackle that's quick. But he doesn't have the strength, which is weird when you play at Penn State and you don't have the strength, because Penn State has one of the best strength and conditioning programs in the country.
We just passed the 420 mark.
We just passed the 6th round into the 6th round too. So we have a whole 75 more picks.
75 more. What? There was more. I remember you saying at one point when we went into the 5th round, you said we have 100 more picks. There was more than 100 then.
No, we go to 257.
I thought there was 40 picks in the last round.
We go to 257 that much. I know.
It's 35 in this round. I'm telling you, there was 40 in the last round. 41. Round five was loaded. A lot of Giants picks at the beginning of this one. The Vikings opt out of this round. They must have made some trades to get out of here. Texans have a pick in this round. Vikings do not. Giants and Titans probably have the most in this first 13 picks.
Who's up now?
Talon Green, comp Justin Fields. How do you like that?
Did he get picked?
No, it's just a pre-draft analysis.
I mean, it's not a bad comp.
Yeah, he did. The
Browns?
Oh, yes. Oh my goodness, dude. That's the best thing I've ever seen.
Well, here's the thing, right? He just
you can't not hit if you don't take one, right?
You just draft one every year. One of them's got to work out, right?
Sometime you might hit one.
So here's the thing, right? It's 6th round though, right?
Yeah.
You're taking a freak athlete that happens to play quarterback in the 6th round. Even if he doesn't work out, you just make him a wide receiver.
Who was that for the Raiders a couple years ago?
Terrell Pryor. That was more than a couple of years ago.
Not Pryor, that small guy. He ended up getting in trouble because, like, didn't his family's house get raided because there was guns or something in the house? Damn it, I can't remember his name.
He's a quarterback?
Yeah, he was a quarterback, and then they converted him to wide receiver.
Well, they took Tommy Millott last year out of
We
Kansas
talked
State.
about him. No, he was a black kid.
Mm-hmm.
And you were like hyping him up at one point as like a late round like guy that could be like they converted him, so they might do some crazy things with him. I can't remember who it was.
I don't know.
He was a super late guy or an undrafted guy that they brought in. It had to have been 3 or 4 years ago, I would say. Damn it, who was it? What was his name? I can't remember. He definitely had some they definitely had some cards for him. They did.
Did he ever do anything?
No. He just kind of ended up being I can't remember. Maybe there was I want to say it was 2023. No, no way. It had to have been way earlier than that. Let's see if I can figure it out.
So the Cardinals finally took a linebacker. Took Carson Scherer out of Iowa, who's a weird freaking story, honestly. If you want to expand him. So I think his size was a little, I want to say he was 232 at the combine. So he, like it says here, he put up good testing numbers at the combine. He actually tested like really well, which was a complete surprise because he was literally like pretty much a walk. I think he was a walk-on at Iowa. Didn't play till his final year. He was a one-year starter. He is known as the guy that was just, your typical downhill thumper linebacker, right? Nobody thought he was athletic. Goes to the Shrine Bowl, does wear there, and then he goes to the combine and actually tests out as an athlete, like when nobody thought he was athletic. He has a lot of special teams experience, though. So at the very least, you get a guy that's good on special teams, and maybe he turns into something more. But it's just like, it was so weird because like nobody thought he was fast. Everybody thought he was going to run like a 4.7, and he runs a 4.56. And then he had like a 40-inch vertical. I had him going to the Chiefs at 176, and he goes 183 here to the Cardinals. Jackie Marshall just went to the Titans out of Baylor. He's a guy that I did not have getting drafted.
Jackie Marshall. Sounds like a baseball player.
I think he was a Shrine Bowl guy. He's just not exciting. It says he started as an outside linebacker, says edge rusher before adding a bit of bulk. A little bit of bulk, 50 pounds. That's a little bit more than a little bit. And then transitioning into the interior, was using different alignments, 3 technique, coming off the ball, blah, blah, blah. So I didn't have him getting drafted. ESPN had him ranked 295. He's a project defensive tackle. Maybe he works out, maybe he doesn't. There ain't much to say about him. Not a guy I'd take.
Jackie Marshall. I can't find him. Can't remember his name.
Who?
This cat I was talking to you about. I know he was a Raider. Can't remember what year though. And I think he would have been a depth piece. I'm pretty sure he was undrafted.
Okay, so the Buccaneers just picked. They picked Bauer Sharp, the tight end out of LSU. If you want to expand him real quick, because I know he played somewhere else before LSU, but I can't remember where it was off the top of my head. Started at the FCS level, multiple-time transfer. Where did he go before LSU? I can't remember off the top of my head. He actually had a very good collegiate all-star circuit, and he tested all right at the combine. More of a receiving tight end. They could use more. I'm going to sneeze. They could use more depth at tight end. Obviously, a guy that, if he learns to block a little bit better, then maybe he could be a useful guy at some point in time. Obviously, they extended Kate Otten, so they don't really need him to be like the guy or anything else like that. And he's a 6th-round pick anyway, so could definitely do a lot worse. I can't remember if I had Bauer Sharp getting drafted or not. We're obviously seeing a lot of tight ends getting drafted. I did not have Bauer Sharp getting drafted because he's not a good blocker.
Was it DJ Turner?
No, that guy was never a quarterback.
I know he played wide receiver.
Let's see though. Giants are up. I feel like the Giants haven't picked him forever.
Yeah, they have 3 picks coming up here.
Yeah, 3 picks here though. I feel like they could address offensive line. They could address. They addressed defensive backs a little bit. I think they got linebacker now that they got Arvil Reese in there. They could grab another defensive lineman though. They could grab defensive line, offensive line. They trade up for freaking Malachi Fields. I wouldn't be surprised if they grabbed another running back here in one of the last couple picks that they got too, just to have some depth behind Tyrone Tracy and Cam Scatterbo. Scatterbrained.
Scatterbrains. Yep, you're right.
Scatterbrains.
Cam Scatterbrains.
Spattered brains.
He's talented though, man. He's definitely got a nose for the end zone. He does not stop. Like I said, he's definitely a Neanderthal. Like, not a lot of frontal lobe.
Did he even go to school in college?
No, somebody definitely was writing this. But it was just like the scandal here when the Gophers won the championship in basketball. And there was a scandal that there was somebody here writing people's papers.
Man, they did that shit at Florida State when they were good too.
Oops.
Like when Jameis was there when they won the championship.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, yeah, like 30 of their players had people doing all their homework. You guys are dumber than a box of rocks, but
And he's out stealing
crab legs. Eating W's. I don't even know how you made that W.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Well,
The best speeches from a player have ever come from one player, and that's Jameis Winston. His speeches have always been entertaining.
You have no idea what he's saying half the time or where he's going with it. It's just like, I love it though.
It's definitely kind of fun to have in the locker room.
Life is like a box of chocolates. We never know when we'll get out there, guys.
Yeah, he's definitely a good locker room guy, hype guy. I'm like, all right, Jameis, you're going out there to make a speech. Get these guys amped.
Speaking of Jameis, the Giants just picked Bobby Jamison Travis out of Auburn, defensive tackle. I did not have him getting drafted.
Ability to anchor and hold ground.
He's a big body guy. I mean, hopefully that's not your Dexter Lawrence replacement. He's big and strong, but he doesn't do anything else. Ooh, we got Katron Allen to the Washington Commanders. We already got the next pick, buddy.
What'd you say?
Katron Allen to the Washington Commanders.
Oh,
Fat boy. Now what'd you do? There you go. So Katron Allen's shared the backfield with Nick Singleton at Penn State. Very big physical runner. Obviously, he's had production, blah, 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 blah. I think he was a little bit banged up, so I don't think he actually tested. But now the Commanders have Katron Allen. They have Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. They have Rashad White in the backfield now, too. He could be a guy, though, like that does some stuff for them. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like a short yardage back or something like that. He can catch the ball. He can do everything, so I wouldn't be shocked if he beats the other guys out at some point in time. You know what I mean?
no, I mean, I don't think there's really much. I mean, I like White being there, but he's not extremely overwhelmingly great.
I like White. He's just like a consistent guy.
I kind of like this will be a guy you can probably get in the third round or like late second round.
Yeah. I like his opportunity. I don't know if he's going to beat out those guys, but like Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt was a 7th round pick that played really well as a rookie.
He played okay. He was very hyped up.
For a 7th round pick, he played very well.
He
He had a good rookie season for a 7th round pick. He had over 800 yards rushing for a 7th round pick. That's good.
It just sucks because of how they use. Like there was just so much hands there. There was just, everybody got to run the ball, and
and now there's going to be so many hands there again because you got Allen, you got Ja'Cory Grusky.
Now it's only like 3 though.
What?
It's only like 3 backs now. They're going to get their hands.
There's only 3 last year too.
Oh, it just felt like more.
It was Eckler, it was JMC Eckler and Chris Rodriguez.
I thought there was one more person that was there.
No, Jeremy McNichols was there after Eckler got hurt.
Oh, yeah, McNichols.
He got it there after Eckler got hurt. Technically, he's still on the team, but he sucks. He's good for like a long run every once in a blue moon. That's about it. I don't know. I like Allen. I think he's probably the most talented running back they have.
Once the Jets make this pick, I'm going to say hi to my fiance. She's only here for like 5 minutes. She's working the Wolves game tonight. Wolves win. I said Wolves in 6 versus Denver, and somebody in the comments said they want whatever kind of crack I'm smoking.
Oh, so you mean in 5?
Yeah, I mean, fuck. I don't think they win in Denver. Denver is a tough place. I feel like they'll win in the playoffs, but Minnesota, man, our stadium gets loud during the playoffs.
Has only one win in this position. Has only won the last 4 out of 15.
Here we go, Jets.
There you go.
Again.
My girl said since the last time the Denver has been in this position, they've only been 4-15.
Well, the team they can't beat.
It's us. They can't beat us in the playoffs.
Yeah, you know why? Because you built your whole team only based on beating Denver.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah,
I'm
but
okay.
then you still lose to Oklahoma City, though.
That means I can cash out early on them. If they can get past Denver, the odds will jump up higher, and I can just double down my money.
Yeah, but they built their whole team around beating Denver, but then they lose to Oklahoma City.
Oh, Carla says hi.
Oh, the New York Football Jets.
Do they select yet? It says the pick is in on the TV.
Yeah, it says that as soon as they're on the clock.
Sean McVay looks a little more happy today. I do like that the Browns have 5 quarterbacks or 4?
4. Don't worry, they'll convert them all to a wide receiver. I mean, if I'm drafting a developmental quarterback in this year's class, why not take a shot on Taylor Green? 6'6", 220 plus pounds, 230, depending on what day you weigh him. Ran 4.3, like 4.37. The crazy vertical, like super athletic, super strong arm. His mechanics are too inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, I like the kid. I think he looks fun. I mean, his write up. You guys know how I feel about Fields, so
he's just inconsistent.
So was Fields.
But yeah, but you had to spend a 1st round pick on Fields.
Yeah,
you had to spend a 6th round pick on him, and then like you talk about rookie drafts, like you're spending a 3rd, 4th round pick on Green versus like a 1st round pick on Justin Fields too. So we got Inez Cooper out of Miami going to the Jets. So they're beefing up that offensive line. Inez Cooper's a guy that, late day 3 guy. Probably never going to play for the Jets. I shouldn't say that. The Jets guys get hurt all the time.
Do they make an interception this year? Should we bet on it?
Probably. They haven't drafted a corner yet, have they?
I don't think so.
So I had Inez Cooper going 238 to the Dolphins.
All right. I'll let you talk about it. I'll be right back.
Yeah. He's not very exciting to talk about. He's big. He's like all the other Miami offensive linemen. He's big. He's good in the run game. He's probably not going to be very good in the pass game. Not too much to say here. And I think that's probably all the offensive linemen for Miami that are going to get drafted, because we got Nez Cooper here. Brockmeyer might get drafted, the center from their team. We already saw Markel Bull and Mainoa get drafted here early on, round 1 and round 3. So that's probably it on Miami linemen from their college football championship run that they did ultimately end up losing to Indiana in the championship game. We got the Bengals up now. I will go back and try to recap who the Bengals have taken already so far. Let me try that real quick. So the Bengals have taken Cassius Howell in the second round. They obviously traded their first-round pick away for Dexter Lawrence. And then they got Takario Davis in the third round, the big athletic quarterback out of Washington. Connor Lew in the fourth round to play their center of the future. And then they took Colby Young, the wide receiver out of Georgia, the big body wide receiver out of Georgia at the very end of the fourth round. And, you know, if I'm the Bengals here, maybe you look at linebacker, maybe you look at safety, maybe you grab another offensive lineman. If there's a tight end they really like, I wouldn't be surprised if they go tight end. And they actually go Brian Parker, the second here out of Duke. He's got some experience at guard. He's got some experience at tackle. I know some teams liked him as a potential center. So he's a guy in my mock I initially had in the very end of the second round going to the Rams. That was mainly based on a Rams scheme fit, but he goes here in the sixth round. And, you know, you got some younger players coming in here for the Bengals that have some pretty good experience in him, and Connor Lew could provide some interior depth, at least early on, year one, and then maybe do something more in the future as well. And then the next pick is the Saints, who have had a very interesting draft, to say the least. So let me see if I can get over to them. They went Jordan Tyson in the first, obviously a good playmaker at wide receiver. Christian Miller in the second to add to their defensive line unit. Oscar Delp is kind of a successor potentially to Jawan Johnson. And they took Bryce Lance in the fourth round. They took Lorenzo Styles Jr. as a safety in the fifth round. Jeremiah Wright was in there too as a guard. And now they take Barrion Brown out of LSU, formerly of Kentucky, a guy that was a very high-end prospect out of high school. And with that being said, he's a guy that does have some upside. He hasn't never fully put it together at the college level. We'll see if he can do that at the NFL level, but they definitely added some wide receiver depth, which was very much needed for the Saints team. And Jordan Tyson, Bryce Lance, Barrion Brown to add to Chris Olave and Devon Vele as their main targets from returning from last year. They also still have like Mason Tipton and some other lower end guys, but definitely very much added depth to this group just in general. Jaguars have had an interesting draft, to say the least. They drafted 2 tight ends when they already had Brendan Strange and whatnot. Definitely adding some depth to that tight end room. I still think they have yet to draft a safety. Let me double check that. So Nate Borcher went in the second round. Albert Regis to kind of play defensive tackle or nose tackle for them in the third round. Magno Pregnone in the third round was a good pick for them. Jalen Husky out of Maryland, defensive back, could play some safety, I guess. They had Josh Cameron, the big body wide receiver out of Baylor. Very productive career at Baylor. Has some flashes of upside here and there. It'll be interesting to see what he does will ultimately end up looking like at the NFL level. And I'm going to go back over to my mock draft too, just to remind myself where I did have Cameron going. So I had him going 165 to the Bills, kind of as a big body athletic guy. It looks like the Giants are just changed to the Giants pick. So I'm not sure if that traded up. I just seen it change. I know the Giants did have back-to-back picks anyways, so maybe they moved up one spot or something like that. We'll see who they ultimately end up drafting here. Obviously, the Giants do have back-to-back picks here. It does say that the Giants pick is in at this point in time. And a reminder of who the Giants have taken so far. We got Arvell Reese. We got Francis Maui Noah, Colton Hood, Malachi Fields, Bobby Jamison Travis, and the pick at 6'11" is going to be J.C. Davis out of Illinois. Primarily played left tackle for this team and primarily played left tackle for Illinois the last few years. Was a guy that transferred up to Illinois at one point in time. Some teams like him better as a guard. I think he's a very, very good offensive line depth piece at the very least. You know, maybe he plays left tackle if Andrew Thomas goes down once again. At the very least, maybe he comes in and challenges for a guard spot. I like what the Giants have done so far. I don't really like trading up for Malachi Fields, but if that's your guy at wide receiver, that's your guy at wide receiver. Bobby Jamison Travis, I don't really care for him, but you know, a guy that can eat some space up as a nose tackle. Maybe a depth player there, but they have one more pick, which is actually going to be the very next pick. So we'll see where they go. It's been a pretty good draft overall for the Giants in their first draft under John Harbaugh as their new head coach. This guy's messing with me. He keeps changing things. And then after the Giants, we'll get the Titans coming up.
Titans, Raiders.
Yeah. Been a good first draft for John Harbaugh and company. And we see that they're addressing the offensive line. Obviously, the Ravens in past years have valued the trenches. I still would have liked to see them address the defensive line a little bit more. Maybe they go another linebacker here. I could see another wide receiver. I could see potentially a tight end. I had them drafting a blocking tight end in my mock, so I would not be surprised if they add kind of a blocking tight end to come in to kind of replace Daniel Bellinger. Blocking tight end, wide receiver. Maybe you take another shot at offensive line. Defensive lines, I would probably go defensive line, but I don't know if there's a specific guy that I would want to go after at that point in time. Maybe you add to the edge rush room. I don't really think you need to, like, unless they move Thibodeau, because you got Thibodeau, Burns, Abdul Carter, Arvell Reese could come off the outside. But, you know, if you really like a Nadeem Tucker out of Western Michigan, you could do something like that.
I love my girl works at a restaurant too, and she'll bring home food.
What'd you get?
I mean, it's some kind of Asian dish, just some kind of noodles and beef and rice, and not rice, but beef and vegetables.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised that J.C. Davis lasted till the 6th. So I think that's good value. I think, like, going back up to that Saints pick, I don't think Barian Browning was going to get drafted. But, yeah, Davis started at New Mexico. He's just a guy that he's played a lot of games. He doesn't have the greatest length for a tackle, but he could also move inside the guard. Like, he's a really good depth piece. Let's put it that way. He's just a guy that knows how to play offensive line already, and if he gets any better, like, he gets better, you know. Like,
just looks like he just needs somebody to work with him.
I don't think he needs much work, honestly, because he's already solid. I think the question mark more with him is, like, is there anything more that he could, like, how can he get better? Is there anything he can get better at, you know? Like, you already know that, like, if he's a backup guy, he's going to come in and not blow the game up for you. But does he have any more upside than that? That's the main question with him, I think, is there any more upside? And he's not, like, this big physical traitsy guy, you know, so. Some teams only viewed him as a guard, though, so. I think he could do either.
Jack Kelly, BYU.
Yeah, I like Jack Kelly a lot. So they add to the linebacker room. Obviously, they got Trevon Agents and Arvell Reese there at this point in time. Kelly's kind of interesting because, like, he's a decent athlete. He has good instincts. He's a little bit bigger, like traditional linebacker. Like, I think he's a good developmental guy. I had him going a little bit earlier to the Saints in my mock, but, you know, if that's your last pick in the draft, you're getting a guy that's going to at least be good on special teams and maybe develops into something else. That's a pretty solid draft for the Giants overall. I think the only thing I might have changed if I was them was, you know, maybe getting a little bit better defensive tackle replacement potentially for Dexter Lawrence. But that closes out the Giants draft. I don't have an official grade on it. I'll probably do NFL draft grade video at some point this week, I would assume.
Let's talk about Brandon Ayuk, because obviously that is going to be a receiver that's going to be in the news over the next several months. The 49ers are already very, very clear. He's not going to play for them. $27 million in salary. None of it is guaranteed, mostly because they took away his guarantee for stopping showing up to rehab early this year.
Oh, yeah, they're talking about Brandon Ayuk right now.
What the 49ers would like to do is trade him. The Washington Commanders are expected to have interest.
Who would want Brandon Ayuk? I just don't understand why you'd want him.
Why not? He's a good player when he's healthy.
Does he want to play football?
Yeah. He just didn't want to. I don't think most people actually understand the, like, because you're trying to make it like, oh, he didn't want to go to rehab. He doesn't want to play football. Him and the 49ers had a very different rehab plan for his injury. And he wanted to do with his own, like, people, and the 49ers were trying to make him do it a different way, and they kind of bashed heads. That's mainly what happened. And people try to like blow it up into something like way bigger, honestly. I think it's a lot overblown. And we get Pat Coogan, the legend himself, going to the Titans here out of Indiana. So he was the center on the Indiana championship team. A lot of people were like standing Pat Coogan, you know. He's good, he's solid, but he doesn't have this like athletic traits to be like that high-end center at the NFL level. Could he come in? Could he start? Could he be all right? Sure, why not?
Pro Bowl MVP, offensive MVP.
Rose Bowl,
sorry.
which was part of the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just read the write up. Like he's a solid
Not
guy,
a true
but
people
nothing
mover.
special. What?
Coogan is not a true people mover, but he can
No,
anchor his game in the pass game.
He's
just a guy.
Yeah. Like, would I be surprised if he starts for 5 years? No. But is he going to be a Pro Bowler? And probably not.
I mean, Shador was a Pro Bowler.
That wasn't a real Pro Bowler.
I know. So that was my whole point.
Mickey Mouse Pro Bowler. Tyler Huntley was a freaking Pro Bowler too in a year that he threw like 4 touchdowns. We got the next pick already, Malik Benson out of Oregon, who was a guy that I didn't have get drafted, but he's got decent enough speed. He never really lived up to the hype. You know, there's not too much to say about him. Maybe he does something, maybe he doesn't. That's the first wide receiver the Raiders drafted to yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Brings some value as a return man. ESPN at him 165.
4.37.
He's fast, but like he's never lived up to the hype. You know what I mean? Like he's supposed to be this guy that was supposed to be really good coming out of high school, and he just never got there.
I feel like they definitely draft receivers that just don't pan out.
I mean, it's different regime. It's Spytex. I don't think they were drafting wide receivers till next year. I think they're really holding off on that for some reason.
Maybe they'll bring back Henry Ruggs.
And he gets out of jail next year.
Yeah.
He still could be suspended for all a year too, though, after he gets out. You know?
How do you keep in shape for football, you know? I know you can work out a lot, but that's an endurance thing, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, you could go. You ain't got much to do in prison. Work out and run all the time, I guess. You could do it. Whether or not he did it is a different question, you know?
Verizon does. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
Not as cool as Verizon.
Businesses start small.
It's possible, but you have to be the right person and have like the right motivation to do it. Yeah.
So you can safely manage all
Yeah, you definitely need somebody there to help you out. Keep your mindset in the game.
I mean, maybe. I mean, like, if you're solely focused, like, if your whole focus is on that, then it's like, yeah.
Well, the other focus should be on not doing what he did again. You know.
Yeah. I mean, call the Uber next time, buddy. Now we got 2 Patriots picks in the next 3.
Are we done with Malik Benson yet?
Yeah. I don't care about him. He might be better than Thornton. I don't
Taekwon.
know. He's fast. It's like an Al Davis pick. He's fast. Never produced. Or like, I can't say he never produced. He just never lived up to expectations.
Oh man,
I think he should have went back to Oregon for another year, honestly.
Brian Edwards.
Especially with Dante Moore coming back too, you know.
Brian Edwards never living up to expectations. Broke my heart. As soon as I saw him go to the Raiders, I said it's over.
It's over, folks. Didn't he have like a leg injury though?
Yeah, I think he was hurt in college too a little bit.
He got abused in college and couldn't do it in the pros.
I know when you're doing that stuff like that at the age of 17 and hurting yourself, what do you think your body's going to tell you?
Yeah, well, sometimes with those programs too. Do you remember D. Milner that played corner for Alabama and then got drafted like super high by the Jets and never did anything in the NFL? He said he was literally like hurt all the time at Alabama. They were just pumping him full of like shit so he could play. And like his body, but like by the time he was like year 2, year 3 in the NFL, his body was just toast. So on the bright side with NIL, right? At least if you're doing that crap in college now, at least you get money out of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Not like back in the day where you're D. Milner and you're just pumping crap in your body and your body's just taking a beating like every week for 3 years, and then you get nothing out of it besides free education, I guess. Which, I mean, free education is still free education. It's better than nothing, but it's also an Alabama education. And then, but then you get the first round pick money, but you never get a second contract because you abused your body in college. Happened with a lot of Alabama players, by the way. Cyrus and who's that? I got the Oladejo brothers or something like that. Really good at Alabama, never did anything in the pros. They were kind of like that too. Which weird player will the Patriots take?
Patriots are going to take probably another tight end.
Punter. They like punters.
Better draft class so far, Jets or Giants? Oop, Vikings just traded in.
Did they?
Yep, Demetrius Crownover, Texas A&M.
That's who they picked?
Yep, not the Vikings, but the Patriots did.
I thought you just said the
Vikings traded up. They're now 2 picks away.
Oh, okay.
They didn't have any picks in this round. They traded up. I don't know who they just traded with, but whoever was here.
Okay. I like Crownover though. Like I said, he's a big guy.
Rank 86, and he's going this late.
Yeah, I had him in the 3rd round. He looked good in the Senior Bowl reps. It says he's got good bend and flexibility for a player of his height. He's big. He's hard to get around. I think his feet can get better. He's kind of a weird guy. Like when you watch him, he's just like, if he gets now, if the Patriots still had their old offensive line coach, that guy would be a Pro Bowler. I guarantee you that.
Demetrius. I like that name.
I think he's an interesting guy, though.
6'7", 319. Oh, that's a big boy.
Yeah, you should see like the Senior Bowl reps. Like nobody can get around him.
So this was a Minnesota's original pick.
It was
From it says from Indy. No, must have been. I don't know how you would. Jacksonville and Carolina and Minnesota via Indy. I don't know how you read that. How do they read that trade?
So it says the Patriots trade pick 198 to the Vikings for pick 234, a seventh. I think that's a 7th round pick, plus a 2027 6th rounder. So they traded a 6th and a 7th for a 6th.
We like 27 round our draft better, don't we?
Probably. You never know what's going to happen, but
Vikings have to win now. I mean, geez. CJ Daniels, wide receiver, Miami. They just went to the Rams.
I can't remember if I had CJ Daniels getting drafted or not. He's kind of like one of those borderline. He's one of those borderline guys. Like he was decent at Miami last year. I can't even remember if he tested. I think he didn't test. I think that's why I kept him out of the mock.
Oops, sorry.
Doesn't like to compete. Don't like that.
Hates playing football. Why does LA keeps changing their logos?
Oh, he did pick. He ran a 4.62 though. That's why I didn't like him.
All right, Vikings are on the clock now. Vikings, Seahawks, Dolphins, Packers, Chargers. That's the next 5 picks. Hey, your Texans are in. I think the Texans jumped in too.
Did they?
Yeah, because I didn't think they had a pick in this round either. Maybe I'm wrong, but I see a trade here.
Yeah, half these picks are traded now though.
Every single one almost.
Yeah, but it's just because it's like
from earlier.
Hey, they got a running back.
Hey, Claiborne, let's go. I like this.
He'll probably get overdrafted now just because he went to the Vikings.
Yep. Get him in the 2nd round.
It's a good Aaron Jones replacement.
Okay, 4.37. I like that. I had to go watch some film, a little bit of film on him. But I heard, Claiborne, this should be a good spot for him.
He's decent.
Special teams value? No, I don't want my running back on special teams.
Yeah, I had him going 218 to the Cowboys. So like 20 picks later.
We'll take it. I mean, they have him at 133.
Yeah, he's kind of one of those divisive guys, though. It's like some people really like him, some people really don't like him. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle.
We got another wide receiver, Emmanuel Henderson, to the Sea Chickens.
Out of Kansas. He tested pretty well.
Isn't that your team, the team you like, Kansas?
For basketball.
Who do you watch for football?
I had him going 141 to the Bears. He's not the best at changing directions. He can make difficult catches outside his body frame, but did have 4 drops. So you know what you do with him? You say run in a straight line real fast and go get the ball when it's in the air.
Emmanuel. 4-4-4.
He's the Temu version of Randy Moss. Except you can only tell him to go in a straight line and catch the ball when it's in the air. That's all he's good for, apparently, according to them. I think he could probably.
I think that was their first offensive weapon drafted. The Vikings. Yeah. I think they have one. Didn't they draft one offensive tackle? Everything else is defense, I believe.
I'll look.
One linebacker, 2 defensive tackles, safety, and I think a running back. I believe that was what it was.
finds what you deserve. Because a car
Defensive tackle, defensive
Two.
tackle,
There's two.
linebacker. Yeah, they took Tiernan at offensive tackle. Oh, they took the fullback too.
Oh yeah, that's right. The tight end.
Fullback. He's a fullback.
Yeah, I did air quotes.
I don't care. He's a fullback.
DJ Campbell, Texas.
That's a good pick.
6'3", 313,
Yeah. He's experienced.
43 stars.
He could play with better hand placement, though, it says.
He's a reacher.
Yeah. Just teach him to use his hands, then he'll be fine.
Don't we all? It says Campbell does display some power when he makes proper contact.
He's strong. He just doesn't always get his hands where they need to be.
I'll tell you right now, when I throw the ball properly, when I'm bowling, I can get a strike every time.
Packers, the Green Bay Cheddarheads are up.
No.
Let's see who ESPN has is the best available. Xavier Harris, Packers won't pick him. Deion Burks, Packers won't pick him. Garrett Nussmeier, the Packers definitely won't pick him.
If you think Packers finish last in the division, who finishes first? You think Chicago?
Chicago, baby. Maybe the Lions. Lions are due to be healthy this year.
Vikings, they probably finish third, if not last.
Watch the Packers pick freaking Caden Curry. They did already pick a defensive end, though. Ooh, Jamari Taylor would be fun for the Packers, though. They're good. If he goes, that could be fun. That'd be there goes your Marshawn Lloyd. There's still tight ends. Okay. So we're going to talk through top available guys based on These are based on ESPN. So Garrett Nussmeier there, he's obviously got the injury concerns. Luke Altmaier, Sawyer Robinson, they got Baron Morton there too. Haynes King, those are probably the Diego Pavia. Hey, I got this pick right. I got the pick right.
Is that who you said? Or it was on your
in my mock. So they took Damani Jackson, the corner out of Alabama. I really don't think he's anything special, but I knew the Packers would like him. Let's put it that way. So the Packers obviously needed help at corner, right? So they took Brandon Cisse already. They took Damani Jackson here. They took Damani Jackson at 201. I had the Packers selecting him at 153.
I mean, they had him ranked at 162, so that's pretty good ranking for you, brother.
Yep. Big body, not. When you think of like an Alabama corner, you think a little bit quicker than he is. Like he's had flashes at times, but it's just like, I don't know. Like
I think the thing that I like here that it says is, well, obviously length, strength, speed. The thing I like here is that he reroutes receivers at the line, and he can also win at 50-50 balls downfield. So I do like that. I like somebody who can like disrupt the receiver in their line.
I don't know. So it's kind of weird though, because they bring in over Jonathan Gannon to be the defensive coordinator, right? And you're talking about a bigger physical guy that can reroute wide receivers. But Jonathan Gannon likes playing more zone coverage. Unless they're trying to switch schemes, you know. Like maybe they're adjusting. I don't know.
I'm glad Minnesota get a running back. I do like that. That means that they have some use for them. How many running backs are back left now? What is that running back? Are we at 6 now?
7, I think, because we had Katron Allen too. So right now, the running backs that are remaining, Jamari Taylor. I like Jamari Taylor a lot. Probably didn't test as good as he would have liked. Le'Veon Moss is there. I don't think he gets drafted. Roman Hemby might get drafted out of Indiana. The other Indiana running back, Seth McGowan. I think Seth McGowan's very good. Seth McGowan has question marks off the field, though. He started his career at Oklahoma, was a 5-star recruit. Got into some legal trouble, went to fucking jail.
Oh, you don't want that.
What? He's changed his
life. You don't want that. You don't want that.
he owns up to everything. He got in with the wrong gang and they stole some fucking shit or something like that. Or I think it was like armed robbery.
Can't get involved with the wrong crew or crowd. You know.
Yeah, but he's completely changed his life around. I think he went to New Mexico or New Mexico State after that. Had a good year there. Went to Kentucky. Had a decent year there. Like I want to say good, but like Kentucky was just so bad that like he was good for Kentucky, but like their team just sucked. Tested well, had a good Senior Bowl. He's literally talked to teams. And Logan Taylor, I love Logan Taylor. He's
offensive guard going here. I mean, Chargers, they just need to keep. They need to keep Herbert.
I like this pick a lot for them because he's played offensive tackle. He's played guard. Think of last year for the Chargers, right? Joe Alton, Rashawn Slater went down, and they had like crap behind them. You got a guy that's got experience playing pretty much anywhere on the offensive line. Although when you're 6'7" at guard, it's kind of weird.
He's a big guy, 314 though, so
he looked really good. I like him a lot. He's one of my favorite day 3 offensive linemen.
Excellent size, but he will need to clean up his technique.
I like his technique at the Senior Bowl. I was a lot higher on him though. I had him going 131 to the Patriots.
It says needs to improve his core strength, get knocked off balance.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's a starter at some point. I really like him. He's a good depth piece. So we got 55 picks left now. The Jacksonville Jaguars. I think at some point the Jaguars might take a quarterback. Not because anybody's going to replace Trevor Lawrence, but they like having depth. Oh, God. They took C.J. Williams? Why? I feel like this guy's been everywhere.
C.J. Williams.
Is this the same guy I'm thinking about?
No write-up.
Is this the same C.J. Williams I'm thinking about? Because if so, he's been like everywhere. And he's definitely not a guy I would have drafted. That's Antonio Williams. I don't even think I have a one for. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Because he's not actually in my database. Because he wasn't a collegiate all-star game, and I don't think I got to Stanford Pro Days. But the one guy I don't have in my database.
I mean, I don't think they don't have him in the database.
So he's a double transfer. He started his career at USC. He's a former top prospect, though. So he started his career at USC. He transferred to Wisconsin when Luke Fickell went there. When they tried to go to more spread offense, that didn't work. And then he transferred to Stanford after that. So Draft Scout had him as a high priority free agent, first year starter. He had 59 catches, 279 yards last year. 6'1", 203 pounds, 4.6, 140 time, not great. 10-yard split, 158, not great. 35-inch vertical, pretty average for a wide receiver. 10-8 broad jumps, decent. Short shuttle at 4.47 is not good. 3-cone at 7.4 is not good. And 14 on the bench reps for a bigger wide receiver, kind of average. Not a guy that probably should have been drafted, honestly.
Smells like cherry blossom.
Never really lived up to the hype out of high school either. So I went drafted. I can't say it's I'm not one of those people like when I go over and I grade drafts and give like an F grades and stuff like that, but that's like a D pick. Like this is a guy that I don't think should have been drafted. F means like, hey, this guy should have been like a 7th round pick and you took him in the 3rd round. But that's Keelan Black, so I'll give that one a D still probably too. F is just like bad, you know? Like there's no way this works out type thing, you know? Texans.
Lewis Bond, wide receiver, Boston
boy.
College.
I didn't think
Yeah.
he'd get drafted.
He
He had a lot of receptions last year, though.
88, fifth most in FBS history. Just kidding. Last season. I know. I was just kidding. Bond has consistent production at Boston despite quarterback turnover.
Yep. Because they had Grayson James early in the year. I think he got a medical redshirt to come back.
Bond is a natural route runner who does a good job finding green grass.
He lacks elite speed.
I don't like that sentence.
Not, I mean, you don't need speed, but
No.
but it helps.
He does a good job finding grass. Why don't you just say he's good at making separation?
Let me see his testing.
So he says that he's got good routes. He runs good routes. It's good tempo and cuts.
Guess what? He's never getting on the field anyway. So yeah, 5'11", 190, 4'6", 140 times, not good. 10-yard splits, 152, which is decent. 35-inch vertical, decent. Broad jumps, 10-3 is all right. Short shuttle's not great. 3 cones not great. 15 reps at 190 though. Hey, Skylar Gill Howard, I like him.
Skylar.
He's very undersized for a defensive tackle though. He came in at like 280 at the combine, and then I don't think he even did anything when he came in at 280 either. I had him going to the Vikings at 234. But you guys took all your defensive tackles early. Ankle injury, undersized position, blah, blah, blah.
Disengaging, the thing to me is biggest concern is the lack of size and ability to disengage from blocks.
His thing is he's quick off the ball mainly, you know. He's not a bad rotational player to have, you know. You know what I feel pretty good about now?
I do like that. What?
Is that I know a lot of people were high on this Torian York, the linebacker out of Texas A&M, and I had him going at 240, and he hasn't gone yet, so I feel better about it. Because like some people have him like top 150 pick. I'm like, I don't see it. Don't see it.
You know how people get hyped about tight ends, man.
Oh, as a linebacker.
I think you said tight end. And some people will push those tight ends way up. Like,
I'll tell you, I think a lot of people thought Michael Trigg might have been drafted, but not the field concerns. And he ain't gone yet.
It's a big issue.
It can be. But it only takes one team.
Do you allow Bane to have a car?
Probably not. Not in Tampa. Hell.
Definitely not.
No.
You get a person in your contract.
Have you ever driven in Tampa?
No, I haven't.
Tampa's like one of those weird cities because it's got so many highways, right? And they all connect into each other and stuff like that. And like all of us, and like a lot of them, it's like you're over here, and then like your GPS is like get over here, and like the next half mile, go across like 4 lanes of traffic to get to the next one. And half the time it's impossible. But now imagine a guy that's already a reckless driver, like driving in that crap.
Minnesota's bad just because there's so many one ways here in the city. It's terrible.
Yeah, but I mean, like Tampa's just a pain in the butt to drive in, anyways. Like, because there's so many interconnecting highways, so it's just like. But then it's like you're gonna put a guy that's already a reckless driver in that situation. I don't think so. Do not think so. So Chargers up.
All right, so Michael Pelton was just in a draft. Rookie draft 1 through 10 right now. Oh, 10 is on the clock. So let's see. He's got, they went, number 1 was Love. Number 2 was Mendoza. Number 3 was Lemon. Number 4 was Tate. Number 5 was Price. Tredavious Price is going high now. Told you he was going to move up. Then Tyson, then Casey, then Sadiq, then Cooper.
Honestly, give me Jordan Tyson all day at that price.
6?
Yeah. I'd probably take him like 2.
That promise is still at the heart of everything we do. Why remember now?
It must be I'm believing it's a super flex.
Yeah, so so this is the final pick of the draft for the Chargers. They took Alex Harkey out of Oregon. I think he could play tackle. I think he could play guard. Just another depth piece on that offensive line. I'm not sure he makes the team, but it just it's a shot in the 6th round. So that closes out the draft for the Chargers. They took Hakeem Bessador in the 1st round, the edge out of Miami. Very interesting player. Kind of reminds me of Tuli Tuipulotu in a way. Jake Slaughter at center. They took Brendan Thompson at wide receivers, kind of maybe a vertical deep threat / return guy. Travis Burke at tackle, big offensive tackle. Genesis Smith at safety. Nick Barrett at defensive tackle. Logan Taylor and Alex Harkey now. So they took 4 offensive linemen for a team that very much struggled on offensive line last year. So that's probably a good thing. Yeah. I can't remember if Harkey tested well or not.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds pretty decent.
Yeah, I know he had a little bit of hype headed into the year,
I think they said he's going to play better as a guard than at tackle just because
I don't know. I don't know if he makes the team or not. Honestly, like the fact that they got Logan Taylor, Harkey, and
well, he'll get picked up.
What?
He'll get picked up. Somebody will pick him up.
Yeah.
What the hell, computer? Why do you keep doing that?
His problem is he's got short arms, so that's kind of why he's going to play guard.
Who else has short arms?
Well, he's got 31 3/4 inch arms, which is that would be like the shortest left tackle arms, like pretty much ever. Like Will Campbell's got short arms, like Braden Smith had short arms, but this is smaller than that.
He's like a T-Rex
for offensive tackle, yes. Yeah. Okay, so Alex Harkey, 31 3/4 inch arms, right? Markel Bell, that's 6'9", 3 inches taller, right? 36 3/8 inch arms.
My God.
I wonder if he had the long. No, Christian Jones has the longest out of San Diego State. He's not getting drafted. He's a fun guy though. You know who I hope gets drafted?
Who?
There's an offensive tackle out of Central Florida, right? His name is Paul Rubelt. I think he's from Germany originally, something like that. He is 6'10", 6'10", 313 pounds, and has almost 36-inch arms.
Jeez.
And he ran a 5 flat 40-yard dash. And he put up 26 reps on the bench with 36-inch arms. And if you know anything about the bench, it's hard to do a lot when your arms are longer. It's the short arm guys that usually do a lot. I don't know if he gets drafted, but I hope he does.
It'll be fun to see a German guy get drafted.
Micah Morris, guard out of Georgia. He's like a fringe guy for me if he got drafted or not. He tested all right. He's a little bit bigger body guy. Goes to the Eagles. The Eagles like drafting Georgia guys. The Eagles and the Packers love drafting Georgia guys. I just don't see a lot of upside with Micah Morris. Uh-oh, trade. That was weird.
It just flips.
It showed the Falcons, right?
Yeah.
And then it disappeared, and then it showed the Falcons again. We traded with ourselves.
Who was it early? What wide receiver was taken away from Pittsburgh. Was it Tate? In the draft, Pittsburgh was on the phone with one of the wide receivers, I think, in the first round, and that's the Eagles.
I have no idea.
The Eagles jumped up and traded with
Malachi Lemon.
Yeah, they traded up to get him traded with Dallas. And while he was on the phone with the Steelers, the Eagles call and say, we're trading up to get you in front of the Steelers, dude. That shit's crazy.
Yep.
Man, what if AJ Brown doesn't get traded?
If they don't get traded, you got Malachi Lemon, Devonta Smith, Dallas Goedert, Eli Stowers, Saquon Barkley, and Jalen Hurts. An offensive line. Super Bowl.
Why not?
And their corners on defense are Cooper Jean, Cunha Mitchell, and Tariq Woolen.
One more year.
Yeah, I didn't think Michael Morris was getting drafted. Like but they have him at 302, and I had him probably, right outside of getting drafted. So I just don't see upside with him, honestly. Like, he is what he is. I don't think he's gonna get any better. And we see that a lot with some of these Georgia guys. Like, Georgia ends up with these guards that are like 6'4", 6'5", 6'7", like 330 pounds. And they're good in college. They're good run movers. Like, you get to the NFL, and it's like, can you be like the 9th or 10th offensive lineman? Yeah.
What do they trade up for? Pick is in.
I don't think they trade up.
Ooh, hip drop tackle.
Who the fuck is Antonio Thompson?
Who? Yep, no write up.
I think I have his results at least, but honestly, it's not surprising that you're seeing a lot of these guys this year, because it's like
there's some kind of they flash that they saw that they liked. They're like maybe they're like, ooh, that would fit in our system somewhere.
So Ontario Thompson, he was 6'2", 306, 33.5-inch arms. Oh, he ran a 4.75 at his pro day for 40-yard dash at 306. 174, 10-yard split. That's pretty good. 29.5-inch vertical is decent. 9.6 broad jumps decent. 4.38 short shell is pretty good. 7.8 three cone is decent, and 30 bench press reps. So he had a good pro day workout.
Oh yeah, he's strong.
He had a good pro day workout.
All
which Washington had another defensive tackle last year, Sebastian Valdez. He was pretty similar. He had a really good pro day workout. He didn't get drafted, but then he was on the Chiefs practice squad last year, which was funny because I think I actually had him mocked to the Chiefs in the 7th round last year, and then he signed with the practice squad.
I love that.
Me too. Because even it's like, well, if you didn't get drafted, but then you signed with the team that I thought you was going to draft you anyways, it's kind of like 7th round versus, undrafted free agent. It's like, at least they were interested in you. Now we got the commies. The Commanders. I feel like they haven't done a lot, honestly. But they trade most of their picks away for Tunsil, honestly, too. So that could be part of it. So the Commanders took Sonny Style at 7 overall. They took Antonio Williams, Joshua Josephs, and Katron Allen. So they got this pick and the 7th round pick left still.
Matt Golden.
Did I have him getting drafted or not?
They have him pretty high, 157.
I wasn't high on him. Let's put it that way.
Wake Forest, Michigan.
He struggles to change direction and redirect.
6'4", 305. So
they definitely could use interior offensive line help, but Did I have Googling getting drafted or not? I can't remember.
Maintains a good anchor and base against rushes from head-on defenders. Plus, he can pick up stunts.
I did not have him getting drafted. He was a guy that I thought like towards the very end of the draft getting drafted. So like going here doesn't surprise me. But he's not a guy I would have picked. So let's put it that way. But you know, like sometimes you're getting, you know, around 6, 7. Like sometimes like, hey, you're interested in this guy as maybe like an undrafted free agent, right? But you don't want to compete with all the other teams, so you just draft him. That happens a decent amount.
Unfortunately, we've got a lot of great people that I can kind of put the load on, logistics folks, and they're handling that. We sent a whole group down there for it.
And then the Commanders have 1 pick left, so that's the 7th pick in the 7th round. Like, I feel like they should have gone center a lot earlier, though, if we're being honest, because like the starting offensive line right now for the Commanders is Laramie Tunsil, good. Chris Paul at guard, not so good. And then they got Nick Allegretti at start, projected as their starting center right now, which is not a good thing. And then they got Samuel Cosme and Josh Connerly. So like they got like 3 starting offensive linemen you feel all right about, and then the other 2 you're like, help, please help.
Help, please help, he said.
Like maybe they, like, you know, there could be like, yeah, keep in mind there still could be a trade like at some point here. They could have maybe there's somebody in free agency that they can still sign. I don't remember who's available right now at center, but if I'm an NFL team, I want to have a good center. You should know plenty well about what not having a good center looks like.
I think the Vikings offensive line last year allowed the most or second most sacks in the NFL.
Well, they signed Ryan Kelly to play center, and then he had his concussions again. But like, how do you like? He's a good player when he plays, right?
Yeah,
but he's always the last like 4 years he's missed at least 4 games every year. How do you not have a backup plan at center? You know,
man, they never figure out a way to, and it's crazy too because last year they traded away a center, I believe, or an offensive lineman right before the draft or right after the draft or during the draft. I can't remember who.
Oh, they traded away Ed Ingram.
Yeah.
To the Texans, and he actually played pretty well. He played pretty well for the Texans too.
I thought they traded someone to Philly. Who did they trade? Maybe you're right. They traded some veteran last year.
Yeah,
they were like, we have enough. It's like people were like, oh, we got enough depth. I'm like, okay.
No. I just can't believe they went into the year thinking Michael Juergens could be your center, like when Ryan Kelly goes down, because he always goes down. Like you can't, you need a veteran behind him. Like, and then like the thing is, he went down, and there was a couple guys who could sign off other teams' practice squads, right? That have starting experience before, and they didn't bring one of those guys in. Like,
I don't know.
That's where it made no sense. Like that, like that's how you lose your job, Quessy.
Well, I mean, also, like, if you expect someone like J.J. McCarthy, if that's your guy and you want him to succeed, you need to put him in a good situation, and that does not put him in a good situation. Because, man, the amount of sacks that he took was a lot. I mean, some of it was his fault he would run out of the pocket a lot.
Probably because nobody was blocking for him.
Yeah, I guess. He ran to the right a lot.
But here's, like, the thing. Like,
and then he would throw it across his body. He's like,
yeah, but it's like you could – but he's been used to doing that throughout his life, probably.
Bad habit.
Yeah. And Gabe Rubio, I didn't think he was getting drafted either.
That mustache, though.
Look at that stash, the porno stash. Who took him to the Steelers?
He kind of looks like Matt Record.
Record.
He's going to be at the – is he hosting Madison again this year?
I think so.
He's going to be he's in my division for Scott Fish in Chicago.
Cool.
So, a lot of people.
So Gabe Rubio, 6'5", 321 pounds, 300 or not 300, 33 and 5/8 inch arms. The 40 time was 5.29, 185, 10-yard split, 26 inch vertical, 8.7 broad jump, short shuttle 4.87. Three cone was actually pretty good for the big guy. He had a 7.62 three cone for being like 327 pounds. That's pretty good. Bench was 26. Those were all at his pro day. And he participated in the Hula Bowl.
Hula Bowl.
So he's kind of, I really wish the Steelers would have grabbed like so like he's a nose tackle type. I wish the Steelers would have drafted like a nose tackle earlier on. A guy that can play the nose and get Benton off the nose. Because they keep trying to make Keanu Benton his nose tackle, and he's not that. They got him, they got Harmon, and they got Hayward. So it's just like, we got three guys we like, but none of them are really nose tackles. And they got Yaya Black too.
Yeah.
He's not nose tackle either because he's 6'6" and has like way too long arms.
We got a punter.
Yep, Ryan Eckerly out of Michigan State. Very strong leg.
Number one guy at the position.
What?
They
Who's
got
number
somebody
one?
else. I don't know.
His strong leg can outkick coverage at times.
Oops. Yeah, you don't want that.
Whoops. Not again, guys. Why don't you run down there faster?
Namdi.
Yep. So he participated, I believe, in the Hula Bowl and the Senior Bowl.
That was a quick pick for them.
Yeah. So we had Caleb Earlham's or go earlier, right? Nambi played next to him, so yeah, he's a decent athlete. He'll help on special teams. Whether or not he develops into anything more than that is kind of the question. But you're late 6th round, so these are the guys you drafted. Most of the linebackers have pretty much gone and dried up at this point in time. So he's a guy that was a fringe draftable guy. Why not? I don't think I had him getting drafted, honestly, but special teams guy.
Who has a good night tonight for shooting for the Timberwolves? Who has a night tonight?
Nobody.
Dasunmu has been like one of the best signings we've had in a long time.
Trade.
That's what I meant.
So
I mean, all the players that we've kind of brought in on trade have been good.
we ain't seen another quarterback go yet. We really haven't seen another running back go yet. Deon Burks is still out there at wide receiver.
What do you think Bears take here?
They haven't really gone offensive line. They could go defensive. I'd love to see them take Xavier Harris, the giant defensive tackle. That'd be kind of fun. I could see them taking offensive line, but I don't know if there's anything worth taking an offensive line anymore, honestly. Because, the only guard I see left that I know teams are interested in is Josh Gesky out of Illinois. But I think he's a priority free agent. I had Caden Barnett out of Wyoming go in my draft just kind of because I like kind of him for gap scheme teams. Isaiah World was supposed to be like a first-round pick and then fell apart at Oregon this year. So Diego Pons, Emil Wagner both should get drafted. Outside of that, at tight end or at tackle, I don't really see much. Defensive tackle, who the Bears could take. Xavier Harris, the monster guy. Rashawn Benny's still here. He's something, I guess. Tim Keenan Jr. for the Bears would be fun. Dante Corleone at Cincinnati. The Steelers took Gabe Rubio over Dante Corleone. Why? The hyper athletic defensive tackles are still out here. We got Jordan Vandenberg, we got Rene Konga, and then that UA Bernard, the Nigerian guy.
That's the one that tested well, or
Yeah, that has no idea how to play football.
that's okay.
We'll teach him. Harold Perkins Jr. is out there. Some linebackers still out there. Edge rushers pretty much dried up besides my boy Mason Curry. And not Mason Curry, Mason Rieger. I like Nathan Voorhees out of Ball State as kind of like a sleeper edge rusher, but I don't know if he's getting drafted. I could see the Bears liking him though. Hey, they took Jordan Vandenberg out of Georgia Tech. He was one of those guys. He was one of those defensive tackles that tested really well.
He looks like he's in a Boy Scouts uniform.
Yeah. He's light on his feet for his size and flashes some quickness. He stays aggressive as a pass rusher, even though his first move does not win. He does not have the strongest hands, but are very active to keep linemen off his chest. When blockers latch on to Vandenberg, he can have some trouble shutting blocks. His quickness helps him penetrate in the backfield. He's a guy that tested really well, but he has no idea what the fuck he's doing, pretty much. Is what I'm saying.
He's just an athlete.
Sounds like a Bears type of player. He only got drafted because he had a great pro day, honestly. Torino Pride's still out there, corner. I like him. Colin Wright. Latrell McCutcheon Sr.
We're at 5 hours and 41 minutes. So we probably would have been you've been on for about 5 hours and 20 minutes. 25.
Yep. Robert Spears Jennings is still out there too.
What wide receivers out there that you kind of like? Hey, that would be fun. That guy looks fun.
Who?
No, is there a receiver out there that you like? This guy,
Deion Burks.
Oh, Burks is still out there.
Yeah, he's got a long injury history though. But ESPN had him ranked 81. I think I had him going like in the 90s. After him, ESPN's next top guy is Jeff Caldwell out of Cincinnati. Remember, Deontay Thornton last year, right?
Yeah.
Jeff Caldwell's the Deontay Thornton this year, essentially. Big, fast, and doesn't know how to play. J. Michael Sturdivant's out there. He actually tested all right.
Where's that text from?
He's never lived up. Eric McAllister's out there. Eric Rivers. The guy that's interesting, I don't know if he gets drafted or not. I had him like 7th round in my mock to the Saints, which will definitely not happen now because they already took 4 wide receivers. Was Ty Montgomery out of John Carroll. D3 guy. But he played, I think, American Bowl, and he did so well there that they brought him up to the Senior Bowl, and he cooked most of the guys at the Senior Bowl. He started out his career as a college basketball player at like LSU, then transferred to like Nicholls State, and then somewhere else, and then John Carroll.
Well, basketball definitely transfers.
Yep. Let's see what says out here. Wide receiver's not like super, super exciting.
Coach, should we try to make you a Scott Fish thing with AI?
Maybe. Roller coaster tycoon. Oh, Caden Curry goes to the Colts. You want to talk about another guy with T-Rex arms? Do you remember when Ohio State was playing Indiana? I think it's the Big Ten championship, or did they play them in the college football championship, or just the Big Ten championship? So there was a guy that hit Mendoza early on in the game, right? And he looked like he was kind of like a late shot and almost knocked him out, right? That's this guy.
Yeah, I remember.
This guy. It was like the second play of the game.
Let's see. Roller coaster tycoon. What draft position are you?
7.
What I gotta try to do is figure out. What I'm trying to do is try to keep it as much as it is like the game covers.
So Caden Curry, 6'3", They have him at 257. At the combine, he was 261. 30 and an eighth inch arms. That might be. Is that shorter than Romello Heights, or who's the one? Cassius Howell. Actually, he's got short. So he's got the shortest arms ever. Cassius Howell had the second. Let's see. Curry did not test in like he ran the short shuttle and the 3-cone on the bench, and that was it. He didn't do the 40 and he didn't do any of the jumps. So I don't know.
You said you played it for PlayStation. I'm trying to find that cover.
PlayStation 2.
Yeah. Harold Perkins. Why did that jump down like that?
Hey, Harold Perkins went.
Yep.
Once upon a time, Harold Perkins would have been a first-round pick. That never happened. He's a really weird guy. So, like, as a freshman, he was a really good, like, edge rusher, pretty much. And then he played, like, nickel. And then he played kind of like linebacker. He's weird. He's, like, 220 pounds. He's a 220-pound edge rusher that can also, like, guard your slot wide receiver. He makes no sense. He breaks all the rules. So, like, Nick Lewis that went to the Dolphins earlier, Harold Perkins Jr. is kind of like him. What he is at the NFL is a giant question mark. But if he pans out, he's going to be awesome. But if he doesn't, he's just going to be another Jabril Cox, who also went to LSU. Like, you hate helmet scouting. You hate, like, being like that. But it's like these guys played the same role at the same college. And they're both undersized. And it kind of worked in college, but it doesn't mean it's going to work in the NFL. But the upside is really good. Trace Mack, kicker out of Florida.
There you go, another kicker.
Oh, look.
First kicker. Position
Packers need a kicker.
Yeah, they do. They're going to be having to kick a lot this year.
Oh, McManus sucks. Well, so here's the problem.
82.8%. Damn, it's pretty good for field goal rating.
For college, at least. It's not good for the NFL.
Especially when you got to kick outdoors and it's cold.
Wonder if he's ever kicked in the cold.
It's not just cold, dude. I couldn't imagine that game here in Minnesota when we played against the Seahawks. When it was like -12 out, that was the game where we lost by the field goal because it went left. And it was 9-12. I think that's how it finished. It was only field goals. I couldn't imagine kicking field goals in -12 weather.
Oh, he played his high school football in Maryland at least, so he's probably played in the cold at least before. Maybe. He also was a good lacrosse player in high school.
All right, 7th round. We ready? How many picks left? 41 picks. We're almost there.
We can do it.
We're almost there. Vikings have 1 pick.
Whoa, we're halfway there.
We have 1 pick. You guys have 1. Oh, Denver. They get back-to-back.
Yep, comp extended out.
Mr. Irrelevant picks.
And in my Mr. Irrelevant picks, I had them taking Marvin Jones Jr., the edge out of Oklahoma, and Kapana Gushikin, safety out of Ole Miss.
Jaden Williams, first guy off the board.
Why?
No, not even a thing. A write-up.
They don't have a write-up for him?
Nope.
What?
No write-up.
Okay. You took him, right? But his teammate Diego Pons is better. Why wouldn't you just take his teammate who's still on the board? You know?
All right, so this was a question I got asked earlier. Dante Thornton or Jack Beck for Dynasty? Who would you rather have?
I already said
my
in the
answer-
chat. I said in the
Oh,
chat.
You did?
Yeah, I said
You
Jack
said
Beck.
I didn't see you. I said meh.
No.
I don't want either. Just make room for your draft. That's what I would have said.
Do I even have Jaden Williams in here? Where's Bears fan Pete?
I don't know.
So Jaden Williams is 6'4", 307, 33.5-inch arms, 504, 40-yard dash. That's pretty good. 1.8, 10-yard split's decent. 29.5-inch verticals decent. The broad jump is what, 8'11". 4.8 short shuttle, 7.65, 3 cones decent, 21-inch or 21 bench press reps all at his pro day, and he participated in the Shrine Bowl. Probably profiles better at guard at the NFL level, though. Although probably needs to get stronger if he's going to play guard. Not sure he makes the team, but we're talking about 7th round guys too.
7th round guys.
Pick your poison, guys. After we get done, or after all the picks are done, I'll have to go through and see who's still available that didn't get drafted. That probably going to sign pretty quickly. Anthony Smith out of East Carolina, the wide receiver. I didn't think he was getting drafted, honestly. I really didn't think he was getting drafted. How did he test? I do not remember how he tested.
Are you sure you played Roller Coaster Tycoon or you played the game called Roller Coaster?
Roller Coaster Tycoon.
I don't see a Roller Coaster Tycoon for PlayStation. I see a game called Roller Coaster Theme Park.
Let's see. So I'm doing Anthony Smith here real quick. So 6'2", 197 pounds, 4.45, 40-yard dash. He had a 1.49 10-yard split. That's really good. 36-inch vertical, 10.3 broad jump, 4.28 short shell is not great. 3 cones, sub 7 at 6.94 is good. Total on the bench press, reps on the pro day, his pro day, and he participated in the American Bowl. What did ESPN have to say about him? Does he have a write-up or no? Smith.
Let's see. He does.
Yeah, so they didn't think he was getting drafted either, but he had a good year, though.
At least he got a write-up.
He had a good year, though. I think only the top 400 guys have write-ups or top 350, one of the two. He's big and he's fast, so it does make some sense. You know what I mean? He had a crazy 10-yard split at 1.49, though. So he's really quick off the ball, according to that. He's big and he's fast. Like,
leading receiver.
You know, if you want to take a really, really deep dive, like in a deep dynasty league, I'd probably add him. I wouldn't draft him, but I add him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That $0 fab bid that nobody else is going to make, probably.
PS4 had a Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Well, maybe it was just Roller Coaster.
Yeah, there's a game called Roller Coaster.
Maybe that's what I played.
Because Roller Coaster Tycoon was on PC forever, and then
I played both.
Then I think Nintendo bought it out, which then PlayStation got their hands on it. Where's the PC?
Yeah, I played both. I don't know. You know, I got a box full of games over here somewhere. I probably could find the game. Gosh, think of which. Oh, it's in that box, I think. Oh, TJ Hall out of Iowa actually got drafted. I didn't think he was going to get drafted. He was a guy that I had in my 7th round, right? He's a guy I had in my 7th round mock, and then I took him out. For
They got him a little bit higher.
Yeah, I mean he's not bad, but it's just like
Not great top speed.
no, he doesn't have the athleticism. Started 11 games, led the team pass breakups at 10. You know, the top speed's not there, obviously. Scrappy mentality at corner or nickel. Maybe he'll be okay in nickel. Maybe. Like if he doesn't have to run a long distance, he might be all right. Oh, let me see how good his shuttles were. Because that could tell us a lot. His shuttles were good though. He had a 4.12 short shuttle and a 6.75 3-cone. Although I will say I don't believe any of the fucking Iowa 3-cones this year. I do not believe the Iowa 3-cones this year because they were like super juiced up. You know, they had their 2 wide receivers. Their 2 wide receivers for Iowa ran like sub 6.7 3-cones. I'm like, there's no way this is happening. Like, these are fake numbers.
This is the game we had, dude. That's so old. I think it's like I want to make it exactly like how they look like the covers because I think like did you see the one I made?
Yeah,
it's sick as hell. It literally looks like a real cover.
Hey, Torino Pride went. Where did ESPN have him ranked?
189.
Okay, let me see. Torino Pride goes to the Bills. I like him quite a bit.
4.32. Damn.
He's fast. Was he a Shrine Bowl? Was he Shrine Bowl or Senior Bowl? Whatever one he was at, he looked pretty decent. Let me look here. So 4.32, 37.5 inch vertical, 10.8 broad jump. Shuttles weren't so great for him though. So here's the problem. He's 5'10", 185, and the shuttles weren't good. So probably not going to be a good slot. Probably has to stay on the outside. He was a Hula Bowl guy. I thought he went to another game. Hula Bowl. I love Hula Bowl guys. And he went 220. I had him mocked 183 to the Cardinals, so a little bit later. 1 round later, why not? But who will the Bengals take?
All right, let's see. I found a good picture, but I gotta see if I can. Let's see. Remove this.
Wake up.
We're almost there, brother.
I wonder who hasn't gotten drafted yet that I have. I'm going to look down here again. So Keith Abney went, right? Xavier Harris is still out there. Garrett Nussmeyer's still out there. Those are injury guys, though. Dante Corleone's still out there. He's another injury guy, though. Deion Burks is still out there. He's an injury guy. And Tim Keenan's still out there. He shouldn't be out there, even if he was playing with that ankle injury last year. These guys are all gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. Gone. Eric McAllister's still out there, too. Rashad Benny. John Michael Gillenborg's still out there. Ryan Moon tight end. We just got a tight end. I said the Bengals would draft a tight end. They got Jack Andrews out of Texas here. He came over from Cal, where he was Mendoza's target. Didn't really have the greatest year at Texas, though. I can't remember if he tested well or not. But kind of a guy that can do a little bit of everything, so not a bad guy to add to your tight end room.
All right, so Lions are up next. Lions, Tigers, and Bears. Nope.
Yeah, so the Lions actually make the pick for me. Do it. You can pick him. Cole Wisniewski. Just do it. I know they they have to like him. Tyree West. That was not the pick. I looked at him earlier. There's something about his testing that was good. What does the thingy say?
The thingy says nothing. Just his weight.
That's it? Ah, man. Now I gotta look. He's undersized. Wait, you take him over Easton? Yeah, I feel like they took the wrong Tennessee defensive tackle. I seen this guy earlier, though, when I was looking at somebody else. I don't remember who, though. Tennessee. Where is Tennessee? There he is, I think. Oh, that was Dominic Bailey. Eason. Is she down here further? I swear to God, I seen this guy earlier. There he is. Tyree West. Oh, God, he's even smaller than they have listed there. Oh, they have him listed as edge now. Was he not just listed as defensive tackle like 2 seconds ago?
I don't remember.
Did they change his weight too? Look at it. Click on it real quick.
No.
Okay, so he was listed as defensive tackle like 2 seconds ago. They got him at 6'3", 290. On his pro day, he was 6'2", 283. Ran a 4.85. He had a 1.68 10-yard split. That's pretty good for a big guy. 33-inch vertical, 9.3 broad jump, 4.84 short shuttle. Did not participate in the 3-cone and had 20 bench reps all at his pro day. And he participated in the American Bowl. I think there's better options. Nate says a kicker, thank God. For the Hey, Kelly McManus wins. At least I'm not the I wonder if anybody else had him mocked, honestly, to get drafted. So they had him at 340.
Nope.
I had him mocked to the Giants at 193. Just because I thought like, hey, maybe they'll add the local kid to the quarterback room type thing, you know. Calic Manna says ideal measures and stature for the NFL quarterback. He started off in a very streaky player while at Minnesota. And it's going to improve in the past 2 seasons. Completion average went from that to 62%. Even keel demeanor and blah, blah. I think he's an interesting developmental quarterback. Because, like, you saw times in Big Ten play where he, like, looked like a good quarterback. So other times where he looked like a not so good quarterback. The Hula Bowl was kind of hit or miss for him. I think, did he go to the American? He might have went to the American Bowl, too. I can't remember. I don't think he played in the American Bowl game, but I think he played in the Hula Bowl game. One of the two. Did he throw the pick to Cam Miller? No, that was Jake Reslef. Jake Reslef threw the pick 6 to Cam Miller. That Rutgers corner, who I liked until he tested terrible. JC's like, I have no idea what's going on now.
No, I'm working on your graphic.
Yeah, well, Steelers. What weird player will the Steelers draft now?
There it is.
Does the Packers have any picks left? I can look here too. Teams. Are the Bears done? Let's see. The Bears are done. Packers. Brandon Cisse. Oh, the Packers are done now, too. The Packers ended up with Brandon Cisse, Chris McClellan, Denai Dennis Sutton, Jager Burton, Domani Jackson, and Trace Mack. Hey, Robert Spears Jennings. That's a good pick in the 7th round.
Hey!
He's a really good athlete, man. You know what, though? Like, I'll take really good athletes that can at least be good special teams players. And if they develop into something more, I'm all about it. So I had him going 174 to the Ravens, so he goes 50 picks later. I bought a little bit more into the athleticism. There's a couple safeties that wouldn't be safety. You know, here's the problem. I think it's a good deep class for safety, and I think we're seeing a lot of these guys get pushed down at safety because of it. And there'll even be some good undrafted free agents at safety. Which isn't a bad thing. It's like, what do you want to prioritize in the draft? It's like, look at the running backs that aren't going. There's going to be a lot of free agent running backs. Not saying that they should be drafted, but.
All right, let's see what AI gives us. I'm creating the title, which would be Scott Fishbowl 16 Madison.
Madison's
with 1D, right?
What?
Madison's with 1D, right? MADISON?
Yeah. I couldn't understand what you're asking at first.
1D. Oh, come on. That's not even close. It's cool, but
I wonder, I might just start going through and be like, hey, but all teams are done already. So the Cardinals are done. They had Jeremiah Love. They had Chase Basantes. They had Carson Beck, Caleb Proctor, Reggie Virgil, Carson Scherer, and Jaden Williams. I do not like the Cardinals draft. Chase Basantes and Caleb Proctor are good picks. Everything else is kind of meh or questionable at best. The Falcons have one more pick, so we want to talk about them. Ravens have 2 more picks.
Falcons got a pick.
I said they have 1 more pick.
Oh, they said no more.
Bills still have 2 more picks. Carolina Panthers still have 1 more pick. The Bears are done. So the Bears ended up with Dylan Thiemann, which is a good pick. Logan Jones, it might have been like a little bit early for him, but they had a center need, so I definitely understand it. Sam Roush was a little bit questionable, but like if he's your Cole Kmet replacement in the 3rd round, I don't hate it. Xavier Thomas at the end of the 3rd round, though, to be your Khalif Raymond specialist. That's a pretty big reach. That's your D pick there. Malik Muhammad in the 4th isn't bad value. I'm not a big Malik Muhammad guy anyway. So
Malik Muhammad.
Keyshawn Elliott, he's fine as a linebacker pick. I didn't like him a lot. And then Vandenberg kind of taking the traits upside if you want to go there. It's a very hit or miss draft for the Bears. Bengals have 1 more pick. Browns have 1 more pick. Cowboys are done. So the Cowboys ended up with Caleb Downs. That was a good pick. Malachi Lawrence, I like as a pick. Jaysean Barnum's an interesting pick with some potential upside. Drew Shelton was earlier than I would have taken him, but I don't hate it. Devin Moore, I'm not big on, so kind of whatever. LT Overtone, I'm not big on, so whatever. And Anthony Smith, chasing upside. Hey, we got back-to-back Oklahoma picks again. Can we go for 3 in a row with Deion Burks? So Jaron Kanik, I think is how you pronounce it. He's a tight end now. He used to be a linebacker until last year, so very raw developmental guy there. If he's like your 3rd tight end, 4th tight end, just kind of bring in, develop for a couple of years, see if he turns into anything. Got some upside. He played pretty well as a tight end for a guy that really, as a receiving threat as a tight end, I should say, for a guy that really never done it before. The Broncos still have 3 more picks. The Lions are done. So Blake Miller, I like Blake Miller a lot for the pick there. Derek Moore is kind of whatever to me. Like Jimmy Rolder, that's going to be like a D. That's close to an F for me, but I'll give it a D probably.
For who? For
the Lions, Jimmy Rolder. Greg's probably not going to like that. If I'm like, I just don't think the guy's anything. Like he's going to be a special teamer. You draft a guy that's probably just a special teamer and backup in the 4th round. Like I want somebody that has a little bit of upside, and I just don't think he has that upside. Keith Abney in the 5th. I know a lot of people liked him as high as the 2nd. This is probably where he should have gone. Kendrick Law, I did have his fit for them probably a little bit earlier. I would have taken him. Skylar Gill Howard, I like. Tyree West, I don't get. But Packers, we already talked about. Texans got 1 pick left, I think. I think I might be more aggressive in my draft grades this year, giving more Ds.
More Ds. Give him the D.
Colts have 2 more picks. Jaguars have 2 more picks. Jaguars draft's a little weird to me, too. Chiefs have 1 more pick. Chargers are down. We talked about them already. The Rams have 1 more pick. The Rams had a fucking weird draft. The Rams draft is Ty Simpson, Max Clare, Keegan Trost, and CJ Daniels. That's not great. Not great, Bob. Raiders have had a decent draft. You got 1 more pick left. Dolphins draft has been pretty solid, honestly. A lot of good players. And interesting players. Let's see your Vikings. They got 1 more pick left.
1 more.
Their draft's kind of been all over the board too. Maybe they'll draft Dante Corleone to go with their defensive tackles.
Corleone.
Yeah. I mean, in the 7th round, if he's there, I'd take him.
Is he one of? Is he from The Godfather?
No,
Oh,
he's 340 pounds.
or
See, Patriots ended up with Caleb Lomu, Gabe Yakis. I really don't hate the Patriots draft. They got 2 more picks left. I think it's kind of interesting that they got both Crownover and Caleb Lomu, kind of developmental tackles that I like.
okay, this isn't terrible. It's not exactly the way I wanted it, but it's better than I think AI is going to give me.
And I talked about the Giants already. I think they had a really good first draft class. The Jets still have 1 more pick. Eagles still have 3 more picks. I think it was a weird draft class for the Steelers. They drafted a lot of guys I liked and a lot of guys I didn't like. You know, the Buccaneers had a good draft. They got Reuben Bain in the first. They got Josiah Trotter in the second. Both very big needs for them. Ted Hurst in the third as the upside wide receiver. Keontae Scott in the fourth is a very good value. DeMonte Capehart, you know, you're spent on some upside there as defensive tackle on the fifth is pretty decent. Billy Sherritt as a 5th round guy. Makes some sense. And Bauer Sharp as a 6th round is not bad either. And we got Landon Robinson, the other military guy. Actually, Eli hasn't gone yet. So the only military guy so far, Landon Robinson out of Navy, defensive lineman for the Bengals.
Do you think that they do slide in drafts because of the potential that they might have to play there? Or might not have to?
Yes and no.
That's too bad for them, but it is what it is.
But
Comes
at
with
the
the story of playing for that kind of school.
At the same time, they don't play at as high of a level of competition as some of the other schools too, you know. So there's some question marks with that. There's some question marks with like body type and like obviously the draft commitment type thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about the Titans draft. Like Cardinal Tate was not something I was expecting at 4, but it's like I don't love it and I don't hate it. Keldrick Falk, I don't really like. Anthony Hill, I'm kind of whatever on. Carmona, I'm not really big on. Nick Singleton, I like. Jackie Marshall, I don't like. Pat Coogan, I like. And Kanik, I understand. Hey, Jackson Kuwatch.
Bengals, they got
the Navy kid.
The Pat Tillman Foundation up there.
Yeah.
They did a sweet painting. That's sick.
The Commanders.
They got him on the Cardinals.
Yeah. Jackson Kuwatch went, though, for Carolina after that pick. The linebacker out of Miami, Ohio. He had the fastest 10-yard split of a linebacker ever. Ever!
That's cool.
But then he only ran a 4.67 40.
Can I help you?
The Commanders ended up with Sonny Styles in the first, which was kind of interesting because they got Leo Chenal and Frankie Louvu already. So do you need Sonny Styles? No, but be interesting to see what they do with that.
Yo.
Antonio Williams in the third, I don't hate. Jessel Josephs in the fifth, I like. Keatron Allen in the sixth, I like. Matt Gublin, whatever. Ethan Kelly, McManus. Yep. That's the Commanders. That's pretty much everybody that's done so far. Quick little rundown.
transform. Where's the transform button?
The New York Football Jets. Jets. We suck. BJ Payne. Okay, here's a really BJ Payne's a really good athlete out of Kansas State. Probably going to be a developmental defensive back, obviously, but like I said, draft these freaking athletes and then hope they develop when you get this late in the draft. That's what you do. The Oakland Raiders that are no longer in Oakland. The Vegas Raiders. But which ones were the best Raiders? Was it the LA Raiders, the Oakland Raiders, or the Vegas Raiders? That's the real question. Brandon Cleveland, defensive tackle, NC State. Another guy I didn't really think was going to get drafted. I think there's some other defensive tackles that are still on the board that I would rather have, but apparently they all got injury concerns. This whole Nussmeier injury must be pretty serious.
All right, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Steelers.
This one has craft ice on demand.
More ice than me.
All kinds of ice, actually.
I need a bigger bucket. Like this one?
Do you always have two bucket shoes?
I do.
Every business wants to go. No one wants to pay. Online site where you can automate all your shipping needs. Move faster with 60% fewer clicks per label. So you can ship 15 times more orders, fulfill easier.
We're on commercial.
Get on board with ShipStation.
We're through.
Shipping gets solved. Start your
We're at Brandon Cleveland.
Yep.
So we're on Steelers. Okay. Steelers, Falcons, Rams, Jags, Pats. What division number did you say you were again? Or sorry, what draft number?
7.
I'm just gonna kind of do what I did with mine. Oops, where's that? Okay, that's good there. Let's do this. Remove this.
Hey, Eli went.
Eli Manning?
No.
Eli?
Yeah.
Oh, now the Navy kid went.
They're just waiting for the first one to fall. So he went to the Steelers. Where did I have him mocked to the Steelers? I might have. Let me look at this. Eli. No, hold on. Hey, I had him mocked 135 to the Steelers.
They got him late as hell.
I have the team right, though. That's what matters. Mm.
Hey, he's in the green room too, I think. He's in his full Navy uniform. That's dope.
Yeah.
He's crying. I like that. Was he pretty good?
Was he pretty good?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was very good at Navy. He was almost like a cheat code for college fantasy football.
Dude, he's walking out. He got his hat on. He saluted with his hat on. That's dope.
Yes, sir. Here we go. I'm pulling this up real quick here. Eli, how you doing, Rick?
Hey, do you have your logo? You should send me your I might have it. I don't know if I do though. You should send me your logo. So I could put it on there like a game, you know.
So last year in Navy, right? Yeah, 499 yards rushing on 77 carries, 6.5 yards a carry, 3 touchdowns, 51 receptions for 941 yards. In his career at Navy, he averaged 18.3 yards per catch. At Navy, where they don't throw the ball. He's a fun guy.
I do like mushrooms.
We're just mushrooms. Ooh.
One of 3 players in the last 70 years with 400 plus rush yards and 900 plus receiving yards. Oh, dang. He's kind of like a Hunter Renfro. I'm drafting him, dude. Way late.
Hunter Renfro? Oh.
No, this kid.
Yeah. Oh, God. Ethan. This fucking Ohio State guy got drafted.
When you get a chance, text me your logo.
Greg's in the chat. I'm like, Tyson's being underrated, and he shows me like the injury timeline. I'm like, I don't care. Like anybody can tear their freaking ligaments on a nasty hit, and anybody can break their collarbone. And he tried to play through a broken collarbone. I want that kid on my team. He's the most talented wide receiver in the draft.
Yeah, Rico Dowdle's there. There's a lot of people there, but
Yeah. That Falcon, the guy the Falcons took out of Ohio State, I didn't think there was any way in hell he gets drafted. Does ESPN even have him written up? Ethan Anawama.
oh, no, nothing. Tim Keenan the third.
Tim Keenan should have gone a while ago, probably.
They have it 210.
Nah, but he still probably should have gone a while ago.
5-year player.
He's good. He's a run stopper. He showed more upside in 2024, but then he hurt his ankle last year. He had the tightrope procedure, I think, going into the year. And then he was just not like mobile pretty much because of it. Good player, though.
Coach Craig Sport.
What?
I'm working on your thing.
I don't know if I have the. Do I even have the logo somewhere?
I have it on my old computer, but not this one.
JC Money Design.
It's me.
Oh,
The goal is to find like fonts that look somewhat like some of these like game fonts would look. That girl is amped.
Who?
These girls on this TV. Zach Durfee, Edge.
Who?
Zach Durfee.
Dufree.
That's what I thought it was the first time. Then you went, who?
I don't think I have the logo.
How do you not have your own logo? What the hell?
Let me try something. I might have it here. I might have emailed it to my. I was trying to look back at our old emails. Oh wait, you didn't make the logo for me. That's
No,
why.
I didn't make it.
Hold on.
Well, this looks pretty good so far. I just want to put your. I want to put your logo on here somewhere. I can show you.
Hey, Baron Morton got drafted. Don't like that. I think he sucks.
I thought they had a logo for like the Atari. I thought they had the Atari logo on one of the. I gotta find it though.
Oh boy, Gavin Gerhardt went to your Vikings drafted a center finally.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, except he's not very good.
No write up. Shame. Shame. Shame.
They're like, we needed to take one. This is all that's left though. He had so many other chances to take one, and they're just like, we'll wait till now.
Let's see what I want to see if I could find. I don't know how I'm going to. Fantasy cares.
Andre Fuller. Was Andre Fuller one I had getting drafted or the other one? There's two Toledo corners. I did not have Gavin Gerhardt getting drafted. Let's put it that way. I think every center I had in my mock got drafted at least. Okay, so Andre Fuller I did have getting drafted 223 to the Commanders, but he went 236 to Seattle. Hey, CJ Daniels I did actually have getting drafted to the Steelers. He went to whoever it was.
We're getting closer, dude. I thought we'd be done by 5. It's going to be probably closer to 6.
And we got 21 more picks.
I got to find this Atari. I know that they made an Atari one. Come on.
Ooh, how many people are still around?
I don't know. There's 30-something people watching over on Twitter, I think.
Okay. I'm just like, I can't see that information. The Colts will probably take somebody weird here. Andre Fuller. They had 311. I didn't get drafted at least. Because I'm like one of the two Toledo corners probably gets drafted, and I think that he was the better of the two options. Granted, I think there's still some corners out there that probably shouldn't be drafted too. I don't know if we're going to see another quarterback get drafted, honestly. We'll probably see 1, 2, maybe. We saw freaking Baron Morton get drafted by the Patriots, though. Don't love that.
It's not a Nintendo game. I was gonna put, I know it's an Atari game. It was an Atari game first. Or that was the brand.
Who else was left at corner still? Thaddeus Dixon, Colin Wright, Latrell McCutcheon Sr. Probably the guys that get drafted. Hey, Bishop Fitzgerald's out there. That's safety. Lewis Moore, Xavier Nakampa, Cole Wisniewski. There's still options out there. Hey! Oh, God, this is terrible. Seth McGowan goes to the Colts, so he got drafted.
I mean, they had him at 182.
I had McGowan at
running back.
He's the guy that went to jail.
What did he do?
Some type of robbery.
No.
It was like when he was 19. He's old now. He's good, though. Really good. He was one of the top-rated running backs of the year he came out of high school.
I mean, if Joe Mixon got away with what he did on camera and was drafted high, this guy should be all right.
Yeah. I had him going 127 to the 49ers. A little bit later. 110 picks later. Granted, none of the running backs, running back got very devalued in this draft, let's put it that way. Max Llewellyn's going to the Dolphins now out of Iowa. That's the one when I'm ahead of Mason Rieger. I don't love that. So this is Seth McGowan. On May 7th, 2021, there was an arrest warrant placed for McGowan on felony charges of robbery, conspiracy, and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. Ultimately, he spent 3 months in jail after pleading guilty to, I assume that's a lesser sentence, and was sentenced to 1 year probation. He got mixed up with the wrong crowd, man.
Yeah, that happens.
So he went to Oklahoma for a year, essentially got kicked off the team because of that. Went to jail for 3 months, went to community college in Butler then went to New Mexico State, then went to Kentucky. Like, he was decent as a freshman. Like, he was a freshman at Oklahoma, rushed for 370 yards, 3 touchdowns, had 13 receptions for 201 yards and a touchdown as a freshman at Oklahoma. Then he didn't really play much, honestly, at the community college. Then went to New Mexico State. Then went to Kentucky.
Tommy Dome, and we got a punter.
So both the Florida kicker and punter got drafted. How high did ESPN have Max Llewellyn rated on the Dolphins there?
284.
284. I didn't think he did. I get him getting drafted? I can't remember. I think I barely had him getting drafted too, but I don't think the Dolphins are where he should be at. Granted, they did change schemes. I think they're playing 4-3 now. So maybe he makes more sense there, I guess.
He said barely.
What?
He said barely.
Technically, he did go later than I had him. I had him at 209 of the Commanders. But that was more like a scheme fit than anything. Now the real question. Does Diego Pavia get drafted? Parker Hughes got drafted? I bet you he don't have a write-up. I don't know what the Jaguars are doing, honestly.
Jaguars.
Does Hughes even have a write-up? (6'1", 228 pounds, 4'4", 340. What?
Is your logo on your Twitter?
Nope.
What? You don't have your logo on your Twitter?
Nope.
Why?
Click on Parker Hughes. See if they got anything written up for him or not. He ran really fast in a straight line and was terrible in the shuttles, is what I'm seeing.
Nothing.
Nothing. He ran really fast in a straight line and was terrible at the shuttles. So why did we draft him? Special teams. Let me see what I can do. Maybe I can pull it from Facebook. Let me see what I can do for you, sir.
I need it.
JC Chase. Okay, see if this works.
Are you emailing it to me or what are you doing?
No, I sent it on Facebook.
About damn time.
Whoa. Don't miss your chance to see Journey live. That's what Facebook tells me.
Oh Lord. All right, let's see. I'll send it to my. I want to save it. More save. There we go. Now I will share it with my phone. Send it to myself, and I can grab it on my computer. And from there, I bring it into Photoshop.
Hey, Amarji Reed Adams going to the Bills. Another Texas A&M guy. You know the weird part about Texas A&M every year? They always have like these guys that are talented, they get drafted, and their team still sucks. Granted, they were a little bit better this year. Part of that was the Jimbo Fisher effect. He was really good at recruiting kids, but not actually like getting them to do well when they got there. So Armaji Reed Adams goes 241. I am 244 to your Vikings that don't have that pick anymore. I was off by 3 picks on him.
That's pretty good.
It was pretty good. Well, we got 15 more picks. I wish this would hurry up. Well, I enjoy it, but
it does, you know, get a little long.
Drag a little bit more in here.
Sucks that they drag it. Just, you know, I get. It's entertaining for people that are there, but for the people that are home that want to like,
yeah. So we get
airspace. I mean, it's not really dead airspace. It is.
Seahawks are taking Devern Eastern, the defensive tackle out of Minnesota. I think I was between him and somebody else going like towards the end of my mock.
Texans are next.
Well, after the Texans pick, I might go to the bathroom.
Yeah, we're getting close anyways, too. So
tell the Texans to hurry up.
Hurry up, Texans.
Eastern's big, but he has a big frame but lacks great hand usage and a strong punch to keep blockers off his chest. He can improve his footwork as he allows offensive linemen to control him at the line of scrimmage. Eastern often gets washed out versus double teams, lacking the anchor ability. Overall, he doesn't have the twitch to be disruptive as a pass rusher. Is not a true run shifter. Doesn't sound too great. Not gonna lie, it's kind of underwhelming. Right up there, buddy.
Aiden Fisher.
Hey, that's not a bad pick. The Indiana linebacker. I had him going 177 to the Cowboys.
Wait, what? They have 197.
Yeah. Well, I think linebacker.
Why did he fall? Why do you think he fell?
Because he's not super athletic.
Oh, what the hell?
He's a good instinctual guy, you know. Like he played really good for Indiana, but he's a backup guy, a special teams guy. Maybe like I don't know, like what. Is there anything else notable that they wrote up here? James Madison, following Signetti, instinctive player who can read the front well. Pretty much what I said. He's not very athletic. Great identifying, blah, blah, blah. Fight through contact. He gets swallowed up by blocks, probably because he's not that big. Struggles to disengage from offensive linemen. And they climb to the second level. More effective when he can sidestep or rip under blocks. Effective as a blitzer. Shows good timing and feel for attacking gaps and coverage. Solid working underneath zone. So that right up. I think there's a similar player. So TJ Edwards out of Wisconsin that ended up playing like for the Eagles and the Bears. That right up kind of reminds me of him, who ended up turning out to be a good player. So I think that might be like maybe his ceiling. But then like his floor is just special team only guy. You know? We could use a little bit of help to linebacker. Why not? I'm going to the bathroom though.
Yeah, go for it.
Lowe's knows tackling projects now means you can football Sunday.
Na 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 na. I just didn't catch this. I was making this logo and the AI fucked it up. Yeah, we're getting close to the end here, folks. Should be interesting to see where a lot of people start doing their mock drafts and their drafts. I want to see what we got here. La 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 la. Need something to drink. Looks like the Eagles pick is in. I'm still waiting on that, but they're showing on TV that the Eagles pick is in. All right, this is good enough. I can fix that with should be able to fix that with Photoshop. Oh, the Eagles. Let's see if their pick got in yet. Nope. Oh, I'm so tired. It's been a long day. I was up so late last night. I cannot wait for this 3-day marathon to be over, y'all. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us for this whole time. A lot of good information. Coach is always coming in with a lot of good information, so it's good to have him here hanging out, talking ball. Keep saying the pick is in.
Hey, Cole Wisniewski.
Oh, there we go.
He played safety, but he might transition to linebacker. But I think he's an interesting developmental player.
They're showing this punter, dude. He launches it. Whoa.
Which one?
Tommy, whatever his name is.
The
That
Florida
dude
kid?
Yeah, he was launching it, dude.
Well, the Patriots took Jam Miller.
Jam Mill. That guy, that's his real name?
Jamorian
Okay.
is his full name. Jamarian? Something along that line. Where'd ESPN have him?
ESPN has him at Number 1.
No, they don't.
203.
It's not terrible. I mean, like, he didn't
Crimson
really.
Tide.
He never like broke out at Alabama. Was kind of the issue with him, though. But there's obviously always has been the Alabama to Patriots connection.
Yeah, always.
Always. I had a hard time thinking he was a guy that was gonna get drafted, but like I said, after 150, it's kind of like whatever, like anybody's game. Like, he tested well, he looked good at the combine, but it never amounted to much on the field at Alabama. So cool. He's running back 3 for the Patriots.
Yeah, I don't think
Maybe running back 3.
I don't think Henderson is the 2. It's crazy.
You think he's the 2 or you don't think he's the 2?
I do think he's still the 2. I mean, he's still elite, but
I mean, they kind of go back and forth, honestly.
Ramondre just kind of hold that job. Like, why not just run him into the ground?
Yeah, he just fumbles too freaking much.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the problem with him.
Do love
Now,
me some,
if Bill Belichick was the coach, he'd be getting benched like every game.
I do love me some Travion, though. I'll tell you that. I loved watching him come in against Minnesota and just absolutely smack us, the Gophers.
Yeah.
It was like his rookie year or something. He just comes in and just like runs for 80 yards for a touchdown. You're like,
oh, freshman year he was crazy.
Yep.
And then sophomore year he had the foot injury, which kind of lasted a little bit into the junior year. So then he came back for that senior year where he looked good again. Miles Scott, I almost forgot about him. Did I put him in my draft? I like Miles Scott. But he's kind of like, is he a nickel? Is he a safety? Is he a what is he? Type guy, Pete, where are you when I need you? I'm tired of looking at my own guys. I did not have Miles Scott getting drafted. But I had this Broncos taking a safety with one of their last couple of picks anyways. So right position at least. I wonder though, because I know the Broncos need another safety, right? They drafted Jahdae Barron in the first round last year, kind of play slot, although he didn't really play a lot. Jahdae Barron's played outside, he's played inside, he's played safety before. I wonder if they try to move him to safety this year. Quintarius Hudgens would never.
I would never, he says.
Like he's. Did ESPN even have him? Well, ESPN, I'm sure they had him ranked, but
let's look. 247.
Yeah, like he's a fringe, like, but it's just like he's so freaking skinny. It's like here, like he had average testing numbers. He actually had not good testing numbers when you consider that he's 233 pounds. Limited production over the course of his career. Like, I just don't get why, like, you would, like, why draft him? Like, unless you think there's like super untapped potential, like you have to think it like there's super untapped potential there if you're drafting him. But like for a guy that's undersized, that's not fast, like not fast, not strong, like what are you banking on, Where'd they have Miles Scott at? One that went before him.
Oh, hold on. Nothing.
I'm not surprised he got drafted, honestly, though. I think he's interesting, but it's like early on in the year, he probably would have been like an early day 3 pick. And then like kind of towards the end of the year, it's just like, fell off a little.
I was so close on yours, and I realized that AI decided they wanted to give an extra letter in there. It was Scott Fishbowl.
The fish.
Yeah, Fishbowl.
Hey, maybe the Browns will take another. What if the Browns take another quarterback?
I would love
Diego
that.
Pavia.
Dude, I would laugh.
I hope it happens. Embrace the chaos. They should probably take like another offensive lineman. Just get all the offensive linemen. Diego Pons. Emil Wagner. Local. I'm kind of surprised Emil Wagner hasn't gone being a Notre Dame tackle. Tested decently well.
Why do they think Carnell Tate was such a surprise?
Because the Titans weren't going to draft wide receiver. Like everybody mocked everybody and their mother mocked the Titans to either pick Jeremiah Love or a defensive player. That's why. $7-hour mark.
7-hour mark.
We made it, folks. We made it. Carson Ryan out of BYU. I like Carson Ryan. I didn't think he was going to get drafted, though. Is he even listed on their thing?
Hold on.
I used him in college fantasy football for a couple weeks last year.
They got his height and weight at least.
Yeah.
356.
Wait, he went over John Michael Gillenborg. No, I think Gillenborg's hurt. Gillenborg was hurt this year. He tested well, though.
You're a Gillenborg.
John Michael Gillenborg.
All right, I think I fixed it. It's good enough.
But, okay, I'm just going to say this and throw this out of here, too. Like, some guys, like, once they aren't drafted at a certain point, they just tell teams not to draft them. So they can just go sign an undrafted free agent deal wherever they want to.
I think we're just going to put the...
Happens a lot more in the NBA draft. Like, if the guy doesn't get picked in the first round, they're just like, don't draft me in the second round. But it happens sometimes in football, too, where they're just like, yeah, I could be a 7th round draft pick, or I could just be like, yeah, I picked my destination. Garrett Nussmeier finally to the Chiefs.
Nussmeier?
Yep. His dad's the offensive coordinator for the Saints.
Oh, he's a quarterback, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looked good at the Senior Bowl again.
They have him ranked 87.
Yeah, I know. I had him in the 3rd round, too. He's got injury concerns.
Oh. Yeah,
his knee might be shot. And then he had some other weird injury last year, I think, too. So it's good value in the 7th round, though. Like, worst, he's like I think he's a decent backup. As long as his injuries don't kill him.
I want to leave it how it was. I think it's better. All right, let me share this with you.
Patrick Mahomes. Maybe he'll beat out. What if he beats out Justin Fields to start?
I'm gonna try to make this an actual, like, make it look like a game laying down on something. I'm gonna try, but I'm gonna show you what it looks like now.
So the Ravens have 2 picks here. The Eagles have 2 picks in a row, and the Broncos end out on 2 picks.
All right, why aren't you sharing? Share screen. There. What do you think about that?
Cool.
And then I think I'm gonna try to make it look like and like it's sitting on a desk or something.
Cool.
All right, yours is done pretty much.
I ain't too picky.
Good enough. All right.
I wonder if Nussmeier told like certain teams not to draft him. You know what I mean?
Rayshon Benny.
Hey, he finally went. I had him going. Okay. In
Yeah,
fairness,
132. Dang.
yeah, in fairness, I had Rayshon Benny going like 4th roundish to the Chargers. But the Ravens are now running the Chargers' old defense, so it makes sense. Right?
Does.
Scheme fit.
Team fit. Rayshon.
Scheme. He's one. Everybody else is drafting all these like weird defensive tackles. I'm like, why don't we pick like the guys that we know are already good?
Lots of birds left.
I hope the Eagles either draft the Louisville kid or the Nigeria kid at defensive tackle. They might, because they have a history of doing stuff like that. Obviously worked out really well with Jordan Mailata. That's the most notable one, obviously. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more picks. But who will be Mr. Irrelevant? Should we take bets on Mr. Irrelevant?
No, because I wouldn't know anybody.
You could just look at the top available guys and pick one.
I guess I could. Let's see. Remaining players. It'll probably, what has it been in the past? Deion Burks, maybe, or a running back. Le'Veon Moss.
A lot of times it's like a quarterback.
Yeah, but who's? I
Or
mean,
like
could it
a
be
linebacker.
Pavia then? Could it be Pavia? There's still a lot of quarterbacks left.
Not many good ones.
They've got
Haynes King.
Luke Altmaier, Sawyer Robertson,
Haynes King.
Joey Aguilar, Joe Fagnano, Diego Pavia.
I could see it being a wide receiver.
Jelon Daniels. All right, I'm getting too far down.
Jalen Daniels.
So, best receivers left that they have in their order. Deion Burks.
Jeff Codwell.
Yep.
J. Michael Sturdivant.
Yep.
Harrison Moss III, Eric Rivers, Eric McAllister. Eric McAllister's still there. Give me Eric McAllister for Mr. Irrelevant. Either that or we start going with John Michael Gillenborg.
That's what I was just gonna say, dude. The guy from Montana or from Wyoming. John Michael Gillenborg, tight end. He probably sounds just like that.
Maybe. I don't know where he's originally from, though. Let me see.
Birthplace, Kansas.
Yeah, he played his high school football in Missouri, though.
Misery. Hey, the Nigerian guy.
I told you. Una Bernard.
He's the guy who tested really good.
Yeah, but he has no idea how to play football.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I hope. You know what'd be really cool is if they took him and Renee Conga like back-to-back picks. The Louisville guy that tested really well too. Because then you got two wild cards, The hard part though is, okay, so he has no idea how to play football, right? So you're trying to get him on your practice squad as your IPP, the international player pool guy, right?
Yeah.
But you have to cut him and he has to clear waivers. So that means nobody else will pick him up. What's to say like one of these really bad teams or like a team that's going to be really bad this year just doesn't pick him up and make him inactive all year and then they put him on their practice squad next year?
What the heck?
You know what they could do though? They could put him on a fake IR, Phantom IR. Just give him a fake injury.
Phantom.
Yeah, you just give him a fake
fake
injury.
What
You just
the?
you say. So what you do is you just say like he hurt his shoulder, and then you put him on IR before the year, so he's done for the whole year. And then you just keep him around and help him and let him kind of train off to the side, you know. Then you don't have to risk putting him on waivers. You know, it sounds funny, but a lot of teams do that. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's not okay.
Especially for,
It's lying.
it's really common in baseball, especially in the minor leagues.
You know what really pisses me off when they do it in basketball and they're like, "Nah, we're just gonna take a rest night." Okay, so the people
That's
who
different.
so the people who pay hundreds of dollars to go see a game to see LeBron James and LeBron's taking a rest night. That's
Yep. That's why they're trying to make rules to like get rid of that, but it's hard to enforce. But here's like the thing. Okay, so even if you say you can't do it, right? Then like, okay, say we want LeBron to rest tonight, and you just say like, oh, he woke up sick this morning.
yeah.
That's all you have to do, though. You're like, what are you going to do? We want a doctor's note that he was actually sick or some shit?
Hell yeah.
Like,
that's
like they couldn't forge that?
Yeah, I just said that's gonna be fake too.
And you know what I mean? Like, that's why they tried to do the 65 game minimum for like MVP and stuff like that, you know, to encourage them to play more. But Una Bernard, this other pick's taking a while here for the Eagles, you know. I think commercial break or some shit.
Oh no, because they're celebrating with the Nigerian guy.
Is he there?
Yeah.
Keyshawn James Newby. Edge out of New Mexico. Is he even ranked?
Dude, this dude looks aggressive. I want to see his. Do they have any tape on him? No.
He's never played football before.
Where'd they find this kid?
So they have an international like thing where they bring guys together. They're just like freak athletes, pretty much.
What did they say? 4.62.
Yeah. He's a freak, but he has no idea what he's.
I mean, I feel like it does for somebody that never played football for you to go in and do those drills like that. I'd say that's pretty good. I'd say he'll pick it up quick.
Yeah.
You want to get paid, he will.
His 3-cone was terrible. His 3-cone was like 8 seconds because he didn't know how to like run around the bags.
That's all right.
He had no idea like the form of how to do the drill, pretty much.
Guess what they have him as for measurables? Guess who they have him matched up against? Who do they? Just think of somebody.
Probably like freaking Aaron Donald.
Miles Garrett. Broad jump. He's got better measurables than Garrett.
But he has no idea what he's doing.
That's all right. Watch him come in and like, all right, I'm gonna draft him. I'm drafting him in or I'm just gonna pick him up in free agency.
In IDP?
Hell yeah. And just let him sit there until maybe 2 years. Watch him come out, and all of a sudden he's just this dominant force. And you're like, remember us been talking about this kid? Oh, you wanted to see Noob? What's his name?
Newbie.
No, 359.
Yeah, so he came in at 6'2", 238 pounds. He ran a 4.53 40, 163, 10-yard split, 10-foot broad jump, 21 bench reps, all at the pro day, and he participated in the Shrine Bowl. You know who I'm surprised is still on the freaking board is Mason Rieger, the defensive and edge rusher out of Wisconsin. I really, really like him.
You're going to see a lot of moves here as soon as the draft is done.
Oh, yeah. The guy signed 2 seconds later. But look at that throw.
All right, a couple more picks. 5 more picks. 5 more picks.
A century ago, our founders made a promise to always take care of their own. That promise is still at the heart of everything we do. Platinum members know we'll do what's right. USAA, taking care of our own. The highbrow entrepreneur and a lowbrow hoodie.
5 more picks. 5 more. Evan Bernstein.
It's a classic color.
He was a guy that debated getting drafted at least.
I'm taking my graphic that I made. I'm gonna make it into a t-shirt this year for Scott Fish.
Yeah,
I think I do that every year, don't I?
I don't know.
I made the one. I think the one you came to, I made one.
Did you?
The Prince one. Did you come to the one for the music?
I don't remember. So Bernstein, they had ranked 256. He's a guy I debated getting drafted. Has tons of game experience. He came from South
Deion
Dakota.
Burks. There goes Burks.
Finally,
Colts. Love that for the Colts.
he's a Raz guy, so the Colts will love him.
Daniel Jones time. Dude, if he stays healthy, Daniel Jones is going to be a fucking steal this year.
If he stays healthy, well, he's already coming off major surgery, so. You want to talk about Kirk Cousins' agent, Daniel Jones' agent, man.
Yeah.
That might be worse, honestly. Because Daniel Jones had like 2 half seasons where he was decent and he got paid. At least Kirk's been
Brock Osweiler's agent.
Yes and no. I mean, like he got paid, like, but
they won the Super Bowl because
I know, but like
for Peyton.
But he can't. But it's not like he got like top of the line starter money. You know what I mean?
It's Brock Osweiler. He got starter money compared to like what he should have got. You know,
he didn't get starter money though. Really,
he's got. Well, didn't he start for the Texans that year?
Kind of.
Well,
he got $17 million. He got $17 million a year when starter money was like $37 million a year. You know,
it's Brock Osweiler. Come on. Where did he come from? What school was he? I know wasn't it some North school somewhere up north, Wyoming?
No, it was like Arizona.
Oh,
or Arizona State, one of the two, I think. Michael Dansby. I don't think I have anything on him, honestly.
Wow, Burks was. What's the issue with Burks?
Injury. He's been hurt like his whole career,
but he's just got amazing talent.
He's a freak. He was really good at Purdue, and then the last 2 years at Oklahoma, he's been like hurt every 2 seconds.
Nothing for Dansby. All right, we got back-to-back picks.
There's literally nothing for Dansby. So who's your Mr. Irrelevant pick?
I think we should go with your pick. I don't think it's going to be it, but I like the John Michael Gillenborg pick.
Who did I say?
You said him or a quarterback, or I thought maybe.
No, I know wide receiver. I know wide receiver. Best available.
Deion Burks is still there.
No, he's not. He just got drafted.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. That's why they got a little asterisk by it.
Eric McAllister is my pick out of TCU. Although I think he's injured too, but
they don't need another running back. They could use another tight end.
They could. And a tight end, it's either like John Michael Gillenborg or Dalen Bentley or Lake McCree, or that's probably it, honestly. Like, I know they got other guys in there, but those would be like the only 3 I would draft out of like the list there. Maybe Daquan Wright.
I kind of like this Dante Corleone too.
He'll probably be on the Vikings in 2 seconds. Xavier Harris did not get drafted, or has not been drafted yet, and he was ranked 63 overall by ESPN.
Why is Jacoby Lane falling so far?
Oh, no, he didn't.
Jacoby Lane.
He got drafted.
Oh, why the hell is this telling me best available?
I don't know what the frick you're doing.
Wow, that was weird.
Maybe they'll draft a punter.
It must have just. I was like, why? That's what I was saying. I was like, why the hell does it say Jacoby Lane is available?
Is it bad if I wrote for Jack Stonehouse to be one of Mr. Irrelevant? Look at his picture. The Syracuse
Where's
guy.
it?
Syracuse
What's
punter.
Oh, punter.
Yeah, Jack Stonehouse. Look at that. Look at that picture.
Let me see if I can find punters. They don't have. Oh, his hair is all crazy. He's got the French
and the
mustache.
stash. And the stash.
The French mustache.
So, okay. In my draft, in my mock, Mr. Irrelevant ends up being Kapana Gushikin or whatever, the safety for Ole Miss. But I'm kind of rooting for Eric McAllister here. And I feel like the Broncos always draft a wide receiver, so Colin Wright would be fun. Latrell McCutcheon Sr. would be fun.
Oh, Michael Sturdivant.
J. Michael?
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I kind of want it to be Mason Rieger, though, too. One of these two picks, I want to be Mason Rieger. I don't think the Broncos will do it, though. I don't know why he didn't get drafted, honestly. I know why, but I don't think it's a good reason. Let's put it that way. He was hurt for part of the year for Wisconsin, but he's really good. He's my favorite day 3 edge rusher. Hey, Vincent Anthony Jr. is there too. Wait, you tell me Wesley Williams went where he went and Vincent Anthony Jr. didn't even get drafted?
What the hell?
Dallin Bentley. Well, we had tight end, right? And I told you it was going to be one of those 3 guys for the. Unless they go double tight end here, that'd be kind of fun. He had a good year. I know a lot of people like him.
Who's it gonna be, Mr. Irrelevant?
Well, they drafted Justin Jolie and Dallin Bentley at tight
Hey,
end.
okay, so they drafted a tight end here.
You can change your pick.
Dalen Bentley.
Yeah, I told you that.
All right, I'm gonna go Sturdivant then.
J. Michael?
Yep.
I'm hoping safety. Well, I'm hoping either Eric McAllister, the guy I have in my mock, or Mason Rieger. But if I got to pick, I'm going to do Eric McAllister. The wide receiver.
Irrelevant.
I'm kind of surprised Diego Ponce didn't get drafted. There's a lot of guys I'm surprised didn't get drafted, kind of. But that happens every year. I don't think they're taking a quarterback unless they really like Sawyer Robertson. There's a lot of running backs that didn't get drafted, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's not a good year for running back. If you need a running back in Dynasty.
I told you it wasn't a good year for running back. Nobody.
I've
I've been saying that for a while. Nobody wanted to listen, though.
They hated it. So I'm saying if you need running back this year, you're going to be reaching.
I mean, like, some of these guys are going to sign UDFA deals, and people are going to freak out and probably draft them in rookie draft still. But and some of them might work out, some might not, you know. But it's just like I think Jamari Taylor should have been drafted. I'll look and pay attention to where he signs. Maybe Robert Henry Jr. out of UTSA, Roman Hemby. We'll pay attention to those guys. Desmond Reed's too tiny. They not lack of production in the last 2 years. CJ Donaldson's too slow. Like, I like Dean Connors a lot. I think wherever he signs will be kind of interesting. David Booth, kind of the same thing. The Mississippi State running back, Kentrell Bullock. Jamal Haynes is kind of the sleeper guy to like pay attention to where he signs in, as an undrafted free agent, the Georgia Tech running back. Because he could play running back and he might be able to play slot wide receiver too. Eric Rivers would be an interesting pick too, but I don't think it'd be a Broncos pick.
Who's it gonna be? Usually they gather everybody up around the stage and they make a whole big deal. They gotta show the jersey and la 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 la. And it takes like 40 minutes just to pick the last player. I know, Kiara, it's taking forever. So that's the big Z. Red Murdoch.
That's awesome.
Extremely productive linebacker. Plays with high football IQ. Dang, yeah, nice.
That's a good pick. He's not one of the guys I wanted, but
I like his name.
Plus his name is Red Murdoch. You can't be
That's
mad about that.
No. That's
Okay.
that's what we're looking for Mr. Irrelevant.
A cool name.
Dalen Bentley is not good enough. Red Murdoch. Who else was out there that could have been a good name? That's why I said John Michael Gillenborg. That's sick.
Yeah, so let's see. Going through guys that didn't get drafted. So quarterback Luke Altmaier, Sawyer Robinson, Haynes King, Joe Fagano, Diego Pavia. They're probably guys that are going to sign pretty quickly. Pretty much anybody that's listed on ESPN's quarterback is going to sign a undrafted free agent at some point here, or at least get a camp invite. Jamari Taylor out of Virginia, I really like. Pay attention to him. Roman Hemby, Robert Henry Jr., Dean Connors, Devon Booth, Jamal Haynes. Jamal Haynes is the guy that I'm going to really pay attention to where he signs, honestly, because he could play running back. He's going to be a kick returner probably, and he could play slot wide receiver. I'm kind of surprised Jeff Covell didn't get drafted, but I think maybe teams learned their lesson from Deontay Thornton last year. J. Michael Sturdivant, he'll probably sign somewhere pretty quickly. Eric Rivers is interesting because he was productive at two different schools. Eric McAllister, coming off the injury, is very interesting. Ty Montgomery, John Carroll, wide receiver, has the interesting story. Chris Hilton will probably sign pretty quickly. I like him. Dane King is a former top prospect, so he'll probably get signed real quickly too. Tight end, Michael Trigg, a former top prospect that's been at like three different schools now. He's got the talent, but off the field issues are somebody will sign him, but it might take a while. John Michael Gillenborg, Lake McCree for tight ends. So John Michael Gillenborg, Wyoming, Lake McCree out of USC. The offensive tackles, Isaiah World will sign at some point with somebody, maybe develops into something at some point. Diego Pons, I was surprised wasn't drafted. Emil Wagner, the offensive tackle out of Notre Dame, I was surprised wasn't drafted. That's probably an offensive tackle. Guard was pretty much picked over. I think that Dylan Wade and Josh Gesky will probably get picked up pretty quickly, and probably Caden Barnett out of Wyoming. Honestly, pretty much any center that should have been drafted got drafted. James Brockmeyer, the center out of Miami, he'll get picked up at some point here pretty quickly. Defensive tackle, Xavier Harris, apparently injury concerns and being 6'8" and 330 pounds, scared some teams off. But somebody's going to pay him some pretty big guaranteed money as an undrafted free agent. Bryson Easton's pretty interesting out of Kentucky. I like the measurables on David Gust Bryson Easton out of Tennessee, David Gust out of Kentucky. Dante Corleone, 340-pound nose tackle. He's got the injury concerns, but he'll get picked up pretty quickly. And then we move down to Renee Conga out of Louisville. Tested really well at the pro day. He's going to get picked up pretty quickly. I'm surprised he didn't get drafted just off the measurables. And then let's see, linebacker. Linebacker, pretty much like most people that should have got picked. Everybody was so high on Torian York and ESPN had him 196. I had him, barely getting drafted. So I was kind of more right on that. Eric Gentry is really interesting. Transferred to USC after, I believe, Arkansas. He's 6'7", 221 pounds at linebacker, which is just a weird combination. I think a team might sign him and try to make him an edge rusher eventually. And then Wesley Basante, the hard-hitting Miami linebacker. He's going to sign
Hard.
somewhere probably pretty quickly. He's a little bit older too, so that's probably why he didn't get drafted. Edge rusher Mason Rieger's the big one for me out of Wisconsin. I think he's going to be a very serviceable pro. Kind of surprised he didn't get drafted. Vincent Anthony Jr. has got the length out of Duke. He kind of reminds me of Andre Carter for Army, who the Vikings ended up signing. He was a practice squad guy a couple of years ago. Got a little bit of run with the Dolphins last season. Marvin Jones Jr. is one. Dave Tucker, I'm really surprised out of Western Michigan, didn't get drafted. He's a little bit of an older prospect, though, but he was very productive. Pay attention to him. I think Nate Voorhees out of Ball State and Michael Heldman out of Central Michigan. These MAC edge rushers that didn't get drafted, I think they'll sign on pretty quickly. The cornerbacks, I know some people like Thaddeus Dixon out of North Carolina. Colin Wright out of Stanford, I like as a pretty solid big corner, but he didn't run as quickly as we thought. Latrell McCutcheon Sr. is a guy that should sign on pretty quickly. And then I know Michael Coates Jr. now they have listed further down. He tested really well out of West Virginia, so maybe he gets picked up pretty quickly. And then safety, Bishop Fitzgerald, the strong safety out of USC, hard-hitting guy. He'll get picked up at some point in time. If nothing else, he'll play good special teams. Deshaun Singleton didn't get drafted this year. He's a weird case because he was going to come out last year. Went back to school, and I think it actually hurt his value. Lewis Moore out of Indiana was very productive on their college football run. He just didn't test very well, so that's why he didn't get drafted. Xavier Nakampa out of Iowa. He was a really good, really highly ranked recruit, but pretty much a one-year starter at Iowa. He's got some definite upside and some decent traits. And then that Kapena Gushkin, probably mispronouncing his name, out of Ole Miss, tested really well. And then Austin Brown out of Wisconsin, he tested really well at safety too as well. And I think he played American Bowl and Shrine Bowl. That's kind of who's didn't get drafted, or at least that I'll be watching to see where they signed. Obviously, there's further guys beyond that. There's going to be guys every year that are undrafted that we probably didn't pay much attention to. We probably didn't know too much about beforehand. You know, you think your Danny Woodheads, your Austin Ecklers of the world. They're undrafted free agents. You know, Northern Colorado, Western Colorado, stuff like that.
Yep.
Fun times.
Dude, it was a lot. This is going to be interesting now. You know, if anybody has already done their rookie drafts, now's a good time. You can probably go out and chase some free agents that are out there. But I mean, I think a lot of people are waiting on their rookie drafts. I know some people started today. You're sure you'll get some tomorrow. I know in a lot of the leagues I play in, we wait a week, see if anything moves around, and then start drafting.
Yeah. I mean, because you never know. I mean, like last year, Isaiah Bond, think about him. He signed way later.
Yep.
Because
anything can happen too. We could see a trade happen or anything like that next week. And it's just nice to let things settle for a little bit. Obviously, you're going to see other players kind of get signed over the week. So kind of give some time before you do the draft. I kind of like that. But yeah, I mean, we're going to get out of here. This was an absolute marathon, 7.5 hours. You know, we did this yesterday and the day before as well. So it's been a legit marathon for us. So thank you, Coach, for hanging out and giving us, you know, basically all your knowledge. And
I think at some point over on my YouTube channel, I'll be doing some type of NFL draft grade video.
There you go. Plug it.
I can't guarantee it's going to be tomorrow. It might end up being like next weekend by the time I actually get to it. So we'll see.
Coach Craig Sports over on YouTube.
Yep. And then sometimes I like to do it right away. Sometimes I like to see like the undrafted guys that sign with the teams too. So sometimes I'll wait a week and see the undrafted ones. And then I can mention like notable undrafted guys that also sign. Like technically they weren't part of the draft class, but you know, they got added to the draft class too. Sometimes that makes a difference for, you know, like some of these teams that maybe they only have like 4 or 5 draft picks.
Oh man, I can't wait to get into the drafting, dude. I'm excited. So make sure you guys definitely go check out Coach Craig's stuff. He's got so much going on, especially over on our website and sportsaffiliation.com. Make sure you go check out his Patreon too, Coach Craig Sports. And he is Coach Craig Sport on X. So make sure you check him out.
Last test.
But I'm JC. at JC Money Design on X, and you can find us at the Sports Affiliation everywhere, at the Sports Affili on X. And obviously, make sure you get subscribed to our YouTube. Check out Rockstar Rippin' over on Facebook at Rockstar Rippin'. Make sure if you want to get on Drafters and do some best ball, because we're gonna get into doing some best ball again. I'm probably gonna do one tomorrow night just because I kind of want to. I want to see now what the market has done. I want to see the shift, how crazy it's
Knee-jerk reactions.
It's gonna be crazy reactions, and I'm gonna be excited to kind of see what things. Because I took a month off from or it's probably like 3 weeks. So from there to like now, I kind of want to see the crazy shift, and it's going to be interesting to see where things have moved. So
people freaking out on these.
And if you want some swag, check out the affiliated swag. It's at affiliated swag.printful.me. I got to get it moved over to the new website, but I'm going to be getting some more stuff built over there. I know I got to get all of our stickers done. I would like to get TSA stickers for all the team colors, so we will get those made eventually here soon. But I'm JC. This is Coach Craig. We are out of here. Thanks for everyone hanging out. Laters.